Members, we are now going to House File 5242. Just so that we are all clear as to how the process is going to go, Senator Dibble is going to give a brief overview, and then we will hear from his ranking member to give a brief overview. Then it will be Senator Port, and then Senator Lucero will give a brief overview, and then it will be Senator McEwen and Senator Dornick will give a brief overview. And after the brief overviews, when we go into amendments, the housing provision will be first. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to present House File, I think it's 5242, which is corresponds to my Senate File 5284. And within this, of course, we've contained the housing provisions of Senator Port's Senate File 4158 and Senator McEwen's labor provisions of Senate File 5266. Mr. President, before I forget, if I can find my notes, Mr. President, I'd like to front-end my thanks because I'm afraid I'm going to forget those. So let me first express gratitude, of course, to my ranking member, my good friend Senator Jasinski, as well as the members of our committee from the GOP caucus, Senators Lang, Howe, and Coleman, and my vice chair, Senator Morrison, Senators McEwen, Carlson, Bolden, and Herr. And of course, we have amazing staff who work so hard. My committee administrator, Beth Ethier, committee legislative assistant, Alex Will, our partisan researcher, Nate Pasco, working for Senator Jasinski, and for the GOP caucus, we have Dom Linetti and Dave Frazier, who do excellent work. And then the mighty yeoman's work, doing so much research, writing so much of the language, and doing so much work on late nights and weekends, Tim Greenfield and Krista Boyd, and we extend our condolences to Krista Boyd's family as she attends a family funeral out of state. And of course, we have Kylan Johnson and Will Olson, our committee pages, who work very hard for us, and Jack Standish, who makes sure all of our technology is up to snuff. Mr. President, I'll try to very briefly do a quick overview of the transportation bill. The highlights in terms of the funding, I believe the spreadsheet is all three provisions are contained in a single spreadsheet that should be at your desk, but just some highlights. And a lot of this is a bipartisan partnership. We provide one-time funding for small cities, those are cities below 5,000 that don't qualify for municipal state aid, and of course would be a part of the transportation advancement account, but that money is slow to ramp up, and so we provide one-time general fund funding for $20 million. For trunk highway funds, Mr. President, we won't be doing any trunk highway bonding, because that interacts with the larger bonding efforts that we're taking a look at in a few weeks, or in a week or so. And so we do have Trunk Highway Fund cash that we're appropriating in the amount of $20 million for the state road construction program, and then adding another $10 million and $10 million in 26 and 27, and then dedicating corridors of commerce about $5.5 million, and then dedicating in 26 and 27 $10 million and $60 million, and then for a high priority bridges program, an initiative of the administration, $10 million in trunk highway funding, and an important policy measure, an initiative of Senator Jasinski's that I partnered with as well. We allow for bonding against the transportation advancement account dollars that will be flowing to townships, small cities, and counties. Administrative initiative in driver and vehicle services would appropriate $2 million from the Driver and Vehicle Services Fund, which would add 22 staff at the exam stations, which will get us down to the 2-week maximum wait to get your driver's license test scheduled. We have a one-time initiative, Senator Herr, partnering with former Commissioner Harrington on a Lights On bill that provides vouchers for minor car repairs in lieu of a traffic violation when people get pulled over for those purposes. We have the Blue Line Community Prosperity and Anti-Displacement initiative, so that when we build the Blue Line up through North Minneapolis and onto the northern suburbs, make sure that we're not displacing people from those communities, and we're actually enhancing those communities and doing a nice job. Mr. President, I'll turn to some of the policy initiatives. There's about 3 dozen of those in this bill, so I'll try really hard to go through these quickly. It's a very bipartisan bill, a lot of good ideas in this second half of the biennium. Senator McEwen has a measure to allow for limited driver's license for treatment court participants. Senator Mohammed, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in a bit, we have an amendment to this provision, allows for the enforcement of red lights as well as speeding through camera systems. Senator Bolden and Morrison share an initiative on active transportation, a number of provisions that make sure that we're more aware of vulnerable road users, that we have some regulations around the sale and the use of electric-assisted bicycles, some safety concerns addressed in the youth operation of e-bicycles as well. We have Senator Morrison does updates and takes in some good ideas that were discussed in the interim on addressing greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. We have a report on the privatization of transportation contracts, just asking for a little bit more information. Senator McEwen providing for high voltage transmission lines in our rights-of-way. Senator Mohammed, and we'll hear a little bit more about that as well, allowing cities to implement pedestrian malls outside of downtown areas. Senator Jasinski, we talked about the debt service account. Senator Jasinski has an initiative on making sure that we properly provide for the regulations necessary for what we call roadable aircraft, or chitty chitty bang bang provision. Senator Carlson allowing for a little more time when we have those temporary license plates. They can be on your cars a little longer. Senator Jasinski allowing deputy registrars to authorize certain fleet transactions. Likewise, allowing, along this line, allowing dealers to access duplicate license plates. Senator Herr has an initiative, and we'll have an amendment on that to catch up with the changes made in state and local government on competitive bidding. We were calling open bidding requirements when a deputy registrar or driver's license agent business opens up. Senator Mohammed, working with Senator Hoffman's daughter on replacing disability parking signs so that they're more up to date with the vernacular and how we understand and talk about people with disabilities. Senator Herr's Lights on Grant program I mentioned. Senator Lang and road construction materials hauling. Senator Coleman, an initiative on allowing motorcycles to go between cars on freeways. It's called lane filtering. Senator Cruen provides for a temporary mailing address so your driver's license can be forwarded to that if you're out of state, as well as what would be a major change, online renewal of driver's licenses. And as a part of that, we provide for some consideration to driver's license agents who would experience a revenue loss with some payments for non-fee transactions as well as online fee sharing. Senator Coleman has a provision that allows for non-state test administrators to administer the 4th test if folks have failed the first 3. Senator Uma Verbaten's plain language bill is in this. We're going to take it out. Then I have some provisions from the governor's transportation bill on tribal training, the facilities program, the enactment and use of passenger rail fees. Senator Carlson waded into the asphalt concrete debate and provides for a provision in which there's broad agreement and analyzing which of those to be used in roadway construction by MnDOT. Senator Kupek has several provisions on railroad safety, although a couple of those will be deleted in the amendment. What survives is the wayside detector system so that broken equipment and faulty equipment can be detected as railroads are cruising through our community. Senator McEwen has the yardmaster hours of service maximum established. Almost done, Mr. President. We have some reports on county use of sales tax as well as the Met Council's use of their sales tax. Some additional infrastructure that's about ADA accessibility for our transit systems throughout the metro area. Senator Hers, Hmong Village driver's license authority will be a full-service authority. Rather than dealing with the endless debate on CDLs here in this forum, we're going to ask for the agency to convene a group of agencies as well as stakeholders to really analyze what is the constraint on getting folks into that profession as well as accessing commercial driver's license. Senator Herr has a really important initiative making sure that DVS materials are provided in languages other than English. Senator Westrom brought in a study on providing transportation services to people with disabilities in greater Minnesota, as well as taking a look at some metro mobility reforms. We're going to hear more about the legislative auditor's research on that on Wednesday in a special hearing in Transportation Committee. And we have rather than moving forward on the clean transportation standard, we're going to have the University of Minnesota go out and answer a lot of the questions that came up during that debate that we've had over the last couple of years. Special plates, always a subject of debate and consideration. We're going to see if we can't figure out how to source that out to the agency to receive those and allow for those special plates to be issued on a more timely basis. There's a few more other minor matters. I won't go into every little detail. I think that's quite a bit already, Mr. President. And with that, I will refer to my partner, the lead minority member, Senator Jasinski.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble. And I won't go through Senator Dibble since it is such a bipartisan bill. I think everything I was going to talk about, Senator Dibble just went through. So I do want to thank him. I'm pretty proud that we got so many Republican bills in this bill. So very, very fortunate that not only did we get hearings, we passed a good policy bill. That got signed off on the committee report, so we have that. I am a little concerned about adding this with housing and labor because obviously if you look just at the transportation bill, I could almost get over the hump to vote for it, and I might have, but adding the other two bills is going to make it very, very difficult for me to vote in favor of it. All those many, many things that are very, very good for transportation in the state of Minnesota and very good for our citizens of Minnesota. But again, concerned that it's getting added to two other bills. I think that we should really look, as Senator Howe said many times in the previous bill, we should look at giving these bills their separate bill. It makes it much more understandable by not only us, but by the public out in Minnesota to have a single subject bill. But again, since we have what we have, I do want to thank Senator Dibble for many good items in the bill that have Republican authors. Not only myself, but many of our other Republicans have many good bills. One that I'm proud of is the money for our small cities that Senator Howe and myself worked on last year. I got that across the finish line. And as Senator Dibble and I went across the state during bonding trips, we kept hearing about small cities' needs for money for roads and consistent money. And what's been added to this is consistent ongoing funding for small cities so they can use that money to plan. What happened prior to this, or what's happening now, is cities would sometimes get money one year and sometimes not. So it was very difficult to plan to do that. So we got that done, and then again, hearing the needs across Minnesota, Senator Dibble and myself came up with the idea to make that money available to leverage more money so they get bigger projects done, so they can actually use that money for bonding payments to make much bigger projects. As we've heard a lot across the state, a lot of times roads and bridges come with wastewater. So when you're tearing up roads to put in new wastewater, you have to replace those roads. So very good for that. Also very happy for some of the money that went to corridors of commerce and some roads. We do have some concerns with some of the restrictions and safety things put on the railroads, making it much more expensive for them to operate. I know Senator Dibble has an amendment that's going to change some of that, but our caucus has some concerns over the railroad policy in the bill on some of those things, but I think we're working some of those, or at least we're getting better on some of those, so happy for that. We have some concerns over the speed and red light camera pilot program. Although we all want safety, we want residents to be safe when they're driving. Transferring it over from law enforcement to cameras is going to bring up many, many issues that we're concerned about, actually giving basically the car a ticket and not a person, not being able for law enforcement to evaluate each situation on a case-by-case basis and looking to see what happened. It's going to more of a photo or doing it that way, so not very happy with that. Also have some concerns on zero-emission buses. A lot of what we heard testimony is it will double the cost of a bus. They have issues here in Minnesota with winter and the cold weather. We're hearing that they don't believe or they can't confirm that the cost will go down over time, that they're going to be more expensive, so that's some of our concerns. We also have some concerns with a limited driver's license for people in treatment court. I believe, and many of our members believe, that there'd be no incentive to finish treatment. You could just continue on with the treatment program while not having your driver's license taken away. We think that's a good carrot at the end to get them to complete their treatment and then get their driver's license back. Have some concerns over the Met Council and MnDOT with what's happening there. Totally understand the concerns of what Met Council did with the spending on the Southwest Light Rail. But also concerned about taking away staff and workforce items in MnDOT to allow them to be planning for our roads and bridges in greater Minnesota. Also concerned over the greenhouse gas emissions portion. It's just going to make our highways more expensive. It's going to take longer to go through the process. And as I said in committee, I think in rural Minnesota, we want people to travel. We want people to go to the lakes to go fishing. We want people to go to our parks. We want people to travel. And in this portion of the bill, it looks at vehicle miles traveled, reducing those. I know that sounds great in suburban Minnesota, but in greater Minnesota, we don't have those assets to take light rail or to take bus rapid transit. So we're concerned about that, and as well as safety. We want to make sure that safety is the #1 priority, not just emissions. And deaths are a big important thing when you look at safety, and you want to make sure you can prevent deaths. And Senator Senjum and myself, when we were here together, we went to many funerals of people that got killed on Highway 14. And if we're not looking at safety and looking more at emissions, there's a concern. So with that, I won't go on. We have a long day here ahead of us. Many amendments. Again, I want to thank Senator Dibble for taking many amendments in committee, for taking several of our bills, and we'll continue on today and look forward to getting some more amendments passed, and also making sure of all the things we've done so far actually get through conference committee and get to the governor's desk for a signature to get this bill on. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Senator Jasinski. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Stable housing is the foundation of safety, well-being, and growth in our communities. Strong investments in housing stability and homelessness prevention will lead to better educational outcomes for our kids, improved health outcomes for families, and to more pathways to career and growth across the state. This bill accomplishes that goal by providing funding for family homelessness prevention, as well as through creative new efforts to preserve our existing affordable housing opportunities in a new housing affordability preservation investment program. Every family deserves a safe and stable place to call home, and this bill will especially help seniors, vulnerable renters, and working families across Minnesota. In the bill in front of you, Articles 11, 12, and 13 contain the 2024 Housing Omnibus Finance Bill. $1 million in ongoing funding for housing in this bill is dedicated toward the debt service for $50 million in housing infrastructure bonds, and the remaining $10 million of the housing target is comprised of one-time investments made in 2025. The major provisions of the bill include the Family Homelessness Prevention and Assistance Program, or FHPAP, a Senator Mohammed bill. $8,804,000 is appropriated to that program. The Wilder Homelessness Study, a Zhang bill, had $500,000. The Wilder Park Capital Repair Community had $3.2 million. That's a Senator Murphy bill. The Housing Affordability Preservation Investment Program is $50 million. funded through a $40 million reduction in the current fiscal year 25 cash appropriation to the HIBS program, which was included in last year's bill, as well as an additional $10 million reduction in the fiscal year 25 appropriation from the Community Stabilization Program. The work group on expediting rental assistance, we are putting $471,000 towards the first stage recommendations. $225,000 is going to a single stair reform study. And the $1 million, as I said, ongoing, is being used to fund the debt service of $50 million in housing infrastructure bonds. Those are the big fiscal impacts in this bill. The Housing Finance Agency has a few technical provisions related to climate resiliency, clean energy, and decarbonation. There is a senior rent report requiring MHFA to study and report on the impacts of rent increases and other housing expenses on residents of Section 42 and 4D housing residents. That's a Senator Abler provision. And there are changes to the Greater Minnesota Infrastructure Program brought by Senator Pappas and Senator Hochschild to increase the maximum grant cap for cities from $30,000 to $40,000. Those are the major provisions in the bill, Mr. President, and I can pass it off to my lead, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. I know Senator Draheim, and Senator Housley have thoroughly enjoyed our time on the Housing Committee these last 2 years. This year, obviously. We've enjoyed the conversations on housing because I think every single member of the Housing Committee is committed to the same long-term goal. And Mr. President, Senator Port said that in her opening remarks, and that is housing security. It doesn't matter where you fall on the political spectrum. It doesn't matter where you are on the life continuum. It doesn't matter what's happening in one's life. Housing security is deeply important, and it is a necessity and a foundation for so many other things that we do in life. And the lack of housing security hampers the remainder of all the decisions that are going on in every single one of our lives. Unfortunately, here's the disappointment. There wasn't enough emphasis on determining the root cause of the housing shortage in Minnesota and then delivering deliberate policy focus addressing said identified root causes in order to increase the housing supply and decrease the cost of housing across the board. So, Mr. President and Senator Port and members, again, this is going to be an ongoing issue. After we pass this bill off tonight, if that's what happens, it's not going to solve it. And I look forward to the continued conversations for that objective, ensuring housing security, reducing the cost of housing, whether ownership or renting, and doing what we can to get government out of the way and any other barriers that are creating that stranglehold in creating additional supply. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, for the labor portion, brief overview, and then we'll go to your ranking member. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, it is a great honor today to present the Senate Labor Finance portion of House File 5242 to you today. This bill is a culmination of the hard work that countless community members, testifiers, workers have invested this session through passionate advocacy and throughout the year, thinking, dreaming, and organizing to bring us this bill today. I'd like to thank, first of all, our committee members for their ideas and for the robust discussion that helped shape the legislation before us. Our minority lead, Senator Dornick, Vice Chair Senator Hochschild, Senator Grunhagen, Senator Kupek, Senator Liskey, Senator Marty, Senator Umer Verbaten, Senator Pappas, and Senator Wiesenberg. Thank thanks to each one of you. I'd also like to thank the staff that put immeasurable work into the committee and the bill before you today. Our counsel, Carlin Doyle-Fontaine, our fiscal analyst, Eric Olafson, the revisor's office, and in particular, Cherie Spear, committee administrator, Fabian Bean, committee legislative assistant, Jack Fisher, our partisan researchers, Danny Gillis with the DFL and Dave Frazier with the Republicans, and our committee pages, Kylan Johnson and Will Olson. To quickly give a summary of the labor portion of the bill before you, Article 3 of this bill includes account transfers and appropriations to help our agencies do the valuable work they do, funds the development of the Rise Up Center, and funds the provisions in this bill. Article 4 contains combative sports language updates from the Department of Labor and Industry. Article 5 includes updates requested by the Bureau of Mediation Services. Article 6 contains updates to the Public Employee Labor Relations Act, reflecting significant work from labor advocates and stakeholders to improve PELRA in Minnesota. Article 7 contains Senator Pappas's bill that updates earned sick and safe time, the law that we passed last year, reflecting collaborative work between the Department of Labor and Industry, businesses, organized labor, and other stakeholders to improve upon the work we did last year. Article 8 contains Senator Zhang's bill preventing wage theft and requiring use of responsible contractors when the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency provides financial assistance for development of multi-unit residential housing. It includes a section of my bill creating safety standards on the installation of underground telecommunications infrastructure near other underground utilities. It also contains Senator Pappas's bill making sure all employees have access to records that their employers keep on them. Senator May Quaid's bill to protect youth who are featured in content creation, and Senator Gustafson's bill to protect workers who are exposed to lead in their workplaces. Article 9 includes language from the Department of Labor and Industry updating the Contractor Recovery Fund. Article 10 includes my bill to effectively restore collective bargaining rights to employees of the University of Minnesota who are prevented from exercising their labor rights by statute at this time. Members, I am deeply committed to fighting for working Minnesotans and ensuring that everyone in our state has the protections and support they need to lead fulfilling, dignified lives. It is my belief that this bill puts the people of Minnesota first. Members, I respectfully ask for your support to pass our labor portion of the House File 5242. Thank you.
Senator Dornick, ranking member of the Labor Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for going through the bill. It's always there are robust conversations, and it was a very busy year in labor. So I always, or many times, not always, talk about labor and industry, and the importance of labor, how important labor is in protecting our workers and having the things in place to protect them, but also businesses, because without businesses, we don't need labor. Without labor, we don't have any businesses. And Commissioner Robertson she said, labor and industry, and we as legislators are to be the and, not to pick a side, but to with that delicate relationship between labor and employee or the business, navigating through that when they have issues, when they have disagreements. And so within the bill that Senator McEwen talked about, Commissioner Nicole Bleesingbach, we really appreciate her and the appropriation of her and the Department of Labor and Industry, the funding for the recovery, contractor recovery fee, appreciate that. Some of the changes to Earn Sick and Safe, the technical changes and some of the exemptions were good. I appreciate the exemption that we got on. Obviously, I would have liked more time, but we got on the 5 employees or less for farmers, and then for the sugar beet producers, we got 28 days or less So that was the exemption we got on for the Earn Second Safe. Some of the things I want to give a little history of the amount of businesses we have. And one of the concerns in the bill is the one-size-fits-all, that businesses come in many different sizes. And so I know I've said this before, but I'll just go over real quick. We have over 500,000 small businesses in Minnesota, and they're truly small businesses with employees. It's 61% of those 500,000 businesses have 4 or less employees. I mean, I was shocked by that. I didn't know. I knew there was a lot of small businesses that had just a few employees. And we have to be careful that we're not doing that one-size-fits-all. These bigger corporations that have thousands of employees versus a small business that just has 1 or 2. And some of these issues, or some of these things in the labor bill have caused a lot of issues with these mandates and struggle in trying to survive. And with that, when we start a business, a lot of people, the life-saving, and it's an American dream to start your own business. And so many try. In the first year, you don't really know, but in year 2 to 5, 70% of businesses fail. 70%. So it's hard to have a business survive. And so I would like to see more things that we could do to help encourage businesses and help them survive. So they need labor, because we want to have everyone to have a good job. Some of the other issues that I struggle with a little bit was that first we had the $1 million target for labor, and then towards the end, almost, I don't know if it was the last day, but it was close to the last day, then it was up to $10 million, and there was a $9 million appropriation for tending the soil, workforce development, which I support that, but that was in capital investment. I know there was some issue on that, concerned about that. Earn Sick and Safe, like I mentioned, some good provisions. There's a few things that we'd still like to work on there. Broadband is huge. There's some very concerning portion in the bill that deals with broadband that we're going to talk about, and the Pell rate changes, but we'll talk about those too. But with that, Mr. President, I will stop, and we will pick up later after some of the other bills. But thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're going first to the housing portion. So, Senator Port, do you have any amendments that you'd like to start with? Seeing none, I am going to go to Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, all the committee chairs, for all the work you did this year on the bills. Housing, obviously, is one of my favorite committees, and we had a lot of great discussions this year in committee, but I do think we missed a few things in this bill. So the first thing I'd like to offer, Mr. President, is the A39 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the A39 Draheim amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 230, line 19, after the period, insert. This is the A39 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A39.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In this bill, we have a requirement for the agency to develop an e-signature option to be used in applications for family homelessness prevention and assistance program. And what this would do would add some transparency and require it, thank you, Mr. President, and require it to be recorded in the legislative reference library.
Senator Port, to the A39.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just got a copy, so I'm just finding it on the page here.
Take your time if you all need a little time, because I know that sometimes we go a little fast.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. I'm happy to accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any additional discussion? All in favor of the A39 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The 839 is adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. That worked so well. I would like to offer another amendment, the A40 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the A40 Draheim amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 206, line 24, delete 1 and insert .5. This is the A40 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A40 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Port was so nice to put in a funding for a homeless study that the Wilder Foundation does every 3 years. And she also put in the bill a senior housing project for the very, very lowest of means income seniors at the Wilder Park Association. And she lowered the administrative fee the agency can take, which I appreciate. But in the A40 amendment, Mr. President, I lower that to 0.5%. So this is a existing entity that is helping out seniors, and I think as much money as possible should go to help those seniors out. So I cut the administrative fee to the agency down to 0.5% in the A40.
Senator Port on the A40.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. Members, I'm going to ask for a no on this amendment, and I will ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have consistently seen from the Minnesota Housing that they have taken what they needed only for administrative costs and have told us that that will continue to be their process moving forward. I think capping it at 1%, as we already did, holds them pretty tightly to that. And so I would ask members for a no vote.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Draheim.
Thank you. You know, I think I'll offer an A41 amendment to the amendment to try to make it better.
Senator Draheim offers the A41 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A41 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A40 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1 before line 4, insert. This is the A41 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Port, for your comments on the A40. Now we are adding the A41 onto the A40, and then that would include the Wilder Foundation homeless study that they normally do every 3 years. Once again, members, I think it's important that if we're going to fund a good cause, as much of that money goes to the cause, whatever we debate, whatever dollar amount we come up with. I think it's important that we fund it as much as possible. And to Senator Port's comment about the agency only taking what they need, that is not what we're hearing out in the housing community of nonprofits. They are normally taking as much as they can. So this is just one way to keep them in check, Mr. President. Please support the A41 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Port to the A41, which is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, I ask for no vote, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we require the agency to do quite a lot of oversight into the nonprofits that they work with to give this money to. Capping them at 1% does not seem extreme. It feels quite significant already to me. I would ask that members vote this amendment down.
Any other discussions on the A41, the amendment to the amendment, before I allow the author to be the last voice you hear? Seeing none, Senator Draheim, he has no additional comments. The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A41. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Disick votes no.
and Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Members, please vote. Members, remember there should be no talking at anyone's desk while we are under a vote. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment, the A41, is not adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment, which is the A40. Any additional discussions? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A40 amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Disick votes no.
and Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Okay, so I have a list. I'll put you on the end. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A40 Draheim Amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think I have another really good amendment to match that first amendment that went on. The E42, Mr. President.
Senator Draheim offers the A42 amendment. The secretary will report the A42 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 227, line 24, after the first comma, insert. This is the A42 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A42 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had quite a discussion on this subject in committee. The author of the underlying bill here had added had added a provision in the bill where it would pay for everyday expenses on something that normally we use for refinancing, taxes, buying down. And I think it's important to keep the intent to what it was. So this simply deletes that they can't use it, or it changes it so they can't use it for everyday expenses, and keeps it for recapitalization. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a program that we have been discussing a lot, and that is an incredibly complicated industry, which essentially the federal government started 50, 60 years ago, and then completely defunded over the last 30 years, deeply affordable housing. There has been no way to recapitalize these buildings or to do upkeep with maintenance over the last 15, 20 years, and as they're hitting those parks, they're using their everyday capital in order to plug those holes, in order to do that maintenance that they need to do. Ensuring that they have the flexibility in this crisis moment, which is what this program is set up to do, sort of hold us steady through a crisis moment as we look at long-term solutions, as we help people move through the crises that were highlighted during COVID. This really, the goal is to be as flexible as possible. And I will also say that $50 million that we put in this program is not going to be enough, but we need to have it targeted at the places that are most at risk of foreclosure, because if we lose these housing units, members, we will never get them back. There is no program that is currently building this kind of deeply affordable housing. If we lose these units, we will never get them back, and we cannot afford to lose them. So, members, I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A42 before I get to the author of the amendment? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I think the underlying problem is we're putting a Band-Aid on a Band-Aid. And the only way we're going to reduce the cost of housing is to build more housing. But it sounds like the author of the underlying housing bill isn't fond of my A42, so I think I'll add an amendment to the amendment, the A43.
Senator Draheim offers the A43 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment to the amendment, which is the A43.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A42 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1 after line 5, insert. This is the A43 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your amendment to the amendment, which is the A43.
Thank you, Mr. President. A43 just kind of prioritizes what we're spending money on. And, you know, all you have to do is listen to the news. And top priority for this type of housing should be safety and securing of the property. So if we're going to use these funds for something other than it was originally planned for, I think the safety of the residents should be our top priority. This amendment does that. Thank you.
Senator Port to the A43 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote on the A43 amendment to the amendment, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, again, an investment in preserving these units, ensuring that we are targeting that at buildings that are the most distressed or in most closely in peril of foreclosure is the main premise of this program, and I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A43. Senator Utmu verbatim for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
and Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Marty, are you planning on voting? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment, which is the A43, is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying amendment, which is the A42. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to remind members that Senator Port said that these units are at risk of closing. Well, the whole program was set up to help them refinance. And I think it's important that we keep the funds what it was originally intended to. And if there are other operating issues on keeping the doors open, we should address that somewhere else other than here. So please support the A42.
The secretary will take the roll on the A42 amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Senator Umuver-Baden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Thank you. Western. You have one more minute. We're just waiting for us. Members, we're just waiting for one more vote. Members, this is a time to ask you to always stay as close to the chambers as you can. That would be great. Are we okay? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A42 amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A58 amendment, please. 58.
Senator Draheim offers the A58 amendment. The Secretary will report the A58 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 148, delete Section 5. This is the A58 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A58 amendment.
Members, this frees up some funds in the bill, about $9 million. It removes appropriation for tending the soil for the Rise Up Center.
Senator Port to the A58 amendment. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator McEwen to the A58 amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This amendment pertains to the labor portion of the bill before us today. Members, I am going to ask you respectfully to reject this proposed amendment. The Rise Up Center is a fantastic opportunity supported by a number of community organizations, labor, workers in the community of Minneapolis, and we're very excited to be able to move forward with that project to help support that community as they move forward with it. So respectfully, I ask for a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Members, and can I ask you kindly, we are right now dealing with the housing portion. We compartmentalize it, and Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, it's unfortunate that this does cross into a different section of the bill, but you'll see why in a minute. Excuse me. Members, I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment. I'd like to offer the A62.
Senator Draheim offers the amendment to the amendment, which is the A62. The Secretary will report the A62 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A58 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A62 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A62, which is the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand that there are some that do like that tending the soil, which sounds like a nice program. But I think we can all agree that our jobs up here are to prioritize. And we just heard from Senator Port, Senator Lucero, about how important housing is. And it's been a broken record of mine for 8 years about how we need more housing units. The E62 would move that money into Minnesota housing infrastructure grants to help build more housing. So with that, Mr. President, please support the A62 amendment.
Senator Port to the A60. I'm sorry. Senator Port to the A62, which is the amendment to the amendments. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask members to vote no on this. As much as I love the idea of having more money in my targets, I'm not going to take it from my colleagues' targets or the targets that leadership has agreed. I ask members to vote this down.
Any other discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I appreciate Senator Draheim's amendment because I think he's dead on when he talks about priorities. There are a whole host of things that we could choose to make investments in the state of Minnesota, and I think both Democrats and Republicans would agree that housing is a significant one, specifically more housing units and how we can make Minnesotans homeowners. So whether it's $9 million in this amendment or the amendment to the amendment or the hundreds of millions the state's going to spend on you name it, the question is it meeting the priorities we should have as a state government, and is it meeting the priority needs of the people of Minnesota? Again, I am continually reminded, especially on such a beautiful day when I can look out the window, that there are 750 million reasons why I think we're failing in that priority, Mr. President. How many housing units, how many Minnesotans could we put in homes? How many Minnesotans could we make sure that would have a roof over their head for $750 million spent on the people of Minnesota rather than on a state government building for politicians that is not a necessity, it's not needed, nor is it a priority for the people of Minnesota. So if we want to have conversations about omnibus bills and how many bills we're combining and the amount of money that we're appropriating or spending. The people of Minnesota simply do not care. What they care about is whether or not they have a place to call home for them and for their families, and if the state government, the elected officials they sent to St. Paul to look out for them, are making wise investments. So Senator Draheim's amendment, his amendment to the amendment, are on point when it comes to this bill, especially as it relates to housing. And I can think of nothing better than for us to have that conversation regarding priorities right here, right now, today. Because if we are investing the people's money, then my goodness, it should be spent on them, their families, their loved ones, on their needs, rather than the needs of government or special interest groups. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to support this amendment to the amendment. In order to fund this amendment to the amendment, to reallocate these funds, as we heard from Senator McEwen, it pulls from $9 million from tending the soil. So I have a little bit of information here on why that's incredibly important. And I'm specifically referring to deleting money to tending the soil. I have here, I was just looking it up online. I could read from my phone or I can read from this printout. It's the exact same text. Tending the soil is an alignment of Minnesota organizations led by people of color that organize in working class communities of color. So far, not a problem. But it goes on. We are the ones who tend the soil to remove the toxins of white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism. You heard me right, Mr. President. Remove the toxins of capitalism. It goes on. And nourish our communities to grow justice, self-actualization, autonomy, and collective communities. We exist to lift up the voices of society's most marginalized members, and we stand in deep solidarity with one another. Mr. President, this description of the objectives of tending the soil is opposed by common sense, hardworking Minnesotans. This description of toxins of capitalism is the antithesis of truth. It is the antithesis of demonstrated history of the benefits of a free market economy. Moreover, lifting up the voices of the society's most marginalized. Mr. President, do you want to know one of the top forces to lift up society's most marginalized? Guess what it is? Empowering people to self-determine their own outcomes in life. Empowering people through free market capitalism. And Mr. President, I am emphasizing why we need to support this and redirect the funds. Just to make sure that you understand that my comments are in support of this amendment to the amendment and taking away the funds. There has been no other country where this is more clear. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is. It doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status might be anywhere in the world. You come to the United States, you work hard, and because of free market economics, a person engaging in risk, a person engaging in hard work, a person engaging in delayed gratification can succeed at whatever their dreams are. And when this organization says the toxins of capitalism, that to me smells of Marxism. We should not be steering taxpayer dollars to an organization that is describing capitalism as toxic. Now, why do I say Marxism? Because it says our collective communities. We are a collection of individuals. We have individual liberties, and our rights belong to the individual, not a collective community. Mr. President, would Senator Draheim yield for a question?
Senator Draheim, will you yield? We are on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Draheim, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. In your opening remarks, I did hear you offer, obviously, the amendment, and then you made a mention that it'll be important when you offer the amendment to the amendment, which is what we're on. Am I understanding, am I accurately characterizing your amendment to the amendment in why you believe there is a better allocation for these funds, or am I misunderstanding?
Senator Draheim, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero, for stealing my thunder. I appreciate that. I wouldn't have said it as well as you, but you're absolutely right. It's about prioritizing and about housing. Housing is the great equalizer. It builds wealth. If we want to help people out of poverty, the best way we can do it is to get that pathway to home ownership, and that's what we're trying to do here with these amendments. So thank you, Senator Lucero. I think it's pretty straightforward. I think this is a higher priority. I think Minnesotans would agree that this is a higher priority to get more houses out there so people can have somewhere to move into, so the young people in this room someday can afford to buy a home. So please support the E62 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will finish with this. That is exactly right. I cannot honestly go home to my community and tell members of my community that there was a provision that is going to steer millions of dollars to an organization, taxpayer dollars, to an organization that preaches toxins of capitalism, collective communities, and instead say we failed at the opportunity to provide dollars in a more constructive manner, and that's housing. I cannot say that honestly, and that's the reason why I'm hoping that members will support this, because as I said in my opening remarks on this bill, housing is one of the foundational principles that creates stability for all people. You know what destroys communities, destroys families? Marxism, collectivism, usurping individual liberties, and that's what this organization is seeking to do, destroy the very foundations that this country and our great economic system were founded on. Please vote green to this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator McEwen. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Senator McEwen, for this appropriation, this $9 million for tending the soil, could you tell us what organizations are going to be housed in this new building?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the question. I have wanted to have this opportunity. I'm glad that you brought this question, because I want to point all of our members today to this beautiful packet of support that all of you should have received, that is on your desk right now, and that lists some of the organizations that are involved in the Rise Up Center. We have a letter of support, of course, from the AFL-CIO of Minnesota. In addition, the Carpenters are very enthusiastically supporting the Rise Up Center, as is LIUNA. There are a number of other labor organizations and community organizations as well who are in support of this tremendous project. And I will also invite Senator Dibble, who is the lead author on this, to perhaps give some more information about the organizations that are involved. But I have had meetings in preparation as we move forward with the session, and just very enthusiastic support from a number of different stakeholders in the community. As we know, of course, people do need a roof over their heads, absolutely. And I'm really pleased to hear, even from the Republican caucus, the support of spending our public money to make sure that people have housing as a human right. That's fantastic, and I hope that continues.
Hold on a moment. Senator Pratt, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order.
What's your point of order? Cite the rule, please.
Impugning the motives to say even the Republican caucus, I think, is
Mr. President,
derogatory,
that is
and I just ask that we keep a civil debate.
I do not wish to be interrupted that way.
Members.
Erroneous.
So, members, there's a couple things that I want to address here. Number one, I'm not ruling on this saying that anyone has impugned anyone's intentions or thoughts or any of that. I'm asking that we always take that into consideration as we are debating. Number two, there's a rule that also talks about us not just interrupting another member for the purpose of just interrupting another member. I'm not suggesting that that is what's happening, but we want to make sure that we all keep those things in mind. Okay? So, now with that being said, for what purpose are you rising now, Senator Pratt?
Mr. President, under Mason's 124, I would just like to make that point of order on the comments by Senator McEwen and ask that we have a civil debate.
Members, we will all have civil debates. I'm not going to rule on that. That's a gentle reminder for us all, and I do that from time to time. So thank you for that reminder. And you're waiting for the completion of Senator McEwen's comments. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I appreciate also that reminder for civility in our debate. And I look forward to making sure that we remain civil. I would have liked to have seen more civility in some of our recent debates on the Senate floor and the last time that we met together. So I appreciate that reminder very much. But I was very pleased to hear a member of the Republican caucus talking about the need for housing, and to actually see this effort to put forward our public funds toward that housing. I think that's an excellent step. I would like to see more of it. And I, of course, do not support this amendment because we have such a wonderful coalition around this Rise Up Center. And as we know, people do need roofs over their head, of course, but we also need people to be trained to build those houses. And this presents a wonderful opportunity for people in the community to get the training that they need to support their families, to gain skills like building, like the trades, to be able to have thriving wage careers that can support their families and their communities. So this is a very important project, and with that, I again ask members to not support this amendment, but I look forward to that continued conversation about the need, the critical need for increased funding of housing as a human right. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen has the floor. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for the response and adding some more information on this project. Mr. President, would Senator McEwen continue to yield?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Some of the organizations that I understand are involved with this project make political endorsements. They also do campaign-related activities as a part of their organization. And so, Mr. President, my question for Senator McEwen is, will any political organizing or advocacy take place in this facility?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I think that those of us who consider ourselves civil libertarians, as I certainly do, don't wish to police the organizing or the thoughts of any organization, not their art, as we had heard repeatedly on this floor the other night, nor their discussions about politics and organizing. I do not know if there will be any political organizing that takes place there, and frankly, it's none of my business.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for that answer. I do find that answer to be very concerning, Mr. President. And I do believe that these organizations have a constitutional right to engage in politics, to engage in advocacy and speech. However, I don't think it's appropriate to take $9 million in taxpayer funding to a building that could perhaps be used for political organizing. And that's a concern that I have here, and it seems like we don't have a guarantee or a bright line that this building, funded for by taxpayer money, wouldn't be used for political advocacy, including endorsing or campaigning for specific candidates. And so, Mr. President, that's why I stand in favor of Senator Draheim's amendment to the amendment. And I think it's about priorities. The Greater Minnesota Housing Infrastructure Grant Program is oversubscribed. There are lots of communities in the area that I represent that would appreciate having access to this funding to help them build out housing supply and help young families get into home ownership. So today with this amendment, we have a choice between helping communities in Greater Minnesota build more housing, have the infrastructure they need to expand housing opportunities, versus funding for a building that may be used for political purposes. And I think I have a real concern with that. I think Minnesotans would have a real concern with that. And taxpayer money shouldn't be going to subsidizing political activities, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, you were on the list, but you did have a chance to speak, so I wasn't sure if you still wanted to say anything. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have finished my comments to this amendment, for the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to respond very quickly. I think just having landed on your desk is a kind of a summary of what the Rise Up Center project is about. If you take a glance at the AFL-CIO letter, as well as the support of the neighbors that are immediately adjacent and kind of share a lot of strong support for the Rise Up Center. And, just very simply, Mr. President, I think Senator McEwen described it fairly thoroughly and fairly effectively. It's really all about making sure that people have what they need to access jobs, and especially hard to fill jobs, and among communities that really need a lot of support and in their families with all kinds of opportunities to gather, learn the trades, learn job skills, et cetera. To Senator Rasmussen's question, there's been no discussion at all about anything political or anything by the way of electoral politics or partisan politics in any part of this. It's all been simply focused and laser focused on getting people plugged into apprenticeships and jobs, particularly in a lot of those jobs that have been very, very hard to fill across our economy. So that's what this is about entirely. And so you can take a look at that. I think it's very exciting, and it's a real opportunity for us to support people who are working hard, rolling up their sleeves, wanting to have good jobs that support their families. And I think the amendment to the amendment is not well advised, and then the underlying amendment I would ask for a no vote on as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero, before we go to Senator Draheim, who is the author of the was there someone else who wanted to speak? Senator Pappas, so I'm going to go to Senator Lucero, and then to Senator Pappas. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just looking at this letter that Senator Dibble passed out. Thank you, Senator Dibble. And I'm looking at these organizations. On the one side here, this is from the Condominium Homeowners Association. And I'm wondering, it's a rhetorical question because we can't have an answer for it right now, but I'm wondering if, as they drafted this letter, if they are familiar with the objective of the statement that I read and if they would agree with it. Do they agree? Does this condominium association agree with the objectives of toxins of capitalism? And if they were aware of that objective of this neighbor, apparently, would they still write this letter? Do they want somebody who I would suggest and I would submit that it is an organization that is advocating that capitalism is toxic? I would say that organization is toxic. Then as I flip the letter over, it's the AFL-CIO. I'm wondering if they would believe the same thing and then write a similar letter. But the reason I rose a second time here on this is because I wanted to address a potential mischaracterization. Senator McEwen said that a member of the Republican side advocated that housing is a public right. She didn't say who that member was, so I do not know who she was referring to, but potentially, since I had spoken on this, potentially she was referring to me. And if that indeed is the conclusion, if that's Senator McEwen's conclusion from my remarks, that's why I wanted to correct the record. In no way did I ever say that housing was a human right. I do say, and I strongly stress, that housing is critically important. As I've said twice now on this floor, it is critically important. But being critically important is different than a right. And here's why I want to make this distinction very clear to clear up any potential confusion. A right is inherent. We have a right to our belief in religion. We have a right to speech. We have a right to peacefully assemble. We have a whole host of rights. If you look at that list, just those three I listed, religion, peacefully assemble, and speaking out against the government, freedom of speech. None of those require anything from anybody else. They are inherent. I can engage in those activities without a demand from anybody else. That's what a right is. When it comes to housing, making my comments clear for a potential mischaracterization on this amendment, to the amendment, housing, in order to build a house, requires labor from somebody and requires building materials. Building materials need funding, and labor is required in order to build. A right cannot exist by having to forcefully confiscate somebody's labor and force them to build that house for you. We call forceful labor slavery. We do not believe in slavery in this body. I believe that not a single person in this body believes in slavery. But in order to be a right, in order to have housing as a right, anybody who advocates that, they are by natural extension suggesting that we can force somebody with the skill set of house building to build a house for somebody else. That's why it can't be a right. Very important? Yes. Critically important? Yes. A basic fundamental foundation for everything else we do and engage in our activities? Yes. But a right? No. Because we don't believe in slavery, we can't confiscate somebody's labor and force them to build something for us, nor can we confiscate the building materials required in order to force that to provide something. With that, Mr. President, I hope that clears up any mischaracterization that I or any other member suggested that it is a right. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I actually visited the proposed building for the Rise Up Center, the old YWCA. We couldn't fit it on the bonding tour, but I was very, very impressed with their plans. We toured the entire building. It was all about training in the trades. They've gotten support from SEIU, Carpenters, Luna, the building trades, as well as the AFL-CIO. They're looking at apprenticeship programs for high-rise window cleaners and all kinds of training in the trades. We know we have a workforce shortage issue. They're reaching out to new Americans and formerly incarcerated people and people of color, and it's to really serve the whole state. It's not, it's for the workforce of the whole state. So I think it's a great project, and I just urge that people keep it in the bill. Thank you so much.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Intriguing discussion and a very interesting topic. Members, we're seeing here another nonprofit organization, actually a collection or consortium of, I think, 5 different nonprofit organizations under another nonprofit organization called Tending the Soil. They are also an association, a lobbying organization that has filed with the Minnesota Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board. They have 5 different lobbyists, Hannah Abdelhamid, Sean Burke, Elizabeth Doyle, Maureen O'Connell, and Patricia Torres-Ray are the 5 lobbyists. They're all registered. They seem to be active currently. Is this a conflict of interest, Mr. President? I'm wondering if somebody would yield. Would Senator Pratt yield?
Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt, this organization, Tending the Soil, which Senator Lucero talked about, their mission, kind of their Marxist language that they have on part of their website, and it seems they call capitalism toxic. Really seems to be some real very sharp beliefs in what they're doing and saying. Certainly not very friendly to freedom, but that's not what I'm asking about. This organization has 5 lobbyists under one association umbrella. The name on the campaign finance board of the association is called Tending the Soil. They link from the campaign finance board directly to tendingthesoil.org, which is the Tending the Soil organization website that I found in a Google search. So, Mr. President, Senator Pratt, is there a conflict with us giving money to an organization that has these characteristics? I'm still trying to work through this and understand it better.
Members, just remember we're on the A62 amendment to the amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski. I think you bring up an interesting point in the fact that as we've had these political underleanings with tending the soil, it seems to me that there is a possibility of political activity going on in this building as has been laid out. Clearly, the organization, the overlying organization, has been politically active, registered with the Campaign Finance Board with a former member as one of their registered lobbyists, I think makes it an interesting conundrum. Senator Drazkowski, I don't know if it's specifically against our rules, but I sure think there's a concern with the influence that Tending the Soil has in this body with some of the members, and I would hope that members would disclose under Senate Rule 56 any conflicts of interest that they might have with that organization.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Well, you know, the first thing that comes to mind, too, is we've got 5 different lobbyists here. Lobbyists make campaign contributions to candidates, legislative candidates oftentimes. I haven't had a chance to check into the contributions of these 5 lobbyists, but members, our name is Tending the Soil. Mr. President, would Senator Rasmussen yield for a question?
Senator Rasmussen will yield. He will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Senator Rasmussen, what are your thoughts about Tending the Soil? They're an association, a lobbying organization registered with the Campaign Finance Board, 5 lobbyists. The proposal in front of us that the bill has is to give them $9 million of taxpayer money. I just see a really murky quagmire here, but I'm wondering if you can shed some light with kind of your opinion or take about the appropriateness and potential for conflicts of interest with this very large appropriation and what it could mean for how this place runs itself ethically in the future.
Members, I just want to remind us that the business that's before the body is the A62 amendment to the amendment. I'm gently reminding us because it appears that we're going a little beyond the Draheim amendment to the amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jaskowski. My principal concern with this is that we aren't able to get a guarantee that political activity is not going to be taking place in this facility. And I think I have a real problem, and I think Minnesotans would have a real problem with their tax dollars going to build a building that's going to be used to perhaps campaign for certain candidates for elected office. And I think it's the right of those organizations, if they would like to go out and campaign, endorse candidates, to do so as long as they have filed the necessary disclosures and are campaigning in a legal way. However, I think it is inappropriate for us to be earmarking money for organizations that do engage in political activity as a part of their course of business. And so that's my prime concern here is that this money could be effectively subsidizing political campaigns.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Rasmussen. I mean, my spidey sense is really certainly triggered by this. It doesn't seem that it seems that there's a lot of potential for problems down the road, and so I like Senator Draheim's amendment and his amendment to the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I think that would, if we go in Senator Draheim's direction, it would be a much more purposeful use of the funds, which match with the intended use of the funds that are outlined in the bill and the spirit of the bill. I'm concerned about the political activity as well. I'm going to do some more research, but members, I encourage Senator to support Senator Draheim's amendments.
Members, the last voice that we'll hear is from Senator Draheim, and then we're going to vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A62. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for the discussion. And I am a little taken back at one of the newer members' comments about Republicans and housing. I think everybody in this room that's been here longer than 2 years knows that I've been a broken record on housing for 8 years. Because I do truly believe it is the great equalizer. Members, we already have programs to do what this political nonprofit says they're going to do. We have a nice letter here. Senator Dibble handed out, thank you, supporting the project. And, you know, I see the AFL-CIO, and it reminds me of my dad, who was very active in this union. And I bet if I asked him, the son of an immigrant, what's more important? A political nonprofit building to do programs that we already do across the state, or give them the option to support home ownership or residential or multifamily housing I know what he would say. He would say housing. So, members, we have a choice here with the amendment to the amendment, the A62. We can either support a home for a political nonprofit with 5 lobbyists, or try to reduce the price of housing for the next generation. Please support the A62.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A62 Draheim Amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes. The amendment to the amendment, which is the A62, is not adopted. Members, we are on the underlying A58. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the underlying A58, I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions before I go to the author of the underlying amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim, we're on the A58.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll attack it at a little different angle and offer the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A68, which is the amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A68.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A58 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A68 amendment, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is real close to the last amendment that didn't quite make it. It was real close. The purpose of this amendment is to increase the supply of workforce and affordable owner-occupied multifamily or single-family housing throughout Minnesota. Members, we just had the big discussion. I won't drag on the discussion, but I think it's a good program. It does help all our communities across the whole state. I think if you would talk to your cities, they definitely would support the A68 amendment to the amendment.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would respectfully ask members to vote no on the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
And I see that we have roll call on the board. Was there roll call requested on the A68?
Roll call requested, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask for a no vote on this. As much, again, as I would like to have $9 million more in my budget target, it is in the labor budget target, not the housing budget target, and we should vote this down.
Any other discussions before I go to the author of the A68 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port, for your comments. Once again, pretty straightforward, members. What's a higher priority? A home for a political nonprofit or housing for working Minnesotans across the state? Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A68 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Members, as a gentle reminder, we're in the middle of a vote and we're not supposed to be at each other's desks having a conversation. All members having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying amendment. Senator Draheim.
Mr. President, we are getting closer with each amendment to the amendment. So I would like to offer the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A69 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A69 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A58 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1, after line 4, insert. This is the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A69, which is an amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obvious the majority does not like my housing amendments to the amendment, so we'll try something a little different. We're going to try to reallocate funds to infrastructure for mobile home parks. Members, it is storm season. This could be used for a shelter and a mobile home park or any other infrastructure that is needed in a lot of these mobile home parks that were built in the 60s and 70s. And just like we heard in the senior project from Senator Port that's in her bill, these are a lot of times people on very limited income, and the park just can't afford to charge enough for that infrastructure. This would help it. This would prioritize their homes over a political nonprofit. Please vote green.
Senator Port to the A69 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, again, I ask you to vote no on this. Once again, the $9 million pulled out of this is not in the housing budget target, and I ask us to please vote this down.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim, any final comments? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A69 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment, which is the A69, is not adopted. Members, we are now on the underlying A58 amendment. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one last try. We just need one or two people to switch over, and I think this is the amendment to do it. It is the E77, Mr. President.
Senator Draheim offers the A77 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A77 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A58 amendment to House File Number 5242 as follows. Page 1 after line 4, insert. This is the A77 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A77, the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a bill that was actually carried by Senator McEwen, and I believe Senator Pappas, Senator Dietzick, Senator Abler, and Senator Bolden were co-authors on the underlying bill when it was originally introduced. And members, it provides funding to replace lead drinking water service lines. So my wish, Mr. President, is that someone in the majority party will prioritize clean drinking water for our kids over a building for a political nonprofit. So once again, members, lead drinking water service line replacement over a building for a political nonprofit. Please vote green.
Members, we're on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A77. Senator Port. Or Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to take this as this is a very important issue to me, and both of these bills are very near and dear to my heart, including the bill that gave the source for this amendment to the amendment that we are hearing. At this time, I respectfully ask for a no vote. I'd like to seek out another path for that. As we know, we passed some excellent legislation last year, beginning the full-scale replacement of all residential lead service lines in Minnesota, and we hope to keep building on that year by year. But at this time, this project is really important. So I respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment to the amendment, and I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to request that you find this amendment out of order. I refer to Rule 7.4, Paragraph 3. This would represent a change in appropriation transfer revenue to an agency that was not in the bill as it was reported to the floor of the Senate.
Senator Dibble raises a point of order pursuant to Rule 7.4. I believe it is. Any advice? Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge you to rule the Senator Dibble's point of order well taken. It does move the money from this bill to an agency that is not represented in this bill.
Give me one moment and I'll come right back. The point of order from Senator Dibble is well taken. Members, Senator Draheim, that was your last amendment, is that correct? We're on the A58, the underlying amendment. And there's a roll call that was requested, roll call that was granted. The secretary would take the roll on the A58 amendment. Senator Umu verbatim. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 35 noes. The A58 Draheim amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen. Oh, are we going to Senator Duckworth?
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. The change is my fault. I'd like to offer the A147, please.
Senator Duckworth offers the A147 amendment, and the secretary will report the A147.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 224 after line 29, insert. This is the A147 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A147 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief as I've had conversations with Senator Port about this one. She's been very helpful. I'm hopeful it'll be a friendly amendment. As it stands right now in current state statute, a homeowners association cannot pass restrictions or covenants that would prevent one of the homeowners or occupiers to fly either the United States flag or the state of Minnesota. This amendment would add the POW MIA flag to that list as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port, to the A147 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the A147 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A147 is adopted. Now, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A34.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A134 amendment.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mr.
the
President.
A34
34.
amendment. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. The Secretary will report the A34 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 209 after line 2, insert. This is the A34 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A34 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The cost of housing is a big issue across the state of Minnesota. And I hear from especially young families all the time about the challenges that they have to get into a starter home. And one of the challenges that young families or anyone else looking to buy a home, build a home, they can sometimes face are government mandates that add substantial cost and effectively outlaw affordable housing in their area, outlaws the opportunity to get into that starter home, to build that starter home. And so the A34 amendment is a pro-free market, pro-property rights amendment that would make sure that cities cannot require aesthetic requirements on new housing that gets built. Some cities require that there's a brick exterior, that you need to have a 3-car garage, or certain type of roofing. And what that does is that can add tens of thousands of dollars to the cost of building a new home. And I think there's an economic argument to be made for this, Mr. President, but I also view it as economic redlining, where you effectively have certain cities that are saying, unless you can afford to build a really expensive home, you can't live here. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that respects property rights, and it certainly doesn't help Minnesota meet the housing crisis that we have. And so I would encourage support for the A34. Let's make sure that we can help Minnesota families get on that rung to property ownership.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for bringing this. Over the last year, I've spent a lot of time in conversations around this. I think it's a critical conversation that we need to continue to have. I consider this to be a friendly amendment, and hope people will vote to continue to have this conversation.
Senator Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just raise my voice in support of this amendment. This is a great amendment. The good senator from Fergus Falls absolutely hit the nail on the head, if I can be punny on the floor. This is adding cost to housing. It is taking away people's ability to have unique features on their own houses or build them in a way that meets their needs instead of the needs of an aesthetic feel. And so this is a great amendment. I hope people will support it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the A34 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A34 is adopted. Any other amendments from you, Senator Rasmussen? Senator Drazkowski, I believe you're next up on the list.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the A64 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves the A64 amendment. The Secretary will report the A64 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 230 after line 29, insert. This is the A64 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A64 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment addresses the potential for fraud and abuse in the Article 13 that deals with expediting rental assistance. Members, a number of us on the Legislative Audit Commission heard about rent help here in Minnesota, and I was just trying to review some of that audit, which we heard late last year, and there were a lot of problems with it. There were in this, by the way, in that, and I did see that in this program, they are attempting to emulate the self-attestation rather than actually having an application process that verifies the eligibility of the individuals who are applying for these programs. And they found a large degree of incongruity between the eligibility that was self-attested in the sampling that they took. There were 13 out of 31 applications in their sample that were wrong and that were not accurate, and you can run the percentages on that, Mr. President, but you're approaching 50% there of them that were not accurate with the rent help experience. Now, this was, I remember the audit, Mr. President, and this was the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency's first run through, because it happened during COVID, and they distributed $500 million through this rent help program. And so they quickly assembled the guidelines for it, and as I mentioned, the legislative audit found a lot of problems, and they had some recommendations for the agency if they do this again, which they are here. That's a similar type of program with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And so this amendment would provide that we would insert on page 230 after line 29 a requirement that the commissioner provide an analysis for each recommendation on the eligibility or on the ability, excuse me, of the agency to prevent fraud in payments and non-fraudulent but erroneous payments. So those were the two categories, Mr. President, that I do remember too from the rent help program. But we need to shore this up and help the agency get it right so that we aren't having widespread fraud and erroneous distribution of taxpayers' money like we did in the rent help program. I encourage your support for the amendment. We need to report the amendment, Mr. President.
We reported
it. Okay. I do have an amendment to the amendment that I'd like to offer. It is the A65 amendment, if we could report that one.
Senator Jaskowski offers the amendment to the amendment, which is A65, and the Secretary will report the A65 Jaskowski amendment to the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A64 amendment to House File number 5242 as follows. Page 1 after line 7, insert. This is the A65 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski to your A65 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would actually provide that the commissioner cannot make recommendations that would increase the risk of fraudulent or erroneous payments. As I mentioned, the agency in the rent help program that distributed over $500 million throughout a couple of years throughout Minnesota, that those were the two categories that came up as areas we need to address. I do not see them addressed in this section, which, members, is the last section in this 231-page bill. And so this would provide that we do the proper verification and then make certain that the agency does the work to not give out taxpayer money that is fraudulent or given to the wrong person or to someone who is ineligible. So I encourage your support for the amendment to the amendment. Ask for a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in case it wasn't, could I ask for a roll call on the underlying bill as underlying amendment as well?
We will notify that once we get there. Roll call requested,
you.
roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The programs that are covered in this section of the bill are FHPAP, EA, and EGA, all of which are either state or federal programs that require significant oversight, provided both by the agency as well as the everyday providers who do this, mostly our counties and nonprofits who do this work across our state. These are recommendations only that they are bringing to us, and it is our job as the legislature to continue to vet those and ensure that they are the kinds of recommendations we would hope to move forward with. I believe we should, trust the agencies and the administrators who run these programs to bring us recommendations that would actually assist in keeping people in their homes through a crisis, which is what these programs are made for.
Any other discussion before we go back to the author of the A65 amendment to the amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I want to stand in support of the amendment. You know, Mr. President, we were just told that we need to trust the agencies to vet these procedures. We've had several legislative auditor reports say that agencies are not following the basic guidelines that we've already set for them. And what happened was we ended up with one of the largest fraud cases in the country in feeding our futures. And had it not been for the U.S. Attorney, I don't know that we would have found that on our own. And I think what Senator Drazkowski's amendment is doing is really bringing in basic financial controls. Let's make sure that we're not making mistakes. Let's make sure we're not giving away fraudulent payments. It's simple. And it's beyond me to understand why anyone in this chamber would say that the commissioner should not offer recommendations that will increase fraud or increase errors. We should be encouraging, we should be requiring those controls be in place so we don't have these legislative auditor reports come through time after time. This is just a really common sense amendment, members, and I vote yes. I encourage a yes vote.
Any other discussion on the A65 before I go to the author for the last word? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, any additional comments?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. And I heard Senator Port's discussion, and Senator Port, the rent help money was a federal money as well. And there's widespread problems in the agency. The agency's no good at this. They said it themselves in the audit overview. They aren't good at it. They haven't done it before. They don't know how. And we've got them giving out more money. I've got the audit in front of me here. It says, based on a review, Minnesota Housing did not pay the correct amount of rental assistance in 5 of 31 paid applications. So 1/6, members, of the applications, 1/6 of them were the wrong amount. What is that as a percentage? 16% or 14%? 16% of them were the wrong amount. Overpayment of $2,735, overpayment of $775, net overpayment of $244, net overpayment of $131, net overpayment of at least $19. This agency is inept at giving out taxpayer monies in these programs. And we have the majority here with this bill saying, oh, no problem, they can continue to do it nilly-willy because apparently there's some oversight out there that, the legislative auditor wasn't aware of, that we're not aware of, but these machinations that we can just trust that things are going to turn out okay, just pass the bill. Just pass the bill and give the money out. That's what we're hearing, members. We need to have some accountability in our agency, members. If we don't, why did the people in Minnesota send us here? Members, I encourage your support for the amendment and amendment to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A65 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. I need one. There's Matthews. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 34 noes. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We are now on the underlying amendment. We're on the A64. A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Senator Jaskowski, any last minute words on your A64?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, the body just defeated an amendment that would have prohibited the commissioner, the agency, from giving away money that was fraudulent or erroneous. So that's what the majority just voted for. They voted for the ability for the agency to give away fraudulent or erroneous money to applicants. Now, the underlying amendment says we should at least have the commissioner provide an analysis. At least have the commissioner think about, when they're designing their program, how to avoid erroneous or fraudulent payments. So, members, a green vote says we want the commissioner to at least think about how to avoid erroneous or fraudulent payments. A red vote means we don't care about that, and they can go ahead making erroneous and fraudulent payments. I encourage your support for this very common sense amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A64 underlying amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Morrison votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A64 Jaskowski Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment is the A66 amendment. I move that at this point, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A66 amendment. The secretary will report the A66 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 230, line 31, after recommendations, insert. This is the A66 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski to your A66 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd ask for roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted.
And Mr. President, the A66 amends the part of Section 4 of Article 13 of the bill, which is on lines 231 and 232. The bill directs the agency to prepare recommendations by January 1st of 2025 and then turn around and adopt any recommendations by July 1st of 2025. This amendment would actually say that they would report the recommendations to the chairs of the ranking minority members of the legislative committees having jurisdiction over housing, finance, and policy, and then require the adopted recommendations to happen after the legislature has made law in order to give the proper legislative direction. I encourage your support for the amendment, my third very common sense amendment in a row, and I'm hoping the third time's a charm. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port to the A66 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since most of this is already in the bill, I can take this as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A66? Seeing none, you okay with me going forward? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A66 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A66 is adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A35.
Senator Lucero offers the A35 amendment. The secretary will report the A35 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 209 after line 2, insert. This is the A35 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A35 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that I have been receiving an incredible amount of feedback on via email, social media messages, people reaching out to me, phone calls, not just in my community, from around the state, is a topic that I think every single member in here can probably identify with, and that is homeowners associations. The complaints that I've received, the frustrations that people have expressed is across the board. And what this amendment is seeking to do is to put some long overdue controls in place to a few areas. In my opinion, and I think in the opinions of many members here, I've spoken to multiple people sharing a similar frustration of homeowners associations, otherwise known as HOAs for short. And it's been far too long. So let me just briefly describe some of the provisions that this amendment is addressing. One of them is prohibiting a conflict of interest. In some of the phone calls I've been having, and in fact, in one phone call in particular, it was over an hour. And it was a contractor explaining how obviously I'm not going to summarize, or I won't go into all the details in an hour conversation or over an hour, but some of the examples that were being described to me were members of the board and or the property management company that the HOA board contracted with, then also own a subcontracting company. So a property management company that also owns or is closely affiliated with or has ties to a subcontractor. Do you think there's a conflict of interest there? 100%. And if a storm comes through and there's hail damage to siding or roofing, is there a strong concern if that property management company just so happens to select the contractor that they also own or are affiliated with to perform the work? That is happening, members. And so one of the provisions in this is to prohibit that conflict of interest. Another provision deals with putting limitations around contract renewals and the automatic contract renewals and notification period, so that a property management company can't just have this ongoing without some accountability in terms of contract renewals. Another provision deals with compensation is not a function of fees. Property management companies that might be hired by the board can't be compensated or have any kind of a contract that their compensation is a function of fees that might be assessed to people that may have parked 3 inches outside their parking space, for example. Another provision grants civil liability in that regard. Another provision puts a maximum cap on the fines that can be assessed to homeowners that might be in the association. Another provision in this amendment sets requirements for the process to approve or deny changes for different elements or characteristics that might be requirements or prohibitions for the homeowner themselves as part of a homeowners association. Another provision prohibits parking enforcement on public roads that are maintained by a local government. I'm coming to the end here. Another provision, this is on page 11, deals with non-retaliation. Putting non-retaliation there, and that actually is the last of the provisions in this amendment. So again, it's been far too long, and one of the trends that I've been seeing is you can imagine of all the property management companies that exist in Minnesota. As time is going on, you have mom and pop shops, smaller property management companies, but then you have these larger property management companies. And in my conversations, the trend that I've noticed is there are just a handful of these larger property management companies that are purchasing up these smaller mom and pop shops. So there's a consolidation effect happening within the property management company industry, which in and of itself isn't bad. But with lack of controls in place in many of these areas, it has an adverse impact to transparency and accountability. And so you have a handful of these larger property management companies that many of these homeowners associations are dealing with. And then there is that, and it's a term that I've heard in many conversations during this last couple sessions in regards to tenants and landlords, and that is a power imbalance. Most of these homeowners associations, they're just volunteer positions. They're just people that are residents. They're on the board volunteering. They're not professionals in this. And that creates an imbalance when it comes to dealing with these property management companies, a handful of them, because the contracts are written, obviously, as an incredible imbalance, and it is clear conflicts of interest, abuse, just something that we need to address. So with that, members, I hope to gain your support, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero, for bringing this up. This is something you and I have talked about over the course of this year. I think it's a very real issue that we need to take a deep look at. It's why we are doing an informational hearing in our committee, and why I believe it does deserve the full hearing that it deserves, both in my committee, but also we would not have primary jurisdiction over this. It would be a judiciary bill. And should go to the Judiciary Committee as well. And so for that reason, members, I ask for no vote, so it can go through the proper committee process next year, be given a full hearing that this conversation really deserves.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I would echo what Senator Port has had to say. There's certainly some things that are worthy of discussing here. But there are some specifically authorized remedies that are in this amendment. So I think this is something that is worthy of a full committee hearing. It's hard to go through all of the stuff here on this, 12-page amendment to give it proper vetting on the floor. So I would support Senator Port's recommendation that we vote no on it today. But we'll certainly be willing to take a look at it in Judiciary next year.
Any other discussion on the A35 before we go to the author of the amendment at the last voice before we vote? Senator Lucero. Were you going to say something, Senator McQuaid?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please identify your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did the good senator from Burnsville raise a germane point of order to the bill, or are we just going to vote on the amendment?
Well, to your question, even though that's not the right way to do that, there was no point of order raised around germaneness. Seeing no other discussion, Senator Lucero. As the last voice we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I appreciate the remarks from both Senator Latz and Senator Port. I look forward to that informational hearing. I suspect this will go down, but this is an important issue, and again, I look forward to, if this is defeated, I sincerely look forward to the bipartisan conversations in those hearings, both this year, hopefully informational, and then next year through Senator Latz's committee. Thank you so much.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A35 amendment. Members, please vote. And Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 34 ayes and 33 noes. The A35 is adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A44.
Senator Lucero offers the A44. The secretary will report the A44.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 224, after line 29, insert. This is the A44 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A44.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is dealing with rent control. Rent control does nothing more than reduce supply and prevent housing providers from being able to collect the amount of rent necessary when costs are rising at a rate faster than those stipulations in rent control. We've seen this exact same thing happen in St. Paul after they enacted it. The amount of supply stagnated because builders were not interested. Any conversations of rent control have an adverse impact on the supply of housing. They create they make housing more scarce, which results in higher prices, the exact opposite of what needs to happen, higher prices in other areas that may not be enacting those rent control. Rent control is bad. I encourage a green vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion on the A44 amendment? Senator Port.
Sorry, Mr. President, just taking a look at it here.
Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to make a point of order that the amendment proposed is not germane to this bill or to the committee under Rule 35.1. This belongs in state and local government.
Senator Port raises a point of order pursuant to Rule 35.2. Sub 1. Got it. 35.1. Any advice? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope that a point of order would not be called, but since it has, I will withdraw this amendment.
The A44 is withdrawn. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A36.
Senator Lucero offers the A36. The secretary will report the A36.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 209, after line 2, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A36.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am on a number of feeds receiving information from housing trends across the country because housing, again, is an issue that's impacting many states. One of the suggestions that I've seen in this feed is working to incentivize the construction of new housing. What this amendment is seeking to do is just that. It's an idea I got from a feed that's being discussed in some other states to incentivize construction, which increases supply. And this would allow for material that's used in the construction of residential housing to receive and qualify for a sales tax refund. So effectively, the sales taxes from the building materials.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry to interrupt my committee lead here, but I would like to make a point of order under Rule 35.1, Subdivision 2. This is a tax bill, and I have great respect for our tax chair and would not want to impede on her jurisdiction.
Point of order has been raised under Rule 35.2. Any advice?
Advice, Mr. President?
Advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. My advice would be to you and to Senator Port is potentially, if I had finished my comments, I may have been withdrawing this amendment and not having to raise a point of order, but that would be my advice to you. So with that, I will withdraw the A36.
The A36 is withdrawn. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A38.
Senator Lucero offers the A38 amendment. The Secretary will report the A38.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 209 after line 2, insert. This is the A38 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A38 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be right up front. This is a tax-related amendment. So what the A36 or the A38 is seeking to do, it's another, again, it's an idea. It's just trying to float these ideas and get them out into the public sphere that there are ideas to incentivize. In this case, it's incentivizing at a different angle. One of the things that is happening is we may have heard the trend, the golden handcuffs. And what that is referring to is there's the natural order of people when they change houses. There's the first-time home buyer. And then generally speaking, after approximately 5 to 7 years after they've had a child or two, their family grows, they then move from the first-time home buyer or first-time home into their move-up home. And then from a move-up home, they may go again, or they may stay in that home for 30 years. But eventually that, under the natural order of things, they become empty nesters, and then they may downsize from their move-up home into a condo, a townhouse, a smaller type of unit. But what's happened is we've noticed with the golden handcuffs is because we came from an era of incredibly low interest rates, there are people that are not moving. Those people that normally may have, they are empty nesters and moved down to, they would have downsized, but if they downsize, they'd be paying a much higher interest rate, and therefore they're staying in that home, which is preventing somebody in the first-time home from moving to the move-up home, and then preventing somebody from wanting to purchase their first-time home, if that makes sense. And so this is trying to create that angle of incentivizing sellers by raising the cap, Mr. President and Senator Rest. Under law right now, the first $250,000 of gain for a single person is tax-free on the sale of a primary residence, and the first $500,000 of gain on the sale of the primary residence is tax-free. This is seeking to bump that up, double it in each of those categories. But with that, Mr. President, I look forward to conversations next year, and I will withdraw the A38.
The A38 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Lucero.
I have 2 remaining amendments. The next one I will offer is the A37.
Senator Lucero offers the A37, and the Secretary will report the A37 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 224 after line 29, insert. This is the A37 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A37.
Thank you, Mr. President. This deals with squatting, trespassing. We've seen these examples of people that are taking over people's homes. We spoke about this briefly on another bill in this body here a few weeks ago. And this amendment, the A37, is seeking to give power back to the homeowner who has had a criminal trespass onto their property and is denying somebody the use and enjoyment of their private property. It should not take months to reclaim one's property that they rightfully own, and I'm hoping that people will support the A37.
The A37 is before the body. Senator Port, or is there someone else?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise under a point of order under 35.2. That this is to a substantially different subject. This is a tenants bill in 504B, which is not in the jurisdiction of the Housing Committee, but is in the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee.
Any advice?
Advice, Mr. President?
Senator Lucero.
I had my fingers crossed, but unfortunately the point of order was raised, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
The A37 is withdrawn. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one last amendment, and we'll give it a shot. The A153.
Senator Lucero offers the A153, and the Secretary will report the
Actually,
A153.
Mr. President, I'm just now noticing the A153 is an amendment to the amendment, so that motion that I just made is out of order because I just withdrew the underlying amendment. So with that, I guess I'm done.
Thank you, Senator Lucero. We'll now go to Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for a change of pace, I have an amendment that actually is germane to the bill. And I would move the A149.
Senator Abler offers the A149. The Secretary will report the A149.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 215, after line 10, insert. This is the A149 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your A149 amendment.
And thank you, Mr. President. To save Senator Klein from jumping up, I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Abler.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have discussed this topic a bit on the Human Services bill, and frankly, it wasn't really germane to that bill, and it belongs here, but the point was to try to call attention to a very real problem that's existing in some of our subsidized housing programs, in this case, Section 42. I do not claim to be an expert on that, but I can tell you that in the operations of this, there's a flexibility in terms of rental increases. It's already rent controlled. The index is the area median income, also known as AMI, and it's decided on by someone besides me, HUD or MHFA or somebody decides that, based upon what the wages have gone up. And so in past years, it's gone up as much as 12.8% through the whole COVID time when wages were just suddenly went up like $5 an hour overnight. And so that index was how much these Section 42 properties are allowed to raise their rent. There are many nonprofits, Mr. President, who decide to raise their rent 0 or 1%, very nominally, understanding the state of the condition of their residents. These are income-limited housing opportunities. I believe 44,000 is what I remember hearing, that you can't have income more than that. And many have income approaching 24,000 or even less. And so there's a good number of people that have joined these actually very nice buildings to look forward to being their final home, only realize that they're being priced out and they don't know what to do. One woman in particular, and I could give you many, many stories. I'll just tell you one that was just maybe you want to weep. This woman moved in at $1,000 a month maybe 5 years ago or so, and her rent was now $1,750, and she's making somewhere in the range of $2,000 a month and did not know how she was going to do anything. And so this amendment would actually seek to change the index from AMI to Social Security -1, which is actually a much more reasonable number. It is not that these properties are all privately funded with capital that someone has gone to earn. They are in many cases funded by two-thirds federal tax credits. And so there's, in my mind, quite a responsibility that these owners have to actually be reasonable to these tenants. On the for-profit side, that has often not been the case. The amendment that we had before was more broad. This carves out the nonprofits, and it's limited to senior housing. And so, Mr. President, They're probably watching today. They're trying to. It's amazing the amount of research these seniors have done. And just because you're a senior does not mean you don't know how to read anymore. And I'm impressed as I listen to dozens and dozens of these individuals talk about their research. And I won't burden you with the list of how many places there are because I can't find my glasses. But there's got to be, I don't know, 15 of these places at least. Probably more than that, just one company has 15. But they have stated out loud, why did you raise the rent 12.8%? Why do you raise it the max every time? Because we can. And Mr. President, I don't think it makes any sense to have properties subsidized this heavily by, well, taxpayers. Federal money is taxes, right? It certainly is. And then have these seniors be bound to be homeless or having to double up or go back and live with their daughter, which doesn't make either of those people happy. So, Mr. President, I would urge people to vote yes and hope we can give the relief that these individuals deserve in their senior years, and we can keep the promise we made as they moved into senior housing. It was supposed to be affordable to actually keep it affordable. It does not roll anything back. It's just prospective. But, Mr. President, this will make a great difference to at least several thousand, if not more, people in our great metro and across the state. Thank you.
Members, we're on the A149 amendment. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Abler, for bringing this amendment. This is a critically important issue in our communities, which is why we have in our bill a study to look at this and find out what the ways are that these different programs interact, Section 42, 4D. It is a complicated process that we need to do the due diligence on. I do think it is absolutely something that we cannot ignore, and I look forward to having the information from that study brought back to the legislature so that we can ensure that we protect our seniors in affordable housing, but do it in a way that is both good policy, but also that works for the long-term health of programs like Section 42 and 4D. And I'm not convinced that this is the way to do it. So I ask members for a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A149 amendment? Any final comments? Are you okay, Senator Abel? Am I missing someone? Senator Rest, I'm sorry. Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to express my appreciation to Senator Port for her thoughtful approach to these issues which concern us all. And I support her request for a no vote on this amendment and let the process that is in place in her bill go forward. Please vote no.
Any other discussion on the A149? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I sincerely appreciate Senator Abler's passion on this. I appreciate the comments from Senator Port. I appreciate the testifiers we've heard on in committee related to this issue, the conversations with many. This is a heartbreaking issue. There is no magic wand or immediate solution that we're going to have. But here's the reality. There are good people that have worked hard their entire life, that are on fixed incomes, Social Security or otherwise, and they're being subjected to the whims of what's happening in the market. And we need to have these brainstorming ideas and the study and these conversations, because good people are indeed getting hurt. And this is a component to lack of housing security. Because these seniors on fixed incomes who can't afford or are barely able to afford these ever-rising rents isn't fair. At the same time, we can't just wave the hand or the magic wand and say, here, we're going to lock in and have some kind of a pricing control that limits what rent can rise by and index it to cost of living increase -1 or whatever, because there's no association between that and the rising rents. The rising rents are being driven by the increased cost of labor, maintenance, the increased cost of property tax, the exploding cost of insurance, the increased cost of building supplies for those repairs, and other things. And I wish I had a solution just like that, but there isn't. So again, I appreciate Senator Abler's efforts and continued passion on this. I look forward to continuing to talk with Senator Port and the committee members, and as we continue to get the report back that is in the bill, seeing what we can do, because it's just not fair and good people are being hurt. So with that, thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we are on the A149. The last voice that we'll hear is that from Senator Abler, if he has anything else to say. Once he's finished, then we're going to take the vote. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, members. I just was surprised by Senator Port, and maybe I listened wrong. I've been married 43 years, and it's been very commonly mentioned that I didn't listen very well. So I don't fault her at all, and I just want to say I'm just kind of surprised. Nonetheless, I gave some serious comments before, but I'm going to tell you, these people are desperate. And I want to thank Senator Port for putting the study in. If she paid for that, if it costs money, thank you. And at least we've got that foothold. But I'm going to talk just a short time about the hopelessness these people feel. And, you know, you run across a family with no food, and you go like, hey, you haven't eaten for a couple of days, but, you know, I've got some friends who are going to be meeting about it next week and see what we can do to help you get some food. And they're like, okay, I guess maybe we'll still be here. How many times do we decide we're going to look into something when there's a possibility of a solution right on the horizon? And I appreciate the concerns of people who don't like this approach, and I don't include Senator Port with that. She's just doing her due diligence, and she has a job as a chair. And so, members, having been a chair 8 years, over the years, I understand I have a responsibility as a chair to keep a bill clean and say don't do this and don't do that. But I also, if you've noticed, we all have a right to cast our vote. And so, if this, well, whatever. So, Senator Lucero, there's profiting. And I don't mind that people profit from doing work and they invest their capital. And then there's profiteering. And there are companies in this niche that this amendment addresses that are absolutely profiteering. They don't need 12% to keep their places going. They don't need to max out. They don't need to charge for parking. They don't need to charge unfair numbers for utilities. And some of these companies do just that. And just so you know, one company of this cluster spends $240,000 a year for the last 3 years to lobby. And do you know what they lobby for, Mr. President? And this is nothing with Senator Port. They lobby to do something next year. And they lobby to make sure we don't find food for that family, and as it were. That's a metaphor. It's not true. They don't starve people. But they do take their money, and they do keep their money-making apparatus at work, because they are not driven by love of mankind. They're driven by love of money. And I don't mind somebody making a fair profit, but I do mind profiteering. And if this goes into the bill today, and I still pray it does, by people voting what they think is correct, it doesn't have to come back in this form. And after they give it due diligence in the conference committee, they can say, well, gee, what do you think about that? Maybe there's a way. Maybe we can tweak it up. These are words on paper. But I think these words on paper were written by these seniors who have sat and worked on this thing for 3 years while they watched their money go away, while they hoped to live in a house that they thought would be their life home. So, members, vote how you want. But please, if you would consider voting yes on this, I would be just very grateful about that. And I think with that, Mr. President, I could go longer, but I'm going to quit while I'm still coherent. So thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A149 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
I'm sorry?
Mr. President, Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Marty voted in person, I see. Sorry about that. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who decided to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the Abler A149 amendment is not adopted. Senator Hoffman wanted to speak before. After, are you okay? Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I just was going to rise in support of what the good senator from Anoka had been doing, because it is really a travesty what we're doing to our senior citizens that that depend upon some good, affordable housing. And so I was saying to support that. That's all I wanted to say, Mr. President. I appreciate you doing that. It was close, as you can see. Close enough for a drum roll if you're playing with, I don't know, somebody from Minneapolis.
And members, just remember, if you want to speak, you're more than welcome to speak, but please let's do it before the author of the amendment, because that is what we try to do. With that being said, I'm going to Senator Nelson for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A202 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A202 amendment. The Secretary will report the A202 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 222, delete Section 19. This is the A202 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment involves the state housing tax credit. Many of you will remember when we passed this in 2022 that it was celebrated as the largest investment in housing in a long period of time. I can't remember how much it was, how long at that point. But what's interesting is the key elements of that proposal, that new law, which was signed into law bipartisanly, great support, and was effective for tax year 2023. Although Minnesota Housing Finance couldn't manage to get out the requirements for it until December. But even with that, there was great interest in the Minnesota housing tax credit. I am extremely concerned that the bill before us today guts the value of that Minnesota housing tax credit. For example, the bill before us today removes the requirement that at least 10% of the financing for housing units must be located in a township or city with a population under 2,500. That is where we need some housing, workforce housing, affordable housing in our smaller communities. The bill in front of you guts that. Secondly, the bill in front of us today removes the requirement that 35% of the financing for housing for persons and families would be eligible if they had state median incomes under 50% or less of the area median income, That, members, that is called workforce housing. We saw up north where there had been some affordable housing, and when people found that they couldn't work and still qualify for the affordable housing. So the provision requiring or allowing those with incomes in the 50% or less of the area median income to qualify has been gutted from this bill, meaning it only is for those with 35% under median income. And lastly, members, at least 25% of the financing needed to be for single-family housing. Single-family housing. The best generational wealth builder was required in the state housing tax credit. And it is unbelievable that the bill before us today removes these important provisions. It strips out the support for townships, small cities under 2,500 population. It strips out the workforce housing qualification, and it strips out home ownership. I am shocked. So the amendment before us literally strikes out that language. It deletes section 19, which would return the state housing tax credit to, as it was passed bipartisanly, signed into law in 2022. I encourage a yes vote, and I will be asking for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rather than being very shocked by this, I wish Senator Nelson had come and asked me about this, because I agree with her, and I take this as a friendly amendment.
All right. Any other discussion? Senator Nelson, do you still want the roll call?
No, Mr. President, and thank you.
All those in favor of the A202 say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A202 is adopted. Members, let me just ask, are there any other amendments on this portion of the bill? This is the housing portion. I want to make sure that I've seen everyone and that everyone has had an opportunity before we go to the next portion of the bill. Seeing none, we'll now go to the transportation portion of the bill. Senator Dibble has already given us an overview, so my first question to Senator Dibble, as it was with Senator Port, do you have any amendments, Senator Dibble?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the A5 Dibble amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 5, line 9, after 4, insert trunk. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Dibble, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the A5 contains a few provisions, a number of them technical, a number of them taking some elements out of the bill, and then one picking up some changes that were made to a bill in the that's in the larger bill that has been changed since it came to the floor. So very quickly, it moves the language of Senate File 3094, Senator Uma Verbaten's plain language bill, which passed as a standalone and will be signed by the governor soon. It removes Senator Kupek's Senate File 4161 having to do with train lengths. It removes some language pertaining to some street definitions, a technical change having to do with something in Senator Mohammed's pedestrian malls bill. It incorporates the changes that were, the amendments that were made to Senate File 3250, Senator Herr's bill, previously known as open bidding. Now we're going to call it competitive bidding, having to do with deputy registrars. And then there are minor technical and grammatical changes to Senate File 4267, some more technical changes to the same-day driver's license pilots, which was added in finance, and then some additional revisers, technical, and clarity fixes. That's my amendment, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A5 amendment? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Dibble. We've worked on this together. That's nice to get some corrections that we've both inputted on. I consider this a friendly amendment, and I hope our members support the A5 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
All in favor of the A5 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A5 is adopted. Senator Dibble, any more amendments?
No, Mr. President, I'll stand for questions and further amendments. Thank you.
According to my list, I'm going to start going down my list. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This, I believe, is a friendly amendment. This is one we're working out with the stakeholders. I believe we have peace in the valley. It's really a technical correction with the auto dealers. With that, I'd offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 40, line 18, after the period, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that's been happening in the industry for a while. It's been creating some problems. It's when you trade in your car, the dealer keeps the original plates on there and does not transfer them. So when the new owner gets them, dealer may reinstate those plates and the old data gets put on. So the incorrect data is in the system. So what this does is make the auto dealer switch it over into their name. So I talked to Senator Dibble about this, and I hope he would consider it a friendly amendment.
Senator Dibble to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I consider the A1 amendment friendly.
All in favor of the A1 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A1 is adopted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A17 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A17. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 142, after line 26, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A17 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I believe this is some language that was similar to what Senator Dibble's language in the policy bill. It does add a piece to evaluate whether the costs of providing state fair transit by the suburban transit providers, whether or not they're meeting their cost, and directing the Met Council to do that report and requiring the suburban transit authorities to provide that information to the Met Council. Mr. President, this is an important line for many of our Minnesota residents as they go to the Great Minnesota Get-Together. We want to make sure that those that are giving them a ride are able to cover their costs.
Senator Dibble to the A17 Pratt amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, this is similar to language that was picked up in the policy bill, which we'll see back on the floor soon, but it does add a discussion on the true cost of service for the opt-outs. I think that part is definitely worth having a conversation and some analysis. I consider the A17 friendly. Thank you, Mr. President.
All those in favor of the A17, say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the A17, say no. The motion prevails. The A17 is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A28 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A28 amendment. The Secretary will report the A28.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 90, delete Section 86. This is the A28 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A28.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. This talks about the zero-emission bus language that was in the bill. I don't believe we've been very beneficial with mandates here at the legislature. So what this does is make it a goal instead. I understand the other body has adopted this in the language by the DFL chair, I believe, I'm pretty sure. And with that, I hope it's a friendly amendment and hope Senator Dibble would take it as a friendly.
Senator Dibble to the A28 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that this was picked up by the other body, and I'm not necessarily opposed, but I would like to hear from Senator McEwen and her response, given that this initiative was taken into the bill under her leadership. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, your thoughts on the A28 amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators Dibble and Jasinski, for this discussion. I'm not opposed to this at this point. I'm not necessarily, I got to look at it a little bit longer to see how I am going to ultimately come down on these changes, but for the purposes of our work here today, I don't have any strong opposition. Thank you.
Those in favor of the A28 amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A28 is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going along with friendly amendments, I think I have one more. This is one I've also worked with Senator Dibble on. We worked with some stakeholders. With that, I'd offer the A2 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 66 after line 4, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what this does is we have a lot of firms that construct manufactured homes here in Minnesota, especially western Minnesota. As part of the existing law, when they transport one of those homes, or half of the homes many times, down the freeway, they are required to have one state patrol officer and one other escort. So they'd have two escorts. What this language does, it says if the state patrol is not available to do it, that a third-party escort could do that. I've heard from the stakeholders that there is peace on the valley with the State Patrol Union. So again, this is an important thing. These manufacturing homes have a big demand. They're located in western Minnesota, and there's obviously we know there's a workforce issue with some of our State Patrol having enough officers. So again, this has a request. It has to try with the State Patrol. If they're unsuccessful getting a State Patrol escort, then they can revert to having two other escorts without the State Patrol being there, and I'd ask for your support.
Senator Dibble to the A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Jasinski's work and checking in with the State Patrol to make sure this was agreeable to them, which it is. I would regard the A2 friendly, even though this is a late breaker, but I understand late breakers. We didn't have a chance to hear this, but we'll bring it into conference, and if we need to have more discussion, we will. Thank you, Mr. President.
All those in favor of the A2 amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A2 is adopted. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have the A14 amendment.
Senator Lang offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, delete Sections 2 and 3. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Lang to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get to that, I think I'd just like to publicly thank Chair Dibble for all the bipartisan work that we've done on the transportation bill. I think we have one of the softer committees when it comes to some of the bickering to do amongst ourselves. So I do appreciate that, Senator. Mr. President, during the last couple of weeks here, we had a bill come up in the Transportation Committee that I was a little bit skeptical and worried about when it wasn't as the red light traffic cameras. During the course of the hearing, I actually became more and more concerned about that. This is something that Minnesota has attempted to do in the past, and in 2007, an early attempt, was known as photocop back then. conflicted with state law. So the Supreme Court ruled on it, and there was realistically what ended up happening is it wasn't consistent with Minnesota law. So what this bill did, and Senator Mohammed was the author of the bill, it changed state law so that we could have a pilot program within the state of the city of Minneapolis. Mr. President, I would say that this, the way that this bill has come together, it's fraught with problems. It truly is. The ACLU has stood against this. I would assume that this would put us in some sort of a quandary with both the Supreme Court and some statutes, some legal challenges as we go forward. The ACLU stated at one point in time that the ordinance presumes that the owner of the vehicle is photographed as guilty and then puts burden on the owner to prove that he or she was not the driver. That is what it says in this current bill as well. There's also some issues during committee was discussed that we do not have licensed peace officers are the people that are be handing these tickets out. It would be agents of a third-party hired group, much like meter enforcement individuals. So, Mr. President, if Senator Mohammed would yield to us to a couple questions.
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. If you could, just for the body, just to bring a little bit of context into this, if you could go over the fines associated with the red light camera bill.
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lang. The first time someone speeds over the limit or passes a red light, the first citation that they get is a warning. The second one, the individual can opt into a traffic safety course or pay a $40 fine. And the third one is $80. And members, this bill is not meant to be punitive. It is meant to change behavior. And in other states that have done similar policies to this, we have seen traffic fatalities go down.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. So if she would, just one more question, she would continue to yield.
Senator Mohammed, will you continue to yield? She will continue to yield. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the way that the bill works, like Senator Mohammed said, the first infraction is a warning. The second infraction is a $40 fine, and the third infraction is an $80 fine. The issue with that, and if you would all look, there is a rather recent NPR article that goes online, and it quotes the Minneapolis Vision Zero program coordinator, Ethan Foley, who spoke to us during committee. And Mr. Foley was quoted as saying, "It's like a parking ticket. It cannot be the grounds for arrest or losing your driver's license, even if you never pay the ticket." So the question I would ask Senator Mohammed, what are the incentives to pay these fines? Could a person be arrested or detained under this law?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, a person cannot be detained or fined for speeding over the limit or passing a red light.
Senator Lang.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. I kind of put two questions in on that. So just to reiterate the last one, if she would continue to yield, is what are the incentives to pay?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Lang.
What are the incentives? Thank you, Mr. President. What are the incentives to pay these fines?
Senator Mohammed.
I think the incentive for implementing this policy for the people of Minnesota is that it will change behavior in terms for the individual who is speeding over the limit or breaking the law. I think the incentive for them is to be more cognizant when they're driving on our roads and for them to know that that there is a camera there and that they will be fined if they do pass over the limit.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the problem I see here, Mr. President and members, is that there's no incentive to pay these fines. There's no incentive to change your habits because it takes people in the public very little time to realize what we're doing here on the floor. It takes them very little time to realize that these traffic cameras, when they're placed, well, when they're placed in the city of Minneapolis or in a random city throughout the state that they don't have to pay the fine because it doesn't go on their driving record. It won't change habits. The only thing that will happen is people will be pictured breaking the law. So, Mr. President, I think this is an issue that could be solved with police officers and should be solved with police officers, so we're not running into any legal issues. And, Mr. President, I would ask for a green vote and a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a no vote. I appreciate the conversation and I appreciate the concerns articulated by Senator Lang. I think Senator Mohammed has done a really fantastic job of addressing a number of the issues that have been raised at the numerous committee stops that this bill has been through. And you heard a little description, and then she's going to offer an amendment shortly, and it's going to change the program in a few key ways. I'll let her describe those when she offers her amendment. But the bottom line, Mr. President, is that road fatalities have gone up dramatically across the state, and a key reason for those are the kinds of collisions that we see at intersections from red light running. In particular, we know how dangerous work zones are for those who are working in those work zones. This is a pilot program only, designed to collect data. It's time limited to see if it makes sense, if it has public support, if it works well in changing behavior, and we'll learn a lot at the termination of the pilot, and we'll all decide together if it's worth continuing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Lang's A14 amendment. We've had a lot of discussions in committee, and one of my concerns is law enforcement. Law enforcement are as a person who can actually make those determinations, not just a camera, something mechanical there. So if Senator Mohammed would stand for a question.
Senator Mohammed, will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Because this is a pilot project in Minneapolis and has to do with Minneapolis, I was just curious if Senator Mohammed knows what the sworn approved number of law enforcement officers are in Minneapolis.
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski. I do know that Minneapolis is working hard to hire the mandatory minimum of officers that they need. And I know we're under that. I don't know the exact number, but I know that they're working really hard to make sure that we get the officers that we need.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Mohammed. So the numbers that I was given, 850 approved sworn officers. Currently, the city of Minneapolis is at 576, so they're down 33% of the officers. And I won't go into great spiel about why I believe they're down. Law enforcement, with previous discussions in this body, has been frustrating for law enforcement. And I think we need to stand up for our law enforcement. There's a lot of people in Minneapolis and St. Paul and other areas that are really not supporting their law enforcement officers. And I think we need to do that. If we don't do that, we're going to begin down a downhill slope that's not going to be beneficial for Minnesotans. I know Senator Howe has been pretty involved with the law enforcement here in this body and talking with them. Senator Howe, you've seen some retirements coming up. Could you just comment on the number of law enforcement leaving the industry?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield?
Senator Howe, that question was to.
I thought you said Senator Mohammed. Senator Howe, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator Jasinski. If you look at the most recent MPPOA magazine, there's around another 150 officers that belong to MPPOA that will be retiring here in the near future.
Members, I want to remind you that we're a little off topic. We're on the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then I'll just finalize up again. I think really we need to support law enforcement, get these officers back on the street, let them make that human determination of someone running through a traffic light or a speed camera, things like, or a speed area. I think that's law enforcement's job. Again, unfortunately, because it's down, the numbers are down so far, they have a tough time doing these traffic stops and things like that. So if we can support our law enforcement here in Minnesota, maybe we could put the human interaction back into law enforcement and let the officers make the decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the A14. A roll call has been requested, and this is the Lang amendment. The last voice we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Lang. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only thing I would add is that I truly appreciate the efforts for improved safety. I truly do. I think this is just not the right way of going about doing it. These traffic cameras have been tried here in Minnesota before. I think this puts us in a strange place as far as a state. I think this puts us in a strange place as far as a county and a municipality out in greater Minnesota. So thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A14 Lang amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
And Senator Housley votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A14 Lang amendment is not adopted. Senator Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A76 amendment.
Senator Muhammad offers the A76 amendment. The Secretary will report the A76 amendment.
Senator Mohammed moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 20, lines 14 and 28, delete June and insert August. This is the A76 amendment.
Senator Muhammad to your A76 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Muhammad.
The A76 amendment addresses recent conversations we've had with MnDOT, DPS, and the courts on the traffic safety camera bill. It includes 4 components. Number 1, it ensures that the traffic safety camera pilot complies with federal requirements on commercial driver's licenses and masking. It makes the state work zone speed safety camera bill into a warning only without citations. This addresses capacity questions that came out of conversations with the courts around managing those citations. It pushes back the start date from June 1st, 2025 to August 1st, 2025. And this gives the agencies additional time to prepare for the pilot. It also adds additional details to the required DPS legislative report on speed safety cameras. This report was included in last year's transportation bill. When we got this bill a year ago, it was a statewide safety camera bill, and over the course of time, it's changed so many times, and this is the latest change, and I think it addresses a lot of concerns that our agencies and our federal and our state courts have. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would request a green vote on the A76. I think even those who are skeptical of this program would appreciate the work that Senator Mohammed has done in scaling this back quite substantially to an even more time-limited pilot than it was previous to the amendment in the work safety zones. Those will be even more of a nature of a pilot in that there would be no actual citations during the pilot period issued, but only warnings and a number of other provisions that deal with and are responsive to critiques and concerns and good ideas that others have brought to her. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I think it is an improvement, I still have some concerns with this program. Again, I think we should have our law enforcement making these decisions. We all want safety. I totally understand that, but I would ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion on the A76? Senator Mohammed, you are the last voice if you want to say anything before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a good amendment. Vote for it.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A76 amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye.
And Senator Marty votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes no.
And Senator Lucero votes no. Any other remote voters? Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also reporting that Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the A76 amendment is adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm hoping this is going to be a friendly amendment. But what this does, so I'll offer the A132 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A132 amendment. The Secretary will report the A132 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, delete sections 2 and 3. This is the A132 amendment.
Senator Howell to your A132 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what this does is on the legislative report on speed cameras, instead of identifying a process and associated policies for issuing a mailed citation, what this does is requires the Commissioner of Public Safety to analyze the legislation heard during the 2024 legislative session and that seek to establish a statewide traffic camera enforcement program. So basically identifying that we should take a look at this legislation and analyze that and issue a report on it. Because I think that this is the legislation that we're dealing with, and it's the one we heard, and we should hear from the Department of Public Safety and have them study what we're actually looking at. So hopefully that'll be well accepted by the author. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble to the A132 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, this is a variation on the Lang amendment. I would request a no vote and request a roll call, Mr. President.
A roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you. And just to wrap up my comments here, I appreciate the desire to analyze the legislation. This idea is not new. It's been around, discussed, and offered a number of times and debated quite a bit. And there's been a lot of conversation with the Department of Public Safety, Department of Transportation, and others. As mentioned earlier, this is a pilot. We'll have a lot of data. It's time limited, and we'll all decide together in a couple of years if this is worth pursuing further or not. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A132 before we go back to the author for final comments? Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the pilots will give us a lot of good data, but I think it's important to analyze this when you're looking at doing a statewide program. You should be looking at the legislation that we're doing, which would include that information from the pilot. So I think we need a wider breadth, and I appreciate a green vote on the amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A132 Howe Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators voting who has a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A132 Howe Amendment is not adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A18 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski moves the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 53, line 17, after the semicolon, insert end. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for a roll call to begin with, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the pilot program calls for 4 different categories of participation. One is the city of Minneapolis. The second is the city of Mendota Heights. And then an undetermined city outside of the metro area and an undetermined county. So it's left up to the commissioner to determine each of those. And members, this is a situation where, as we're putting bills together, it would be good for the communities to be able to actually agree to be part of this program. And obviously the city of Minneapolis, and it was testified that they and the city of Mendota Heights are excited to do this, but a yet to be determined or undetermined county and an undetermined non-metro city that the commissioner is just going to decide and tell them that that's what they're doing. This would delete those 2 undetermined ones and allow the 2 that are in the bill that are identified, Minneapolis and Mendota Heights, to go forward with the pilot program. Encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We're on the A18 amendment. Senator Dibble to the A18.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will defer to Senator Mohammed's response and reaction. However, I would just mention that the commissioner is not going to simply impose the pilot on a particular city or particular county. That, of course, will be done in cooperation. If you look to the rest of the proposal, there's a lot of local community involvement, so there will be no way to implement this pilot without the full engagement of those local units of government. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mohammed to the A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe, for the amendment. I'll ask members to vote no on it because the cities that currently ask for this program are Mendota Heights and Minneapolis. The reason why we have the other language is so that the commissioner can work with other cities who might be interested, but they're not required to implement it, and MnDOT will not be required to force other cities to do so. It's so that we have options so that we can get statewide data in 4 years as well.
We're on the A18, which is the Senator Drazkowski amendment. Any other?
And I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted already. And if there are no other comments, I'm going to the author of the amendment as the last voice you hear before we vote. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the way the bill is written, Mr. President, members, is another item in the long list of examples of the legislature delegating their authority to the executive branch. Another small piece of making the executive branch stronger and the legislative branch weaker. We need to stop this behavior direction. I don't really see a huge reason to do this with these two undetermined communities. We have two large communities in the bill already, and so certainly the pilot could be successful with those two communities. I encourage your support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A18 Drazkowski amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A18 Drazkowski amendment is not adopted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A22 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 61, delete subdivision 17 and insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski to your A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it was very late last week when we had another bill before us on the Senate floor that created a constitutional violation because of the fact that we had in the bill language that didn't provide for rulemaking when rulemaking was needed. And we have here again, and this is, as I talked about that one at the time, this was the other example that I saw in committee, and we had this discussion with Senator Mohammed in committee, and I do remember the committee chair suggesting that we find a way to fix this in the meantime, and I certainly haven't seen that happen. The very same language is in the bill, Mr. President, and that is to tell the agency that they don't have to do rulemaking, and there's no regular rulemaking, no exempt rulemaking, the agency just gets to make rules up the way the bill's written, Mr. President. And I outlined Article 3 of our Constitution last time we had this discussion and gave the background on why we have rulemaking, how rulemaking actually solidifies or bolsters the constitutionality of us taking a bill and giving at that point the agency the ability to figure out details. And they do it through rulemaking, a supervised rulemaking in front of the other branch, the judiciary, in front of people with their input to make certain that the legislative intent is not lost, changed, or somehow other way demeaned. So we are foregoing that. We are just basically giving this authority directly to the executive branch in this bill. The way it's written, it's a deliberate gift of our authority to the executive branch, which, Mr. President, Article 3 of the Constitution says very, very clearly, without any uncertainty, that that is not constitutional. And it's in the bill. So, Mr. President, I'd ask for a roll call vote on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
I'd ask members' support. I don't really support this provision around this camera ticketing stuff, but Mr. President, members, let's at least make the bill constitutional. Can we do that? This amendment will do that. I encourage your support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussions on the A22? Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jaskowski, for the amendment. We certainly had a very rich discussion on this issue in committee, and I will ask members to not adopt this amendment, and that's because this is a pilot program. If this program, in 4 years, if we get the data and it works, and we know that it works, and we want to implement it in the long term, then we will make sure that that's included. But for right now, it is not necessary and it's not needed for this bill. So I will ask members to not vote for it. And I don't know if roll call has been requested, so I will request it.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call was granted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the Drazkowski A22 amendment. Members vote green.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and vote? Seeing no other discussion, Senator Jaskowski, if you have the last couple words, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, we kind of heard the same discussion in committee. Well, it's only a pilot program. Well, the pilot program is going to last 4 years, we were told in committee, Mr. President. The Constitution, Article 3 doesn't say that this doesn't apply to a pilot program. It does not say that. As a matter of fact, there should be no program that we exempt from the proper authority of the Constitution, and we are deliberately doing it here. This is ripe for, if it passes into law the way it is ripe for someone to bring an action in front of the courts and get this entire provision and maybe the entire bill held up in court, Mr. President. And we have an opportunity here. I don't understand the majority's desire to put forward a bill that is deliberately unconstitutional. I haven't even heard them argue that it's not constitutional, but they're doing it anyway. So, members, let's make it constitutional. Let's do the right thing. Let's do what the people of Minnesota sent us here to do. Let's create law the way that our forefathers told us to do it. The people that were here in this state that voted on this constitutional amendment long before us, let's do it right instead of wrong. Mr. President, a green vote is right, a red vote is wrong. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A22 Jaskowski amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A22 amendment is not adopted. Members, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, you can see our caucus is concerned with this part of the bill, so I'd like to offer the A121 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A21 amendment. I'm sorry, 121 amendment, and the secretary will report the A121 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 53 after line 13, insert. This is the A121 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A121 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we've been discussing this, Senator Dibble commented we want cooperation. And I don't think there's any but more of a cooperation than doing a local referendum. So what this would do, that it would have to be a local referendum done before any city or any cameras could be installed in the area. The adoption of the pilot program must be voted on the next general election, and if approved by the majority of those voting on the question, it would go into effect following the final canvass of the election. Again, Senator Dibble had commented we want cooperation from our cities. I know the city of Minneapolis and the city of Mendota Heights would like this, but I think if we want to open it up to our cities to decide that, what better than a local referendum? I'd ask for a green vote.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would request a roll call on the A121.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
And thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I would request a red vote on the A121. Mr. President, I do believe there should be cooperation with local units of government. I also believe that they have their elected representatives that serve on their boards and councils and the like. And should folks be unhappy with the decisions that they're making, they can engage with them. There's also, a community engagement requirement that's in the bill. Or, if they make a decision that they disagree with, every November they have an opportunity to express their perspective there. So I would request a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A121? A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. Before I go to the author of the amendment for the last word. Seeing no other discussion, Senator Jasinski, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a green vote.
The secretary will take the roll on the A121 amendment. Senator Umu Vervating, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A121 is not adopted. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A122 amendment.
Senator Lang offers the A122 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A122 amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 53, delete lines 19 to 21 and insert. This is the A122 amendment.
Senator Lang to your A122 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And this has to, Mr. President, I represent 87,000 people in Western Minnesota, just like other senators on the floor represent 87,000 people. Mr. President, I was hoping that the body would listen to my A14 amendment just a few moments ago, but believe it or not, Mr. President, I kind of prepared for the fact that it probably wasn't going to happen. So my next step would be that the senators that voted against that amendment in rural Minnesota, when MnDOT comes to assign the outstate pilot project, that it would be relegated to one of 4 different cities in St. Cloud, Mankato, Duluth, or Moorhead. And Mr. President, the reasoning behind that is I believe that I represent those 87,000 people, and I sure would like to protect them from this bad bill. Mr. President, I would hope that the body could support this. I would hope that the body would say that those 4 communities are represented by senators that voted in the affirmative of this red light camera bill. So with that, Mr. President, I think this is a good common sense amendment, and I would hope for a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Lang, are you requesting a roll call vote because you said a green vote?
That is correct, Mr. President. Roll call would be requested.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, well, I believe in democracy, and the way the bill is written, it is an opportunity for local communities to opt in, to request to be a part of it, and that, of course, would come through the elected leadership of those cities. And like I said before, and this is an interesting proposal because it's the 180-degree opposite of a couple of previous amendments we saw from Senator Drazkowski and Senator Jasinski. I always get those two. I always have to be careful when I say those two together so I don't get them mixed up. So, Mr. President, this would kind of fly in the face of the spirit of the bill in requiring local cooperation with locally elected officials, the community engagement piece, and of course, if we believe in local democracy, local citizens can interact and participate with their elected officials on these subjects, and good decisions will be made at the local level. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're on the A122. Any other discussion before we go to Senator Lang for any final words before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, request a green vote. I think this is a common sense, it's a common sense approach, again, for the senators that wish to have this program implemented upon their citizens. By all means, have at it. For the rest of us that aren't for this or don't want this in our district, this would be a nice way of allowing us to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A122 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Members, please vote. Members, you cannot talk to each other while we're under a vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 33 noes, the A122 Lang Amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll offer the A116.
Senator Kroon offers the A116 amendment. The secretary will report the A116 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 147 after line 10, insert. This is the A116 amendment.
Senator Kroon, to your A116 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty simple. It requires a constitutionality determination by the Attorney General before this traffic camera system pilot program becomes effective. Mr. President, traffic cameras are problematic. They're unpopular. And this, in my view, moves law enforcement into a direction of surveillance that Minnesotans are very uncomfortable with, and rightfully so. Traffic cameras are also stand on very shaky constitutional grounds. When the city of Minneapolis enacted an ordinance some years ago on this, the Minnesota Supreme Court struck it down because it was in conflict with state law. And while it is true that the state Supreme Court did not reach a constitutional consideration, there are nevertheless very serious constitutional considerations associated with this traffic camera safety program. And Mr. President, I think that getting a legal opinion from the state's Attorney General, getting the Attorney General on record that there are or are not constitutional problems with this program before we subject our residents to it is prudent, particularly in light of the many, many constitutional problems that this legislature has been passing since I've been in the legislature. And so, Mr. President, I would encourage a green vote and request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Is it posted? were you asking me whether it was posted, Senator Weber? I mean, Senator Uckey?
I was just trying to let you know it hadn't come across the computers, but it just finally did.
All right, thank you so much. If ever that happens, please just continue to let me know, because we want to make sure that you have all the information. All right, Senator Dibble or Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the amendment. I'll ask members to vote no. It's important to note that the Supreme Court did not reject the use of traffic safety cameras nor the use of owner liability to enforce traffic violations on constitutional grounds. And so this conversation has been happening since 2007. That's why the city of Minneapolis and many other cities have been coming to the legislature to create a bill that's a lot more uniformal than what the city of Minneapolis has done. I think we have done a good job of protecting people's privacy in this bill, and I hope members do not vote for this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A-116? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Karoun's motion, or his amendment, and I just appreciate him standing up and giving the legal aspect to this. Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, but what I can tell you, Mr. President, the state of Minnesota, this was a very unpopular thing in 2007. And I remember, because I was driving here in 2007, and I remember listening to the Supreme Court make that decision. Now, I don't know the legal aspect to it. I truly don't. But what I can tell you is that Minnesotans as a whole kind of breathed a sigh of relief when this didn't happen, because it was a bad idea then. It's a bad idea now. It's going to be unpopular. I don't think it's the right way to go. And thank you, Senator Karoun, for offering the amendment.
Senator Dibble to the A-116 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, what's unpopular is 400 deaths that we've experienced per year in our state. But to the amendments, Mr. President, this traffic safety camera enforcement has been found constitutional in every state that it's been challenged. There are active programs in 29 states. As to the popularity, they actually are growing in public acceptance and are very popular because people are seeing the degradation of traffic norms and traffic behavior and the running of red lights willy-nilly, helter-skelter, all over our communities. There has been a tremendous amount of legal work that has been done, and furthermore, the proposal from Senator Mohammed has been changed substantially to ensure and reassure the legality and the constitutionality of this proposal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A-116? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Karoun's A-116 amendment and do appreciate his legal background on this, and I think it's a good amendment. Members vote green.
Any other discussion on the A-116 before I go to the author of the amendment for final comments? Senator Karoun.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the discussion. Yes, it's true that the state Supreme Court didn't reach constitutional considerations because they could strike down the Minneapolis ordinance because it conflicted with state law. And I understand that we're trying to change state law right now, but that doesn't mean that it was found constitutional in the state of Minnesota. And to Senator Dibble's point, yes, there have been courts around the country that have upheld these types of programs, but each program is a little bit different. And the key distinction here, I think, is twofold. One, you don't have a law enforcement officer that's actually analyzing the picture. And number two, Mr. President, the picture itself would not necessarily get, my understanding is, would not get the driver. And so essentially you would be ticketing a vehicle itself, and that would shift the burden of proof onto the owner, and that would differentiate it from some of the other programs that have been held constitutional. So I do believe that this is on shaky constitutional grounds, and I do think that the public would appreciate a legal opinion from our Attorney General before this would become effective. So I urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A-116 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A-116 Kroon Amendment is not adopted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, just over 29 years ago, my wife was 8 months pregnant. She was in at that time, the Dayton's parking lot with my sister-in-law in our van. Stopped at a stop sign. Woman's behind them, her feet, it was raining out, her foot was wet, slipped off the brake, and it rolled into the van my wife was in. Little 5-mile-an-hour fender bender, no damage. My sister-in-law drives my wife home. My wife steps out of the van and paints the garage floor with blood. Of course, my sister-in-law comes running into the house, screaming that there's blood all over, that I had to get there. And being an EMT, I knew that vaginal bleeding was a life-threatening emergency when we're talking at this. So I know you all know it's easy to argue with a pregnant woman, but it took me a while, but I did get her back in the van, and we headed for the hospital after telling my sister-in-law to call the hospital, tell them we're coming. I had the flashers on, I was laying on the horn. I was hoping to pick up a police escort somewhere along the line. I went through every red light, and we got to the hospital. Of course, they took her up to the emergency room. I was there filling out paperwork. By the time I got to the room, I got there in time to watch her eyes roll up in the back of her head as they took her down the hall for an emergency C-section. Doctor came back and told me that if I would have waited for the ambulance, I would have lost both my wife and my now 29-year-old son. The reason I'm bringing this up is I think we need to have a little leeway. So, Mr. President, I offer the A-115 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A-115 amendment. The Secretary will report the A-115 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45, adopted by the Senate May 3rd as follows. Page 50, line 13. This is Amendment A-115.
Senator Howell, to your A-115 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we don't have an officer there to have that determination and possibly the discretion on whether to give that ticket or not, this would basically say that if the vehicle owner provides a sworn statement to the court or prosecuting attorney that it was in a time of emergency, that you're trying to get to the hospital, you got an urgent medical thing, that they would not receive a ticket or a fine. That's because I will say that there are those discretionary areas where you should have something, when something like this happens, there should be some discretion, and this provides that availability. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote green.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe, for the amendment. I'll ask members to vote no on the amendment, and I'll ask for a roll call. And that's
roll
because
call requested, roll call granted. Senator Mohammed.
This language is already in the bill. We had accepted an amendment in Judiciary and Public Safety when we were going through that committee to make sure that when they're going through whatever circumstances, that they can bring in a sworn statement if they're not the person who's driving the car. But if they are the person who is driving the car, this bill is not meant to be punitive. And so your first time that you're driving and this happens, it will be a warning.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed is correct. This is actually provided for in the bill. It's redundant and superfluous. This might be a little more expansive and explicit to this particular set of circumstances. It would add to the list of affirmative defenses that we provide for in the bill. So I don't know if I'm persuading Senator Mohammed to maybe change her recommendation on the vote, but you know, it may be something that we can take into conference committee and have more discussion about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other senator? Senator Mohammed.
Mr. President, I will take the amendment, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Senator Mohammed, you put forth a roll call. Would you like to withdraw the roll call?
Yes.
Roll call withdrawn. All in favor of the A115 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A115 is adopted. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A158 amendment.
Senator Friends offers the A158 amendment. The Secretary will report the A158 amendment.
Senator Frentz moves to amend House File 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 97, delete Section 97. Page 143. This is Amendment A158.
Senator Frentz, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you're well aware of the train safety provisions in this bill, and there should be. We're interested in making trains as safe as possible, but we have to balance that with the interest of the users of the trains and those farmers and other producers of the crops that are transported in the trains. In my district, this is an important matter. What the A158 amendment does is replaces those requirements with a study. I know we do a lot of studies. We had this discussion in the Senate Finance Committee. I think, honestly, given the discussion around wayside detectors and some of the questions about which technology is best deployed, that a study might be better. I respect all voices. I have spoken with Senator Kupek, spoken with Senator Dibble, and talked to the House author. I'll be voting for the A158 amendment, and Mr. President, I hope members will consider this as a way to make sure we get this right. Thank you.
Senator Dibble on the A158.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this would replace the language of Senator Kupek's initiative on installing wayside detectors. So I will, of course, bow to his priorities and so I would like to get his opinion. But, Mr. President, I think the larger point to make here is that the railroads, particularly the Class 1s in our country and in our state, have a failing record on safety. They have shown time and again to be resistant to any steps forward in terms of safety policy improvements. They're suing the state on their obligation to help pay for the public expense to provide for greater safety in our state. Mr. President, just a few days ago, the FRA suspended a safety analysis, a safety investigation into the practices at Union Pacific because they were coaching their employees to answer those surveys and that investigation and threatening fear of retaliation if folks weren't reporting their contact with FRA investigators and weren't reporting and answering in the ways that they determined. So, Mr. President, like I said, I will defer to Senator Kupek and his judgment on this, but we have a huge problem with safety in the railroads in the state of Minnesota, and the number of initiatives that we've had in the bill now. This is one of the final two that we have, and it's really a shame to see us knocked back and back and back, while these railroad companies are posting 20% profits, posted $25 billion in profits last year. They can afford to step up and do much more in keeping our communities safe as they roll through Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kubik.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble and Senator Frentz. I will probably be voting no on this amendment. I do understand the concerns that Senator Frentz has brought forward, and I do especially have some concerns possibly of what the cost would be on their Class 3 railroads within the state. That said, this language comes really out of the state of Ohio after the East Palestine derailment there, where cars went through several detectors that were spread out quite a bit apart and nothing was detected. So I think overall we need to be concerned about the safety of our communities. So I will be a no on this, but I do understand where Senator Frentz is coming from. So thanks, Mr.
Members, just want to be clear that some people saying a red and green vote. I want to remind you that there's been no roll call requested and no roll call granted. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to thank Senator Frentz for bringing this amendment. We did have quite a bit of discussion in the Finance Committee on this particular provision. Mr. President, as the bill currently sits, it mandates two different types of wayside detectors. What we heard in finance was there are a dozen different detectors that are available. And what I appreciate about Senator Frentz's amendment is that it doesn't take a one-size-fits-all approach, but it studies what we need here in Minnesota with our climate, with our freight. What is the best solution to make sure that we have train safety? Members, I encourage you to vote in favor of the A158 amendment. I think this is a good common sense approach to us figuring out what the right solution is and moving forward with the data that we need. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to rise in support of the Frentz amendment. I think rail safety is a really important topic in the community that I represent, and I think having a study to look at these key parameters is really important. I also think, Mr. President, the federal government, both from a regulatory perspective and also legislative perspective, is looking at this issue, and I think especially for something like railroads, it's really important that we take an interstate commerce approach and that we don't have separate rules and regulations in the state of Minnesota that are perhaps preempted by the federal government or that would impede interstate commerce. And so I think this study will give us an opportunity to look at what can be done to improve rail safety while also making sure that we're not violating federal law. So I'll be voting in favor of the Frentz amendment.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I, too, arise in support of Senator Frentz's amendment here. I had a very big concern about the short lines and trying to meet some of these regulations that are in here. And so, in fact, I had an amendment that I won't be doing if this passes, and that is to exempt the short lines from some of these issues. So I think that this is a very timely amendment, and I think for the short lines, it's welcome because it'd be hard for the short lines to meet up with some of these requirements. So thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Frentz, for offering the A158. You're coming around, so it's good to see you coming across the aisle here to help us out. Minnesota has the fourth highest number of inspections on railroads. 5 inspection records, only 1.13% of violations. Railroads have safer than many other modes of transit, including inland water, trucking, urban transit, and air transport. So railroads do have a record of safety here in Minnesota, and again, they have the fourth highest number of inspections in the nation. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote green.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. I think a study is a good way to go because if we study this, I'm confident the study will come to the conclusion that this is federally preempted. It's not particularly a close call, and so for all the reasons we've heard, plus federal preemption. I encourage a yes vote.
Members, any other discussion on the A158 amendment before we go to the author of the amendment who will give the final comments before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. I would just add two features to the debate. First of all, I believe since 2007, train derailments are down. I think that's important for us to keep track of. And to be very clear to members on both sides of the aisle, and I'll be back looking for my Republican brothers and sisters to bring a Democrat amendment soon. It's not so much the railroads or their profit that is my interest here. It is the farmers that grow the crops that are often shipped, and my concern about the way some of the railroad things may affect the cost. So to be clear, I'm asking for members to consider safety, but also those other considerations, and I'll be a yes on the A158. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, the Secretary will take the roll on the A158 Friends Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 27 noes, the A158 amendment, Friends Amendment, prevails and is adopted. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A203 amendment.
Senator Bowden offers the A203 amendment. The Secretary will report the A203 amendment.
Senator Bolden moves to amend House File 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 8, line 33. This is Amendment A203.
Senator Bowden, to your A203 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before I forget, I would ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, members. Members, this is an amendment in relation to the lane filtering portion of the bill. And if you are not familiar with what that is, it is related to motorcycles and their ability to move through and around cars when they are traveling under 25 miles an hour or stopped, such as at a stoplight. We had a good discussion about this in committee, and I appreciate that discussion and recognize that this is being brought forward with the goal of increasing safety. And I will say safety related to motorcycles is of the utmost importance to me. Most of you probably know my son was in a motorcycle crash 2 years ago and almost died, and it was left permanently disabled because of it. I also worked as a nurse in a neuro ICU for many, many years and took care of more patients than I could count who were in motorcycle crashes and either died because of it or were left with severe and significant injuries. And so safety in relation to motorcycles is very, very important to me. I have concerns that this does not actually increase safety for motorcyclists. It may, in certain cases, for certain people, but in the broad scheme of things, for everyone, in every situation, I fear that it actually is less safe overall than more safe. And the evidence, I think, does not bear it out that it is actually safer. We heard concerns in committee from law enforcement, from DPS, from AAA, for a number of reasons. Our motorcycle season in Minnesota is fairly short, and so already drivers do not see motorcycle riders. I don't think having them move in between cars is going to help that. I fear it will actually make it worse. There is also an inherent risk to allowing smaller vehicles to operate in between other vehicles, sometimes with just inches to spare. And many drivers, while they are stopped in traffic, are more concerned with inches moving forward and not necessarily paying attention to what is happening around them. So also law enforcement shared some concerns about the enforceability of this as well. So for a number of reasons, I have concerns. And so this amendment would remove that part of the bill and ask for a study to really see, is this really the safer thing to do for Minnesotans? So would ask for a yes vote on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bolden. Yes, we did have a good discussion of this matter in committee. This is an initiative of Senator Coleman, so of course I will respect where she comes down on this idea. I am inclined to vote no on this. I'm persuaded by the evidence that this actually improves safety for motorcyclists. People are persuaded the opposite. I respect everyone's perspective on this matter. The point of motorists, drivers, and cars not seeing motorcycles kind of cuts both ways in this conversation. The anecdotes that were shared with us in committee were about motorcycles crawling along in stop-and-go traffic and being jammed and hit by cars when they're forced to stay in between cars, in the lane of traffic versus being able to jump over and be beside the cars and go through the traffic and keep themselves more safe. But people have strong views on this, and they're the opposite, and I fully respect where anyone comes down on this subject. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bolden, for bringing this conversation up today. And thank you to Senator Dibble for supporting this provision. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I completely understand the hesitation when it comes to lane filtering. In fact, when a gentleman came to my office and brought this provision forward, I initially laughed at him and told him, "Are you out of your mind? This is an insane idea." And then I had constituents in my office, and I started to hear their stories. I heard stories of people sitting in traffic with their wives on the back seat, and 99% of companions are likely women, I would imagine, and their wives will never walk the same way after they got hit by distracted drivers in big vehicles. I had a constituent whose wife got stuck in traffic on 494. She started slumping off her motorcycle from heat stroke. We need to remember that cyclists, they don't have bumpers. They don't have air conditioners. All they have is the ability to keep moving if possible. And then I saw the data, and I like to consider myself a data-driven, not a fear-driven legislator. The data is what ultimately changed my mind, because in the several states where this has passed, we have seen that it actually truly does make motorcyclists safer. The University of California, Berkeley had a study that showed that lane-splitting riders were less likely to suffer head injuries, torso injuries, extremity injuries, and fatal injuries. This does make the roads safer. This does make it safer for motorcyclists. And so I think it would be a waste of state resources to do a study, because we already have the data. We know that this works. And it's time to stop having our motorcyclists be sitting ducks and allow them to keep moving forward. And so after I saw the data, I became the chief author. And actually, Senator Dibble was the chief author about 10 years ago, and it's been phenomenal working with Senators Dibble, Howe, Seeberger, and Lang on this bill. Let me tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't allow motorcyclists to weave in and out of traffic. It doesn't allow them to go flying down the middle of the freeway. What it does allow them to do is, if traffic is stopped or very slow, to very safely keep moving forward. They cannot travel more than 10 miles per hour over the speed limit and no more than 25 miles per hour total. Now, the troopers actually, members, are neutral on this. And the fiscal note shows that we actually do enforce this because people have been cited for not following the current law that prohibits this. And so at the end of the day, members, this is about safety. This is about not going with the fear parts of our brain, but going with what the data shows. And I encourage a no vote on this and keeping this motorcycle safety provision in the bill. And thank you again to Senator Dibble for working with me on this and for your support.
Senator Lang?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's maybe a little bit of clarification that, I appreciate Senator Dibble's support on this one. And I don't know if Senator Dibble was necessarily on board with this bill initially. We did have a very robust discussion in committee. In fact, I think we probably changed some minds. And part of the reason for that is there was a lot of motorcycle riders in the group. There's a lot of motorcycle riders that came in there and talked about the fact that when you're on a motorcycle and you're in traffic in the metro, the first thing you do when you come to a stop is you move to the side. And truthfully, for years, I didn't even know if it was legal. I didn't know if it was illegal. I just did it so I know I didn't want to get squashed between two cars. Also, when you're driving 40 miles an hour on the freeway, the safest thing for a motorcycle to be doing, and I'm telling you this from experience, not from statistics, is be just a little bit faster than traffic, just a little bit faster than the cars around you, so that they don't change lanes into you. They don't, not see you. That is the safest way to do it. Folks, I truly appreciate this bill. I think it's a somewhat counterintuitive approach to this, but I know that motorcyclists in Minnesota are going to be a lot safer, or at least a little bit safer than what they were before. And hopefully, over the course of the next few years, we can see those statistics and those deaths on the roadway start to fall off. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting no on the amendment because I agree with the author of the bill, with what Senator Lang has said. When Senator Coleman approached me about this bill and asked if I would be a co-author, I had to do my research and my homework as well, because the immediate thing that came to mind, like Senator Coleman, was a scenario in which a dangerous practice in operating a motorcycle on the road. But when I looked into it further, and when I talked to folks I know, other riders and folks in my own motorcycle club, and I learned more about it, I learned that it really was in the interest of promoting safety. So I support the provisions of the underlying bill. I thank Senator Dibble for supporting it as well, and I'll be a no on the amendment.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also support the original underlying bill. I do not support the amendment. Having ridden motorcycle out in California where it was legal, it keeps us cyclists safe. Many people don't realize many of our motorcycles are not liquid cooled. Many of them are air cooled. And on hot summer days, you can have that big beast shut down on you, and then you're standing there with a 1,200 pound bike, and you're trying to push it off the side of the road with traffic coming by you. Not a safe situation. The other thing is it is hot on those motorcycles, and if you're riding with a helmet and leathers, it gets extremely hot for those folks that are riding. So members, this is a safety issue. We don't need to study it any further. We can take the information from other states that currently have it. The data is clear. Vote no on the amendment, and let's keep motorcyclists safe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Coleman. Thank you, Senator Bolden, for bringing the amendment. So I will tell you in committee I was split on what I thought was best for motorcyclers, but Senator Coleman, Senator Lang, and now Senator Seeberger have convinced me that this is probably the best thing to do. So I would support, or I say no, vote no on the A203 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The last voice we'll hear is that of the author of the amendment. If there's no one else, I'm going to Senator Bolden.
Thank you, members. I appreciate the discussion. This is about safety, and riding a motorcycle is dangerous. And so before we change our laws and procedures, we should be very, very sure that what we are doing actually is making people safer, and the data just is not clear on this. And so I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A203 Bolden amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes no.
And Senator Lucero votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those members who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Morrison votes no.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
And Senator Fate votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 20 ayes and 47 noes. The A203 vote amendment is not adopted. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll offer the A20.
Senator Kroon offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend House File 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, delete Section 1, page 81. This is Amendment A20.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A20 is another simple amendment here. It strikes the limited license for treatment court participants. Mr. President, I'm not sure what to make of the underlying idea here. It potentially could be a good idea or a bad idea. I'm not sure. But what I do think after reading through it is that it has public safety considerations, and this bill did not go through the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. Public safety considerations that I can see should the participants in this treatment court program be driving, that implicates public safety, I believe. Will it have implications for completion of the treatment court program? I think that implicates public safety. It provides for certain requirements on peace officers and law enforcement agencies. To me, Mr. President, it would have been nice on the Judiciary Committee to hear from law enforcement community, the courts, and the treatment court coordinators to learn more about this and to understand the public safety implications associated with it. Also, Mr. President, it does have data privacy issues, which is always a fun discussion in Judiciary Committee that wasn't had here because it didn't go to Judiciary Committee. So those are the reasons why I would request a roll call vote and ask that members vote yes on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, as I'm looking over this amendment, I too am a little concerned. When this amendment deals with treatment courts, peace officer standards, data privacy, this is right in the venue of what we deal with in the Judiciary Committee. I'm somewhat surprised that these issues were not addressed in the committee. I feel very concerned, a little express caution that we probably shouldn't go in this direction, and that Senator Cruin's amendment is in order at this time. I have nothing more to say because it just hasn't been addressed in the Judiciary Committee.
Senator Dibble to the A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we had a very thorough hearing and discussion in the Transportation Committee around the issuing of the limited license. These issues of limited license don't go to Judiciary. They're not in the purview or the jurisdiction of Judiciary. And we did have quite a bit of conversation that answers the questions that are being raised here on the floor about whether this has implications for the success of treatment court, and the answer is affirmative. It drives up the success quite dramatically because it allows people to get back and forth to where they need to go to get the essential services and the connection to what treatment courts have to offer. I know Senator McCune probably has a few thoughts about this. This was an initiative of hers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McCune.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble and members for this discussion. I don't really have much to say in regard to it being reviewed by Judiciary. That wasn't something that I was directed to do. This provision was brought to my office by a judge who serves a rural county, who specifically asked for this help, who said, we have people in our treatment court who we are ordering to comply with various requirements. They need to fulfill the parts of their program in order to be successful in our court. And because of the circumstance that they're in with the criminal courts, they don't have a valid driver's license. And as the members of the Minority Caucus should know full well and do know full well, when you don't live in a metro area with a bus system or a rail system or some sort of public transit that allows people to be able to move around a community in that way, a car, unfortunately, in our communities is a necessity. It is a huge impediment to success for these people who are in these programs. So this judge is simply asking for a very common sense licensure provision where the people who are participating in the court can, provided they are complying with the requirements that are set out for them in the court, have a driver's license so they can actually comply with the orders that the judge is giving them. So please, let's help this judge who is doing their best to try to see people succeed in these programs and successfully be in community and be successful going forward, and not find herself in a situation where she's sort of implying that they should violate the law and drive without a license in order to abide by the conditions of the treatment court. So this is just a very common sense provision. And members, I ask for people to not support an amendment that would remove it. And if a roll call hasn't been requested, I would request one, Mr. President.
A roll call was already requested and a roll call was granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't rise to speak in favor or against the merits of this underlying bill, just simply raising concerns around the process of it. It's my understanding that Senator McEwen's underlying bill is Senate File 4939, which is currently sitting in rules, but before it was referred to Judiciary and Public Safety, but it's gone to rules since it's a late bill. And so, because this bill deals with treatment court and with data provisions that would normally go to judiciary, Mr. President, I was wondering if the chair of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Latz, would yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. As I was talking about, this bill deals directly with state statute involving treatment courts and also data provisions, classifying data. And Mr. President, Senator Latz, do you believe that this bill should have a hearing in your committee?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Rasmussen, I think this is one of those bills that has blended jurisdiction. Driver's licenses are within the purview of the Transportation Committee. Treatment courts and data provisions would be in the purview of the Judiciary Committee. So it's one of those bills that would have gone through both committees during the process.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. And I agree, and this bill was originally referred to the Transportation Committee, had a successful hearing, and then was referred to Judiciary, where it's my understanding it has not yet had a hearing on those provisions that fit within in the Judiciary Committee. And so, Mr. President, would Senator Latz yield for another question?
Senator Latz, will you yield for another question? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Senator Latz, have you waived your desire to have this bill be heard in your committee, or would you still like to have a hearing on the treatment court provisions and on the classifying data?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Now, Mr. President, can I object to the compound question? Mr. President, the first question was, have I waived our jurisdiction? The answer is no, I have not. The second question is whether or not I would like to have a hearing in Judiciary on these questions. I really don't think it's a question of the appropriateness of treatment court or the importance of treatment court. So from that standpoint, I really don't see a need for the Judiciary Committee to hear that aspect of it. The data stuff is important for Judiciary, and frankly, I rarely waive jurisdiction anyway, just because I think the process is one which is valuable. So even if I, off the top of my head, having reviewed this now for the first time, might not see any great issues with regard to the treatment courts and how this affects them, it's something which, as a matter of process, I think it would be valuable to have a hearing in the Judiciary Committee. So as a matter of process, and because I think the process generally works well, I'd prefer to see this bill in front of Judiciary before it were to be adopted by the full Senate.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. And again, I don't have enough information to argue the merits of this underlying legislation, but I agree, Mr. President, that I believe a bill of this importance should go through the process. And so I thank Senator Kroon for bringing this amendment, and I'll be supporting it today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the 820 amendment. Senator Kroon, we had this discussion in transportation. I brought up some concerns. Again, I think in this portion of it, I don't know if there's an incentive to finish treatment court if you continue that on. And I guess I'd yield to Senator Kroon because I'm not on the judiciary and I don't know the treatment court laws. But what types of treatment could you be going through to continue your license on? Number one, is there different things that you could do, and then how long would this go on? So could you technically be in treatment for 3 years and continue to have a license while you're going through treatment without graduating from treatment or successfully completing treatment? Does this just go on, or does it specify to what type of treatments? So that question would be Senator Kroon if he has that, or Senator Limmer, or maybe Senator Latz. I guess I've never really wanted to yield to Senator Latz because he's got that law background and I do not, but I would yield to either Senator Kroon or Senator Limmer on that.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In reference to the question, I would imagine, and I've sat through drug treatment programs before, the length of time it varies between defendants. Commonly, there's such as a medical assessment. They go through the treatment modalities, different lengths of time depending on the drug involved, the crime involved, other things. But quite honestly, it clearly is in the area of the Judiciary Committee for Jurisdiction. The areas of data practices elements are certainly in the area of the judiciary. As for the story of a judge contacting a state senator, that happens often. I've even had judges call wanting a raise. And that kind of is frowned upon by the Judicial Council in the Supreme Court, but nevertheless it happens. They're citizens too, and quite honestly, we treat them like citizens. They have a separation of powers, just like we try to respect. Quite honestly, a judge can be helpful in pointing issues and maybe some gaps in the judicial process, but nevertheless, it is important for us to realize it. But when it comes to judicial issues, that clearly, or standards, that's clearly in the realm of the Judiciary Committee.
Members, as just a reminder that you're always supposed to face the president as opposed to looking at each other. Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, done a little work on the floor here. I think Senator Cruen and others make some good points. Not everything, I think, that was argued would compel this bill into judiciary, but it is true it was referred to judiciary. Certainly the treatment court data classification piece would bring it into judiciary. Senator Latz is going to hear it later this week. And so if it's successful, we'll see what we can do to chase this bill into conference. If it gets through its marks through judiciary and up here in the chamber. So I would encourage that we do take the 820 amendment and remove these sections. Senator McEwen has agreed to that as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Do we still need the roll call vote? Roll call. Senator Cruen.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the roll call.
Roll call is withdrawn. All in favor of the 820, if you're in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The amendment, the 820 is adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A83 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 9, after line 25, insert. This is the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your A83 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does, we're shifting on to roads and bridge discussion in the transportation portion of this bill. What the A83 would do, again, I think the governor, and we're seeing not a lot of priorities given to local road improvement program and the local bridge improvement program, which is so important in Minnesota. We have many roads that need work. The LREP program is such a great program to get roads improved. So I think we have an immediate need for that. So what this bill would do would take $150 million from the NLX or the train to Duluth and put $75 million into LREP, local road improvement program, and put $75 million in the local bridge program. It's a one-time investment. Now the train to Duluth, I understand, has a cost of $600 million. Last session, we appropriated about between 194 and 200 million. I can't remember the exact number. The federal government gave us $500,000 Again, we gave $194 million or thereabouts, and the federal gave $500,000. I think the missing number is $395 million. And members, we don't know when that's coming, but we have an immediate need for our local roads and local bridge improvements. So what I would ask is to transfer that money to help the needs that we have now on our roads and bridges. Again, the governor has put zero money in the transportation plan in his recommendations, and in bonding in his recommendations for local roads and bridges. I think we need to prioritize, use the money now, don't let it sit on the shelf for up to 2028 for years. It may just sit there. We may never get the federal match, and that money is just sitting there. We can use that money for our local roads and our local bridges. I stand in support, and I hope I get a green vote on the A83, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the amendment, Senator Jasinski. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to request a red vote, a no vote, though I am a large supporter of the LRIP and the LBRP program, bridges and local roads. We did put quite a bit of money into local roads, the LRIP program and the local bridge program last year, as well as, of course, increasing revenue so that there will be a steady flow of dollars to fund our local roads and bridges in a variety of ways through the Highway User Tax Distribution Fund, as well as the Transportation Advancement Account, and of course, we're hoping to hopefully we'll convince our leadership to give our bonding chair a large cash general fund target so that we can dedicate even a little bit more money this year to the LRIP program and the local bridge program. As to the Northern Lights Express itself, it is a tempting pot of money to go after, and it might be a year or more before those dollars get drawn down. However, I do know from the visit of the Federal Railroad Administration Secretary in January, the fact that we put our money on the table means that we are very, very high in the queue and very likely to get those matching dollars coming through either later this year or early next year. And to raid those dollars would threaten that status. And so while the money is sitting there, it's tempting to look at. I completely get it. I was talking about it earlier in this legislative session myself, but was educated on why those particular funds really are important to keep in place, because those are the matching state dollars that will then allow us to qualify for the federal dollars that are very, very likely. And actually the $500,000 that we got is actually a great signal. It's to finish up a lot of the details and the studies and some of the analysis that then puts us in a really strong position in just a few months, maybe the early part of next year, to qualify for those matching dollars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I just want to remind you that we have a ton more of amendments and more bills to do. So just want to gently remind you of that as we are doing our responses. We are on the A83 amendment. Any other discussion before we go to Senator Jasinski before we vote? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I stand in support of the good senator from Faribault's amendment. This is probably the second best amendment that we're going to see today. Mr. President, I get a lot of calls in my office about the roads in the Northland. I get a lot of complaints about Highway 73 north of Chisholm. I get a lot of complaints about Highway 2 between Grand Rapids and Duluth. I get a lot of complaints about Highway 169. What I have not received a phone call is people in my district or people near Duluth asking for a $500 million train from Duluth to the Twin Cities. This money would be much better spent fixing the roads and bridges across Minnesota. I think the only thing that maybe would make this a little bit better is if we were to allocate this money to finish the last 8 miles of the Senator David J. Tomassoni Cross Range Expressway. But this is a good step in the right direction, Mr. President, and so I would encourage members to end the boondoggle of this train to Minneapolis from Duluth and vote green on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A83 amendment before I go to the author, before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, we have immediate needs for our roads and bridges here in Minnesota. Why set that money that probably will never get used to the side? We can use the money now to improve our roads, make them safer, get commerce to travel across the state, to, promote tourism, all these things. You need good roads. You need to get them across the state. So I'd ask for a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A83 amendment. Senator Umu Vervaden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Disick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the A83 Jasinski amendment is adopted. Senator Jasinski, do you have another amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the A87, but with the approval of the last one, I'll withdraw that and I'll pass it on to Senator Howe.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And hopefully folks realize that with the last amendment that it is important to use that money now to improve our roads. And with that, I'll offer the A99 amendment.
Members, there's an error, so hold on, Senator Howe. On the last vote, Senator Fate was voted as an aye, and he was supposed. He was. The remote voting for Senator Fate was recorded as an aye, and he was supposed to be recorded as a nay. So we have to make the correction. And with that being said, there should be 33 ayes and 34 nays. So the amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I found that was a little weird. I thought we'd have to redo that vote. If I think when we've done that, we've had to redo the vote. But with that, I would offer the A87 amendment then.
Well, Senator Jasinski, do you want us to undo everything and do it all over? We don't mind, because if you're going to make the comment, then that's what you're saying to me, and I want to be fair.
Mr. President, I'd ask for the proper procedure if that requires a new vote to do a new vote. Yes, Mr. President.
Well, we've done it before where we didn't undo the whole board. We acknowledged what the vote should be and corrected it like yesterday, because there was a vote that was done like that Friday or whatever day it was.
Move to reconsider.
Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, just a quick parliamentary inquiry. If I recall, typically when we make those changes, it's before you call the final yay or nay. And I thought the proper procedure was for someone on the prevailing side to request a reconsideration. I'm just asking what your ruling is on that.
So, Senator Pratt, is not a ruling. It is what has happened. There was a last vote that, well, before this time, there was a previous incident where we had to correct a vote, and we just vocally corrected the vote. So I want to make sure that that's correct. And the vote was announced, and the vote had been announced, and we corrected it, and then we corrected the number. So we want to make sure that we're clear, so we're not getting this notion like we're doing something that we're not supposed to. Are we all clear? Thank you so very much. Now that we got that clear, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Then, if that amendment was too much money from the Northern Express, I'd like to offer the A87 and give it a second try.
Senator Jasinski offers the A87. The Secretary will report the A87.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 9, after line 25, insert. This is the A87 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your A87 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Other roads that are really in need of money are township roads. Right now, we have 55,518 center miles of roads, which is 39% of the state roads in our state, which is the most of any other type of roadway. What this would do would take $10 million from the Northern Express and put it into the township road account. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble, to the A87 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank Senator Jasinski for the amendment, and I am sympathetic to the amendment, but I would request a no vote on this for the reasons that I stated earlier. In the interest of brevity, I won't restate them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A87 before we go to the author to see if he has any last or final comments before we vote? Senator Jasinski, any final comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a green vote.
Senator Westrom, they were pointing at me and saying that you were there before Senator Jasinski. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I was going to rise to a parliamentary inquiry because I'm still a little confused on the last amendment before we get another amendment passed or voted on. Mr. President, can you clarify for me, the last amendment you had announced 34 yes, 33 no. Was that a misspeak and it was really 33 yes and 34 no, or did we change it verbally after the vote had been registered 34 yes, 33 no? I was trying to get clear on that.
So, Senator Westrom, just so we're clear, when Senator Umu Burbaden announced the remote voters pursuant to Rule 40.7, when she announced the vote for Senator Fateh, she announced it as a no vote. It was recorded by the front desk as a yes vote. So when I closed the roll and aggregated the count, it gave 34 ayes and 34 noes, and therefore the motion prevailed. But in fact, it should have been, if it was recorded correctly, it should have been 33 ayes and 34 noes, so that the motion or the amendment did not prevail. So once we found out that information and it was clear that that was a misstep by the front desk, we corrected it with announcing the number and clarifying that that amendment did not pass based on the votes cast. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify that. Had it not been that, I thought the proper procedure would be to reconsider and revote it if we wanted to, but I thank you for the clarification.
All right, members, we are now on the A87, even though Senator Westrom wanted clarity to that, and we provided that clarity, so now I want to make sure everyone is clear where we are. All right, here we go. The secretary will take the roll on the A87 Jasinski amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A87 amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll offer the A99 amendment.
Senator Howell offers the A99 amendment. The secretary will report the A99 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 9 after line 25, insert. This is the A99 amendment.
Senator Howell to your A99 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, you know, the thing that I get asked about most from my county engineer is we need money for the local wetland replacement program. And we never put enough money in there. So members, what this amendment will do, will take $22 million from the Northern Lights Express, so it doesn't empty it, but it puts it into the local wetland replacement program, so our road, the funding for our local roads can continue to replace these roads. Because without the wetland replacement program, none of that gets done. So this will actually keep our roads and keep those projects in progress. I'll ask for a green vote if I'll ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble, your thoughts on the A99 amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. While, again, I am quite sympathetic to the proposal and absolutely the local road wetland replacement program is important and it relates very strongly to local road and bridge projects, and we do need to fund it adequately. It does come out of the Northern Lights Express. But Mr. President, I do believe that this particular amendment is not in order because it creates or increases amounts of appropriation to an agency that's not in the bill as reported to the floor of the Senate, which you would find in Rule 7.4, paragraph 4. And Mr. President, it goes to the Board of Water and Soil Resources, which is not dealt with anywhere in this bill.
Members, Senator Dibble raises a point of order based on Rule 7.4. 7.4.
7.4, paragraph 3, Mr. President.
Paragraph 3. And that reads, change appropriation transfers or revenues to an agency that was not in the bill as it was reported to the floor of the Senate. That's the point of order. Any advice? See no advice? Just give me a moment. The Dibble point of order is well taken. Members, we will now go to Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A32 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A32, Senator Jasinski reports the A32 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A32 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 86 after line 11, insert. This is the A32 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A32 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a lot of discussion in committee on this, and one of my big concerns, this is the greenhouse gas portion of the bill in transportation. I've had many conversations with Senator Dibble concerned about the safety aspect. Are we overlooking emissions for safety? Are we overlooking safety for emissions? I'm sorry. And Senator Dibble said that he was concerned about safety as well, and it would be a part of the bill. But I think this would just give us some more clarity. So what it does in subdivision 3, it adds, and subject to transportation safety system goal under subdivision 2. So again, we're always concerned. We want everyone to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I get that, but we can't overlook safety. Safety is our #1 goal, I think, that we have to watch out for. As I've mentioned many, many times on the floor, I've attended many funerals of people who got killed on Highway 14, and I would hate, going into the future, to overlook safety to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So I think we need to look at both of those, and this would just bring safety as more clarity in the bill. With that, I'd ask for a roll call and ask for a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski, for the amendment. In a moment, I'll turn to Senator Morrison for her thoughts. I will be voting no on this amendment. We've had a lot of discussion on this, and Senator Morrison has been very, very responsive to a lot of input. In fact, the entirety of her bill this year reflects an entire year's long worth of conversation, very, very responsive to the input from many, many stakeholders, including a fairly substantial and significant amendment we made on the subject of safety during markup. And so I think these issues that Senator Jasinski is talking about are very well dealt with in the Morrison proposal. And Senator Morrison would like to speak. I'll sit down. Thank you.
Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble, and thank you, Senator Jasinski. We had this conversation in committee. Agree 100% that safety obviously is very important. I think that we are capable of, as we said in committee, walking and chewing gum. I think we can both protect safety and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. So I would ask members to vote no. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A32 before we go to the author of the amendment for final comments? Seeing none, Senator Jasinski, any final comments before we vote?
Again, members and Mr. President, thank you. Again, I think this really gives us some clarity to the language in the bill. Again, on line 3.12, any vehicle miles traveled reduction targets established in the plan are secondary to the transportation safety goal under subdivision 2. Again, we need to make safety one of our priorities. Members, please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A32 Jasinski amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
I didn't vote.
All senators having voted who decided to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the Jasinski 832 amendment is not adopted. Senator Jasinski.
Mr. President, I believe it's Senator Drazkowski, not Jasinski.
While they're deciding, because according to my list, it's you, but if it's not you, I can go on to the next person.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A75 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A75 amendment. The secretary will report the A75 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 10, delete Section 9. This is the A75 amendment.
Senator Jasinski, to your A75 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a lot of discussion over Southwest Light Rail over the years and how much that has cost and how much that's been over budget. There's been a report out on the oversight of that project and put on Met Council. There's been discussion of switching that over to MnDOT, or Minnesota Department of Transportation. Again, that project, if you remember, I think started at a $1.8 billion project. Now it's estimated at $3 billion. So it's almost doubled, and that's still just a projection. It's not gotten done yet. I do agree that Met Council has not done well with the oversight of that project. I believe that 100% with Senator Dibble. We both agree on that. There's a lot of testimony that was taken in committee about MnDOT taking over projects over $100 million. MnDOT has been successful in seeing big projects like that. My concern, the reason I bring this amendment is if we are diverting those assets from MnDOT to do Met Council projects, we are taking away from rural Minnesota on those people that are doing expert work in our districts across the state. They're building roads, they're building bridges, they're overseeing those projects. And we know there's a workforce issue, so getting engineers and people to do that is difficult. And if they are diverting the assets, again, the workforce, to oversee and manage construction projects that are Met Council projects, I get frustrated that we won't have the workforce and staff that we need in greater Minnesota to keep going with many of those road projects, not only in greater Minnesota, in suburban Minnesota as well, or suburban area in the metro. But again, this applies to light rail and bus rapid transit. So again, I would like to see something done differently than Met Council. I agree with that 100% with Senator Dibble. But I have gotten concerns, and we had the commissioner of MnDOT testify that would strain their workforce to do the projects that we need to get done here for our Minnesota roads and bridges and all the other things MnDOT does. So I'd ask for your green vote. Thank you, members. And I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll be voting no on Senator Jasinski's A75. Mr. President, this bill, which was my bill, which we've heard last year and we heard again this year, and there's been a tremendous amount of attention and discussion of it in the committee process as well as out in the larger public and in the media. We've heard a lot, of course, about Met Council reform. We had a whole year-long conversation. Unfortunately, the Met Council Reform Task Force reached only impasse. People really dug in on the positions they brought into that conversation. So this is the least we can do, Mr. President, by way of Met Council reform. Senator Jasinski is absolutely right. The Met Council has not managed the Southwest LRT project very well. The Department of Transportation has shown itself to be an excellent manager of large-scale construction projects. They turn projects in on time. They use a lot of efficiency, and they keep them at or below budget. Mr. President, this all came up early on. Of course, it's been an ongoing issue with how exactly Southwest LRT was planned from the get-go, and some of the early decisions and lack of taking in good information. But then once the project started, we started to get some early indications about why the cost kept ballooning and ballooning and ballooning and why the schedule kept getting broken and broken. their own experts who was on site hired to provide their best professional opinion about cost, about schedule, and about construction were sounding the alarm and raising the flags. And the Met Council systematically disregarded every piece of advice, so much so that that firm refused to allow anything to be certified on any of the documents that went forward as representative of their best professional advice so as to protect their reputation and their legal liability. They were communicating to the Met Council that their negotiators needed to be tough and skilled as negotiations were, who are on board on the contractor side building Southwest LRT. They were saying that they were being significantly overcharged. They were moving forward with changes in construction without change orders first being executed. They were adjusting contract prices based on the contractor's estimates. They were just accepting the arguments around schedule delays without any actual scrutiny or listening to the advice of their independent contractor. And of course, most alarming, the fact that that independent validator was saying that the quality of the construction itself was of low caliber with low strength concrete, work constructed incorrectly, incorrect piling layouts, and being forced to approve subpar work. So what did they do? How did they respond? They impugned the reputation of that very, very highly respected engineering firm and then fired them. So then we asked the legislative auditor to take a look at what was going on, and guess what, members? The legislative auditor validated every single point by point by point, that the Met Council had grotesquely mismanaged this project, and we needed to take a really hard look at how exactly the Met Council was being overseen, that there was a lack of transparency and a culture of indifference to external influence, input, and oversight. The decision-making, there have been several legislative audit reports and still a major audit report investigation yet to come. In March of last year, the findings were that they had an inability to cover unexpected cost overruns and no plan to do so. They were obligated to spend more money than was committed. They had developed no formal contingency plan for temporarily or permanently stopping the project in the face of all of these problems. They solicited bids for civil construction before they knew the specs were even complete. They added substantial new elements without going out to competitive bidding, and they failed to hold the civil construction contractor accountable, and they accepted the responsibility that was foisted off on them by the contractor. And then, Mr. President, it goes on. Second major report, same findings. Did not hold the civil construction contractor accountable. They settled on change order costs while allowing schedule delays to remain unresolved. They did not adequately limit the council's risk for future cost increases. They paid the contractor even though it could not fully validate the contractor's costs that it was claiming, and they systematically overrode the advice of the independent cost estimator. And Mr. President, I could go on. They just go on and on. So Mr. President, what we're saying here is we want to entrust future major construction, continue to entrust it with the Met Council. The next major project, which won't be coming online for a number of years, so there's time to figure all of this out. The claims of pressure on MnDOT, I don't think are well-founded because those funds come from the project costs. Just like they do at Southwest LRT, we're basically going to be just changing the shingle out in front, but we'll have an agency that can oversee major construction in the way that we know we would expect in terms of public services. So, Mr. President, I would encourage a red vote on this particular measure. There is time to figure out some of the particulars and details to the extent that there are, but Mr. President, we have to do something to reform how these major transit projects are delivered. That's why I brought this proposal, because I actually support the Blue Line. And it was estimated originally at $1.5 billion. just a few months ago. Now it's going to be $3.2 billion. By the way, the ridership is going to be 2/3 or a half of the original estimate, and who knows what it's going to be if we leave it in the hands of the Met Council to construct. Is it going to be $5 billion? Is it going to be $6 billion? The entirety of that construction cost is supposed to come from the sales tax generated by Hennepin County, and you know that they're going to go to that metro-wide sales tax that we enacted last year for those cost overruns, which will have implications for everyone all over the entire metropolitan area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the Jasinski amendment, which should be no surprise. The blue line is, at least half of it is in my district, and I have been talking with representatives from not only Met Council, and I agree with a lot of the criticism of Met Council. No sensible person would defend some of their actions. But the fact of the matter is that MnDOT, its commissioner, and others oppose this. MnDOT does not believe that it is a good move at all for the responsible authority, and that's the language that's used in the bill, should be transferred from Met Council to MnDOT. And the problem is to fix the warts, if you will, that are on Met Council, not to take this extreme action, an expensive action, to transfer the authority to MnDOT. There will, if this happened, which I see as a ray of light, will not happen, regardless of the vote on this amendment or this bill. Hundreds of additional staff would be needed. It's been estimated to me that hundreds of millions of dollars in increased costs will have to be undertaken. Senator Jasinski pointed out that this kind of transfer could create challenges for existing projects that are scheduled to be delivered over the next several years, many of them in greater Minnesota, and that there is also some uncertainty, and I get this from MnDOT, with the Federal Transit Administration about such a major change as is being proposed in this bill. And with regard to MnDOT's experience with a FTA project, they haven't done one since the original Blue Line was completed, and that expertise that they had then is no longer around or available to them. There should be a lot of concern for people who are focused on cost, that the schedule of the impacts on such a proposal that is in this bill, even if a one-year delay, which is a modest estimate, that it would cost $100 million or more. In addition, there are already agreements, as I understand them, and I'm not an expert in transit finance, be the first one to say that, but there is an agreement right now with Met Council and Hennepin County with regard to revenues that agreement, of course, would have to be broken, and a new agreement set up perhaps between Hennepin County, which is a source of revenue. It's my county. I care about my taxpayers, as I'm sure others who oppose my position care about their constituents. But that would be another impact on the project. My constituents and I have been waiting years and years and years for Southwest to which goes out to southwestern Hennepin County. We've been waiting patiently in line. We call the Blue Line extension the Workers LRT. The Workers LRT. It's being taken from parts of North Minneapolis and up through my district, Robbinsdale, all of Robbinsdale, through Crystal and up to the northern suburbs. And it's not some shishi kind of project. It is for people who live and work along that line that deserve as good a transit alternative as someone coming into a Twins game from Eden Prairie. So I respectfully ask that you vote for this amendment and call Met Council to task, but not give the Department of Transportation an indication that this body believes that additional money and uncertainty should be pushed on to MnDOT with regard to not only LRT, but also bus rapid transit. One of the ones that's also coming up also goes mainly through my district, and I would object. I don't call objections concerns. I call them objections. I think it's the wrong way to go. It's the wrong path for us, and we should not be transferring this authority. We should call Met Council to account, but the authority, the responsible authority, that's the term that's used in the bill, should not be transferred to MnDOT. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, members, I'm going to go to some people who haven't talked yet, just so that we can make sure that we are getting through this. Well, let's see. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Dibble for such a thorough, comprehensive dissection of Met Council's numerous, profound, and systematic failures of the Southwest Light Rail project. Very, very impressive. I rise in opposition to the A75. I'm sympathetic to Senator Jasinski's concerns about straining MnDOT staff, but in my view, anything that takes power away from the Met Council is good, not just for the Metro, but for the entire state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as much as I don't like Met Council, having had a ton of discussion with MnDOT, who I thought would be the right place to put this, I will have to say that I don't think putting MnDOT in charge of the light rail projects is what we need to do. I believe that I think a different approach would be to stop Met Council's involvement in all other transit until they get Southwest light rail line complete and finished the way it's supposed to be. I would say put all hands on deck until they get Southwest Rail Line completed. Prove to us they can get a project done. But I do have to believe that MnDOT we would delay this even further and cause us much more grief. So I would say vote green on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be brief. I'm going to speak against the A75 amendment. I want to thank Senator Dibble for his recounting some of the history. Just to remind members, back in 2011, the estimated cost of the Southwest Light Rail was $1.25 billion for a 14.5-mile stretch. At 2015, it was roughly $2 billion, just a little bit under. Mr. President, this was supposed to be opened up in 2018. We are now looking at 2027 with over $1 billion in cost overruns. Now, I think there's a question, and I've had a bill in the past about whether intra-county transitways ought to be regional projects. But after spending 6 months on the Metropolitan Council Reform Task Force with Senator Dibble, there was a lot we disagreed on. But the one area that nearly the entire task force agreed on was lack of accountability with the Metropolitan Council. Lack of accountability with the Metropolitan Council. Lack of transparency. Lack of engagement with their local communities. And quite honestly, in one of the reports that we've seen, lack of expertise and the ability to manage the change requests that have come through. Mr. President, how many times does Met Council have to fail until we realize that they are incapable of managing a project this size? How many times must they fail before we give them just one more chance? Mr. President, I am happy to co-author that bill with Senator Dibble because after 6 months of work, this was one area that we could come to full agreement on. And I would even ask Senator Dibble to consider as it goes forward to include pre-design and design as well, because many of the problems that we've had, as he recounted, were due to decisions made early on in the project. So members, please vote no against the A75 amendment, because while Senator Jasinski is concerned about projects in greater Minnesota, I'm concerned about the tax burden that's being placed on metropolitan residents. Thank you.
Senator Dibble. Are you sure? All right. Senator Jasinski, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Again, this has been a good discussion. Again, I can't disagree with Senator Dibble more about what we talked about with Met Council and the overspend expenditures that we've seen, the mismanagement. I totally understand that and the frustration. But we did have MnDOT come in and testify that they can't handle this. They have concerns about it. I think another senator brought they're going to have to hire many, many more people. Senator Dibble and I and Senator Newman, when he was here, has always talked about leakages. Well, if they need more people to come on, they're going to have to put them in a building. And usually they've been trying to take that money out of trunk highway funds and out of the HUTDF funds. And so we'll be using that money to fund an office building to build light rail and bus rapid transit. I don't believe that's the way it was intended. We've been talking about leakages for a long, long time. I think we've worked on percentages based on administration, on what percentages can be used out of the HUTDF funds, and we're working on that. But again, if you have an earmark or a constituent request that you've wanted a road, given the greenhouse gas language as well, MnDOT is going to be overwhelmed with more work for not only the greenhouse gas, now they'll be looking at big projects like that. I don't believe they have the number of people to handle that without disrupting the service they give to the design of our roads and our bridges across the state. So again, I don't know where this amendment's going to end up. With the final vote, but again, I believe in Minnesota, if you really rely on roads and bridges in your district, this is only going to take away, it's going to have delays on your projects because MnDOT's going to have to focus on projects within the Met Council and overseeing those projects. And as we had testify in committee, they cannot handle that right now. So they would have to hire more people, which will come on full time. We're going to have to provide more office space for them, and a lot of times what we're seeing is that money is coming out of our HUTDF funds, which is supposed to be used for roads. So members, I really would ask for a green vote, and thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A75 Jasinski amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye. Members, please vote. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 25 ayes and 41 noes, the A75 amendment is not adopted. Members, just for clarity, I believe that's the last amendment for the transportation portion. I just want to stop and pause and make sure that I did not neglect to call on anyone. Seeing that I'm accurate, I'm now going to the labor portion. I'm going to call on Senator Weber first. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A162 amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator McEwen, do you have any amendments? Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Senator Weber. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I know everybody's eager. I do have the A63 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen offers the A63 amendment. The Secretary will report the A63 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 147, line 31, delete 299,000. This is the A63 amendment.
Senator McEwen, sorry about that. Senator McEwen, to your A63.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I'm good. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And members, I'll just go through this very briefly. This contains some changes that I want made to our bill. Probably the biggest change that we're seeing is that we are taking MnSCU out of the changes to the PELRA bargaining units. So that is a significant change. The first portion of the amendment through line 1.7 have to do with the apportionment of funds and shifting those to the University of Minnesota as a sort of good faith gesture toward any costs that they may have, increased costs as a result of the bargaining unit changes. Then we are deleting the MNSCU funding. We did have a couple of requested edits from the Minnesota Management and Budget, and we made those. Let's see here. We're in lines 1.12 through 1.15. We're adding excess funds in 2025 to the Labor Standards Division of the Department of Labor and Industry. We have some clarifications to ensure that the language in regard to the Bureau of Mediation Services provisions, that is understood as intended. So just some clarifications of language there. We do have on line 1.21 some compromise language in the interest of some good policy between the public unions and MMB, some compromise language there. And then again, the removal of MNSCU from the PELRA changes. And then on line 2.3 and 2.4, some technical and clarifying language from Senate Council. And that should do it. I respectfully ask members for your support of the A63. And Mr. President, I would request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any questions or discussions on the A63 McEwen amendment? Senator Abler.
Well, thanks. I was just trying to follow it, and I've been lobbied about the U of M, I guess you call it PELRA. Is this taking that out of the bill, just so I understand what you're doing, or what is it doing for the PELRA? I just want to, there's a lot of words. Thanks.
Senator McEwen to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am happy to yield to that question. This does not take out that PELRA bargaining unit change, but it does take the MNSCU system out of the changes that we're making. So the changes will affect the U of M system, but they will not affect the MNSCU system.
Any other questions or discussion on the A63? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A63. Members, please vote. We're on the A63. Senator Umuver Baden for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Fate votes aye.
And Senator Fate votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 1 no, the A3 amendment is adopted. Senator McEwen, I blew past you the first time. I just want to make sure that you don't have any more amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I do not. I will stand for questions and further amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McEwen. Now we will go to Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A162 amendment.
Senator Weber offers the A162 amendment. The secretary will report the A162 amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 191, line 8, after units, insert. This is the A162 amendment.
Senator Weber, to your A162 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Essentially what this amendment does is that it changes a provision within the bill that applied prevailing wage to all TIF and low-income housing projects in the state of Minnesota. Now, it's my understanding, quite frankly, that in the metro area, many of the low-income housing projects are already covered with prevailing wage. However, in greater Minnesota, having projects covered by this actually makes those options unavailable to my communities. To give you, for instance, a few years ago in one of my cities, they had a project for a 72-unit apartment complex. And the prevailing wage had to be applied. This wasn't through either of the programs that are covered here, but it was through Minnesota Housing Finance. They worked and worked, actually brought the size of the unit down to reduce the construction costs, but they could find no developer that could make this project work with the provisions of prevailing wage. So what this amendment does is that it leaves the prevailing wage requirement in effect for the metropolitan area, or essentially the 7-county metro area, and removes the rest of the state. I ask, this is important, I believe, for all rural members, and I would ask for a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Weber, you asked for a green vote, so are you requesting a roll call vote?
Yes, Mr. President, I am.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion? Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weber, for this amendment and for the discussion. I appreciate it. Respectfully, I am going to ask members to vote no on this amendment. As I understand it, peer-reviewed research has consistently found that expanding prevailing wage does not increase costs, and that removing existing prevailing wage requirements in other states has had severe negative impacts on labor standards and the quality of the work performed while failing to deliver cost savings. These findings are consistent with the 2007 OLA report on the impact of prevailing wage requirements in Minnesota. In addition, prevailing wage can be an effective policy tool for supporting strong labor practices on the front end rather than enforcing violations that have already taken place. Prevailing wage requirements include requirements to document payroll, which also discourages labor brokers and contractors that illegally pay cash wages or use tiers of subcontractors to hide liability from bidding for jobs covered by prevailing wage. I really do just want to extend, well, actually, Mr. President, will Senator Weber yield for a question?
Senator Weber, will you yield? He will yield for a question. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Senator Weber. My question for you, and it stems truly from just a sense of curiosity. I'm wondering if you know, with the example that you gave to the body about the project in your local area, if you know the difference between what the prevailing wage would have been and what the project would have been without the prevailing wage in terms of the pay for the workers who would have been working that project. What are we talking about here in terms of hourly pay for those workers, prevailing wage versus the wage that the project, the people doing the project were wanting to pay the workers?
Senator Weber to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator McEwen, no, I do not have a breakdown of what the wage scales were that were being discussed at that time. All I know is that as they continually tried to ratchet the cost of the project down, they still weren't able to make it work and had eventually had to turn that grant back to the state of Minnesota.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Senator Weber. I appreciate that. I really welcome conversations going forward about the prevailing wage and how the prevailing wage requirements that we have in law might play out in different areas of our state. So I do look forward to having more of that conversation going forward. I will say that from my district of Duluth, which of course, as people know, is a very strong labor-oriented town, I know that my constituents would be very surprised and shocked to learn that this already isn't the law of the land. That when we're using public dollars to create housing, that of course the wages that are paid to the workers doing the work on those projects, those should be at the very least prevailing wages. And of course we want to save money on projects, we want to be able to build as much as we can, but we can't do that on the backs of workers who are actually doing the work on these projects to be paying them subpar wages. So I am sympathetic to the need for wanting and needing to do these builds, but again, I believe very strongly that that shouldn't come at the price of sort of lowballing these workers with low wages. They need to be paid a living wage, which is a prevailing wage. So respectfully, thank you for bringing this amendment. I am going to ask our members to oppose it, and I look forward to a continued conversation. Thank you.
Senator Young.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Weber, for bringing up this amendment. I certainly think the discussion is worth looking at furthermore, but I think that prevailing wage, the policies reduce the aggressive race to the bottom around employee wages inherently in highly competitive bidding processes on multi-housing projects. And I think one of the value questions we have to ask is, are we going to let workers suffer based on costs? And I think it's a discussion that we might need to have a little bit more, but I certainly hope that we don't take on this amendment. This work had come through together through the misclassification working group. A lot of work had gone into this, working with labor and with stakeholders, and I hope that we would get a red vote on this one. Thank you.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to make a quick comment. I had heard that it doesn't affect cost, and a lot of my comments are going to be based on some of the remodeling experiences that I've been around, but it really doesn't matter whether we're building new construction or remodeling. But the fact that the comment was made, it doesn't affect cost, from what I see, it just kills projects. In our rural areas, the contractors already have a rate that they charge everybody else, and so they're willing to take on more projects for that. The projects that I have seen, when you bring in the prevailing wage, the projects do go away, or they get greatly reduced. So to paint the whole state with the common paintbrush, it really affects us in rural Minnesota. And it's not that it's hard on our local contractors. Our local contractors are getting to charge what they do on a daily basis. It's what they want, it's what they're asking for, it's what the people that are working construction live on. It is their living wage, so that we just have to be careful that we don't hamper, handcuff, and shut down and kill our projects in rural Minnesota, because it does have a major effect. So I would support the Weber amendment and ask others to do the same, because it's good for our economy, it's good for our communities, and it's good for rural Minnesota. So thank you.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members, for the discussion. I don't know where to begin. You know, the first time I really got into a deep discussion on prevailing wage was on the working group that Governor Dayton put together when we were reviewing all aspects of housing. Most of the time, I was the only Republican in the room. Majority of the people in the room were nonprofits, not for-profit developers, mainly nonprofits that do a lot of good work in the housing arena. And what they brought up in our work sessions, which there were many, was the fact that prevailing wage added 30 to 50%. 30 to 50%. 30 to 50%. What we have to decide as a body is a one-size-all approach the right approach for something as important as housing? In a lot of rural areas, they fight for a contractor to bid the job, regardless if it's prevailing wage or not. They just want people to bid the job. Not every contractor is familiar with the requirements of prevailing wage. I would guess if you come down to my district and you're a competent contractor, you could have 20 new jobs. You'd have your pick. So I don't think it's a matter of being underpaid. What we have to decide, what the discussion should be, what's more important? Housing or a one-size-fits-all approach to prevailing wage? Please support the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise to support the Weber amendment. It's very simple. You can either do more with less money, like we often have to find ways to do during budget deficits, or in the case of housing, without adopting this amendment, we can do less for more. And that seems to be the Democrats' plan. We're going to get more housing by building less of it and spending more money on it. That's the bottom line. Vote for this amendment. We can get more housing in rural Minnesota. Vote against this amendment, then you can support less housing for more money and tell the taxpayers, nope, sorry, those projects went by the wayside. Had $1 billion invested last year in the money, tenfold of what normally the housing budget is. But we're going to get less housing because it's going to cost us more. Senator Draheim talked about the task force he was sitting on. About 6 years ago, there was most projects in housing weren't paying prevailing wage. It's a little secret. Most people don't even know. It was a little bit of a controversy. Did they have to or not? but they didn't, which was a policy that meant we were getting more housing than less. So if you want less housing for more money, vote no on this amendment. Continue down a path complaining about it, but then realize you're part of the problem if you're voting no on this amendment. Part of the problem that we can't seem to get our arms around in Minnesota to find competitive, solid bids that many contractors are willing to build properties for. But certainly in rural Minnesota, there's a different scale that goes on than in the metro area. And we're just saying, let's recognize that there's rural counties and there's metro counties. And let's not put everybody in the same basket, because the net result is then metro gets most of the money for housing, again, getting less houses for more money. But in rural Minnesota, it usually just means the economics don't work. Contractors, there's not enough of them out there that are willing to deal with the regulations and the upside down problems that come along with them having to mix in prevailing wage in some jobs and then not on other jobs, and then it just becomes a huge hassle and a cost driver. And members, let me give you two examples. About 7 years ago, we fixed the prevailing wage problem on the rural broadband program. It was a fairly new program. Governor Dayton, Republicans controlled in the House, Democrats controlled in the Senate. We came up with a compromise because the rural broadband program and the companies and the installers that were helping build out so we could get broadband across the state. Now, I realize if you didn't have it, it wasn't a big deal to you. But those of us that live in areas where you don't have internet, it was a pretty big deal. Now, would you rather have internet so you can do telehealth, work from home, your kids can study and do their schools? Or would you rather leave many people stranded behind? To get to the point, the rural broadband program, until we fixed the last mile issue with prevailing wage that was throwing everything out of kilter, was bringing in bids and costs 25 to 30% more. One project I can specifically remember, they had to apply for an $800,000 grant for a project that otherwise was bid out for $600,000. So once you added the rural broadband program in and the prevailing wage before we fixed the last mile issue, so they didn't have prevailing wage driving up the cost. For that same project in my district, it was $800,000 instead of $600,000 for the exact same fiber and project installed. That's the kind of money we're talking about here in rural Minnesota. We had grants in the ag bills that we passed. I was chair of the Ag Committee and Housing at the time. We thought we were helping out an expansion in central Minnesota. I think it was Senator Howe's district. Milk processing plant was expanding. One of the first expansions we've had in milk processing. We thought we were helping them out with a value-added grant, only to find out, last I recall, they didn't even take the grant because the cost was going to be up so many hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think about $800,000, and the grant was $1 million. So their project was going to be driven up $800,000 in cost by having to go out and bid at prevailing wage and find contractors that would even do it, which they had trouble doing. So they just said, thanks, but no thanks. Went ahead with the project. The $1 million value-added grant Didn't help them. And that's the result you're going to get from projects if we keep our head in the sand and say, well, this is what we're going to do. We're going to buy more, spend more money for less housing. This Weber amendment fixes this, helps get more housing out across the state for reasonable competitive prices, whatever the contractors can bid them at. And the labor they're paying, and they're paying good money. Sometimes it's more money than people like, sometimes it's less, depending upon the season and the time of the year and the workload that they have. That's economics. That's competition. The bids come in too high, they have to wait till they can either find some things they can cut out of the project or find some other contractors to bid on it. But members, that's the net result that you're voting on here. A yes vote means less housing for more money. A no vote, or a yes vote means more housing in rural Minnesota. A no vote means less housing, but more money. And then we'll just keep wondering why we can't fix the problem. Vote yes on the Weber amendment.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I respectfully stand and speak against the Weber amendment, and I want to thank Senator McEwen for the work that she is doing for working people in this proposal. Prevailing wage is an instrument that has been part of Minnesota's landscape and the law for many, many years. And as I understand it, it is a tool that is both built to assure fairness for workers, but also to assure that workers and local economies are not undercut by the practices of some who may come in and drive down the wages in a community. So for people who work across the state and for people who live in communities across the state, prevailing wage is a measure of fairness, economic fairness, and worker protection. And whether we're in housing or other state-funded construction, it is an important instrument that we shouldn't undermine, and that is why I would ask members to vote against the Weber amendment. Thank you.
Members, any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I already spoke to this, and I'll be very brief. I just wanted to offer a brief correction for members' understanding. I think that Senator Weber just perhaps accidentally misspoke, talked about TIF funds, but this provision in the bill actually pertains to LIHTC funds, so the low-income housing tax credit funds, not the TIF funds. So just so everybody's clear on what this pertains to. And I also just wanted to make sure that we've heard a little bit about, and this is a repeated theme, sort of, is this a one-size-fits-all kind of deal? But from what I understand, the Minnesota Department of Labor and Industry sets the prevailing wage rates to be comparable to wages paid for similar work in the county where the construction project is located. So those are called the certified prevailing wage rates. So it isn't a one-size-fits-all, and it is regionally based. So as I said when I made my earlier comments, I would love to have some continuing conversation to sort of flesh out some of these concerns, but it really strikes me that when we're talking about the increased costs and I've heard words like hassle and cost drivers, what we're talking about in the reverse then is taking or never giving those types of resources out to the workers who are doing the work. We'd be paying them subpar wages, lower than the prevailing wage in that county, to do public work projects that are the people of Minnesota, their money that they pay in together for good works for our community together. that money would be going for lower than prevailing wages is, I think, it's wrong. It's wrong to do that. And the people of Minnesota, I know the people in my district, and I believe that the people of Minnesota expect us to be using their tax dollars in this responsible way. So respectfully, I ask also for a no vote on the Weber amendment, and I look forward to continuing conversation. Thank you.
Senator Weber, you're the last voice that we'll hear before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, regardless of what studies from other places have shown, I have to deal with the reality of what exists in my communities. I have a city administrator who previously was a consulting engineer. His comment was to me when he was in his engineering profession, his recommendation to communities was that unless any state grant that you accept is at least 25% of the cost of the project, you should turn the grant down because you will be money ahead. As we look at the housing situation, right now I believe the estimate is that in terms of single-family housing, we are 100,000 units short in the state of Minnesota. In rural communities such as I represent, about the only opportunity that they have is to have either grant money or eventually the TIF money, which I understand is not part of this bill. But the reality of it is that if this requirement for prevailing wage goes in for this type of housing, we do not have to worry about workers being underpaid because there will be few, if any, jobs in the housing industry for that type of construction in the first place. If a community could not make it work due to the cost of construction a few years ago, certainly with the inflation that we have seen created in the last few years, as we see the cost of materials that has skyrocketed, certainly the opportunity to build these projects continues to diminish for communities such as mine. Now, if you don't wish to have housing built in greater Minnesota, I guess that is a decision that you have to make. But quite frankly, if you live in the rural area of this state and you wish to see housing be developed, then we need to remove this provision within the current bill. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A-162 amendment. Senator Umu Verbaden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Dames votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the A-162 amendment is not adopted. Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A-117 amendment.
Senator Seeberger offers the, did you say the A-117?
A-117, that's correct.
The Secretary will report the A117 amendment.
Senator Seeberger moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 181, delete lines 20 and 21 and insert. This is the A117 amendment.
Senator Seeberger to your A117 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment exempts paid-on-call firefighters, members of fire departments, and EMS agencies from the requirements of earned sick and safe time. As we've discovered since that law was enacted last session, paid-on-call departments that really don't pay their members have had a really difficult time trying to figure out how to not only accrue earned sick and safe time, but pay it out. We've sought guidance from Department of Labor and Industry. We've sought other guidance from from the council and research, and no one's been able to come up with a good way to make paid-on-call departments fit within the parameters of earned sick and safe time. So what we've decided to do is just simply exempt them out. There are different ways to protect workers who work for paid-on-call departments, but earned sick and safe time just isn't a good fit. So I would ask for members to support my amendment.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Seeberger. This is a friendly amendment and is the result of a lot of collaboration and work with the lead author, Senator Pappas. So I would see it as a friendly amendment.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a friendly amendment.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Seeberger bringing this amendment. I've heard from many of the rural volunteer fire departments in my area that this would be a very helpful fix, and so I look forward to vote in support of this amendment. Thank you.
All in favor of the A17 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The A117 amendment is adopted. Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A156 amendments.
Senator Gustafson offers the A156 amendment. The Secretary will report the A156 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder,
hold on, Senator Gustafson. We have to report it.
Thank you.
Senator Gustafson moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 188, line 3, strike no. This is the A156 amendment.
Now, Senator Gustafson, you may discuss your A156 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a reminder, earned sick and safe time provides a workplace that respects employee time. Sick and safe time is paid leave, and Minnesotans can use for certain reasons, including an employee is sick, to care for a sick family member, or seek assistance if an employee or their family member has experienced domestic abuse, sexual assault, or stalking. However, there was a concern with our school districts that the new policy might override previous labor contracts that were negotiated with good intentions and deliberations, including collaborations between school boards and labor. So we think we found a solution. I'd like to thank Senator Pappas, Senator Duckworth, Education Minnesota, Minnesota School Board Association for working with me on this amendment. A156 allows for employers to use prior documentation and notice requirements that they had for employees for leave accrued prior to the effective date of ESST law. This addresses the concerns of schools, respects the earned time teachers have accrued, and honors the ESST law we passed last year. I believe this is a friendly amendment and ask members to vote green or say aye.
Senator McEwen.
Is it working? Yes, it's working. Okay. Mr. President, thank you very much. Likewise, I view this as a friendly amendment, and my understanding is, as Senator Gustafson has indicated, that this is the result of much work and collaboration between a number of parties, and I view it as friendly. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gustafson, for bringing this amendment forward. Thank you, Senator McEwen, for viewing it as friendly. As was mentioned, it's a good amendment. It's going to help our school districts, so highly encourage folks to support it. Thank you.
All in favor of the A150? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just add my voice, and the friendliness that's going on here is very fun at midnight. I think it is. Senator Seeberger, Senator Gustafson, Senator Duckworth, Senator McEwen, thank you all for working on this compromise with all the different stakeholders. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the A156 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A156 is adopted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A160 amendment.
Senator Duckworth offers the A160 amendment. The Secretary will report the A160.
Senator Duckworth moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 199, after line 3, insert. This is the A160 amendment.
Senator Duckworth, to your A160.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. This amendment would fix an issue that continues to still be unresolved here in the state of Minnesota. It would allow the state to step in and bring some clarity to the Uber and Lyft situation, and I'm hopeful that we can attach it to this bill, bring about some clarity, and preserve these great services for the people of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator McEwen, to the A160.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just familiarizing myself with this amendment. As I'm reading it, and thank you, Senator Duckworth, for bringing the amendment. This looks to me to be a complete preemption of local decision-making in regard to being able to decide whether or not there are some basic benefits for these transportation network drivers like Uber and Lyft. We all know that that has been quite the issue over the last couple of years. We've had bills coming through committees and a lot of news stories and discussion amongst workers. We've had workers here at the Capitol rallying, asking the legislature for support as well. And we've had municipalities go ahead and move forward with some protection. So I certainly would never favor the state stepping in to let to say that a local community couldn't go ahead and take measures to protect workers. So respectfully, I oppose the A160 amendment, and I ask members also to oppose it. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Mr. President, I appreciate the efforts on Senator Duckworth's part. Preemption is a very serious matter, deserving of the kind of conversation that it would need in state and local government and Veterans Committee. Further, on that subject, to this point, a big deal was just announced today, so I think we should celebrate that. I believe that this amendment is not germane because, and I would ask that you find it out of order, because, Mr. President, it is an issue of state and local government. It speaks to local ordinances and the like, and it relates to a substantially different subject and is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill to which it is proposed, as you find in Rule 35.2 of the Senate Rules. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble raises a point of order pursuant to 35.2. Senator Duckworth, advice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have some advice for you. I was hoping to be brief enough to maybe do some good work here today as it relates to this issue. But, Mr. President, we're talking about labor, and central to the entire conversation surrounding this issue has been the cost of labor. And that's why this amendment is germane and relevant to the discussion today. It's even more relevant today because a supposed solution was announced earlier today while we were on the floor, only to find out that the very companies in question had no idea regarding this supposed solution or compromise. And, Mr. President, why I think it is germane and why we need to be having the discussion right now is the people of Minnesota could not be more confused about this issue as of today. for them to hear and have legislators go before cameras and tell the media that some sort of deal or compromise has been brokered, only to find out that we took a giant step backward today. Not only has Uber announced they're likely to pull out of the state entirely, Lyft, after today, said they're likely to do the same. Before that company just said, we won't operate in the city of Minneapolis. And now both companies are saying, we're getting out of the state, and they're winding down operations,
Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise? Cite the rule.
Thank you. I would like to make a point of inquiry.
What's your point
Parliamentary
of inquiry?
point of inquiry. Mr. President, what is the question before the body?
The point is the point of order that's raised by Senator Dibble. Senator Duckworth is only supposed to be giving me advice as to the point of order only. That is what is before the body.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth,
Thank you, Mr. President.
To the point of order.
Yep, I'm still giving you advice. Some folks might not like that advice, but it is my advice nonetheless. The issue at hand, as I mentioned before, has to do with the cost of labor. And we are discussing the labor portion of this bill. And as a part of the debate, it was alluded to the fact that some sort of compromise or solution should be celebrated today that was achieved, and that's simply not the case, Mr. President. And so we're going to continue to bring this issue up until we have a resolution for the people of Minnesota that preserve these services. And so if it has to be the state government bill, we'll do it then. But in the meantime, I would just ask folks to be honest with the people of Minnesota. Let's not mislead them and tell them we've reached some sort of compromise when in reality, there's still a ton of work to be done. And if anything, we're moving in the wrong direction. So, Mr. President, I would encourage you to make a ruling that would allow us to end the uncertainty today, move the state forward, and preserve these services that the people of Minnesota rely upon. Thank you.
Members, hold on 1 second. I'm going to confer. After receiving advice, the point of order raised by Senator Dibble is well taken. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to continue on with this conversation about ride-sharing companies in Minnesota because I think it's a very relevant topic to transportation and labor in this bill. And, Mr. President, I think it's important to be clear that this is a crisis that the Democrats have created here in Minnesota. And if we go back to last session, we saw Senate Democrats pass a bill that would have resulted in Uber and Lyft leaving the state. And so we saw Governor Walz's first and only veto of a bill to make sure that we didn't have these important services exit Minnesota, leaving tens of thousands of Minnesotans in the lurch, whether it's individuals with disabilities who rely on these services to get to their appointments, whether it's drivers who rely on this for income. And unfortunately today here we saw Democrat leaders in both this chamber and the other body celebrate a so-called deal. However, it was just Democrats negotiating with themselves. They didn't actually bring in the affected parties and see if their concerns were addressed. And so today, we've heard from both Uber and Lyft that if this plan that Democrat leadership has rolled out goes into place, they will be leaving our state. And so, Mr. President, with that, I do want to offer the A56 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A56 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A56 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 193, after line 5, insert. This is the A56 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this amendment clarifies that drivers for transportation network companies are independent contractors for purposes in Minnesota law. And this is one component of the broader debate and discussion that's been had over these bills both this year and last year. And I have heard that this is a really important piece to keeping rideshare services here in the state of Minnesota. And when I also talk to drivers, they also want to maintain their independent contractor status. And as I've heard various bills throughout committee, that's been a question that's been asked and discussed. And the answers we've gotten is that they want to be able to maintain the flexibility to decide when they drive, when they're not driving, how many hours they drive. And so this is an important thing for both drivers, but also to show that this body is willing to work on a bipartisan basis to actually fix this problem before we leave for session. Because right now, there is no plan. We have a so-called deal that is going to result in us losing these services in Minnesota. And so, Mr. President, I'm asking for member support of this small portion to show that this body is willing to do the work to keep Uber and Lyft here in the state of Minnesota. I'd ask for member support.
Any other discussion on the A56 Rasmussen amendment? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for this discussion. I would say that just out of the gate that I don't support the amendment, and respectfully, I am going to recommend that and ask that members vote no on this A56 amendment, just on principle. But I also know that there is another bill, a misclassification bill, that is being worked on, that has been worked on this session. I think that Senator Umer Verbatim may be able to speak to that. And when we're talking about this underlying issue, there is a big underlying issue in regard to independent contracting versus employment status, and how that has been playing out in our economy and how it affects people. I know that with the last amendment and now this amendment, again, we're hearing this idea of the cost of labor, and okay, but we're talking about people here. This is not just numbers and a budget sheet for a business. These are people's lives. So I'm going to ask members that we have this conversation around the Uber Lyft bill when that bill is actually before us, and I'm going to respectfully ask that people vote no on the A56.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also request a no vote on the Rasmussen amendment. Just very quickly, Mr. President, this would be a very curious feature of law in declaring automatically that all the drivers of a particular type of industry are immediately construed as independent contractors, which would not allow a transportation network company to have any different sort of employment model. Independent contractors are determined by different features and aspects and facets of their relationship to the entity or the business with which they're contracting. We don't simply just sweep in an entire class of a particular industry or type of industry and automatically determine ourselves in law for them and for those businesses that their employees are independent contractors. So this would be a very, very unusual step to take and would frankly inhibit and curtail the rights of businesses to establish themselves as they see fit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A56. I've taken many Uber and Lyfts as traveling across the nation, actually, or state, in different trips, and I talked to the drivers. And again, the biggest thing I heard when people want to drive for Uber and I actually carried some legislation a few years back for the lights in their windows and got to know a lot of the TNC issues. And what these drivers want to do is maybe they're saving for their child's wedding, or they want to buy a boat, or they want to do whatever. They decide they're going to pick up a few extra bucks. They're going to drive on some weekends. They're going to, on their flexibility, they can do what they want. making decent money. So why we would make these people be employees and go after all the benefits and all those things that employee basis is crazy. I mean, I've been a real estate broker and real estate agent for almost 30-some years. That classification is independent contractor. I can decide when I want to work, when I want to go, if I want to work for a month or if I want to take a month off, if I want to list a project or list a property or not. So if we're going this avenue for Lyft and Uber, at what point are we going to switch and say now realtors have to be employees? Again, this is something, it was up to the people that wanted to pick up some extra work and save for something, save, like I said, for a wedding or their daughter's graduation or whatever they wanted to save for some kind of project. This gave these people the availability to do that, the flexibility. They could pick up a couple hours when they have some free time, make some extra dollars. It was a cheap issue for citizens of Minnesota to get a ride because they didn't have to have all these high fees. And if these independent contractors that drive TNCs don't like the job, then don't do the job. It's their preference to decide if they want to be employed or not. If they want to pick up the extra money, they can do that. But if they don't want to, they don't have to. So again, I think this is a pretty common sense bill. As one of our members said, this is the one thing Governor Walz did veto because he knows the importance of this in Minnesota. So if you're traveling across the nation and you have a very well-known Lyft or Uber app, and you can go to any other state, get off at the airport and want to get a ride to a hotel or whatever it may be, you pick up the app, you put it in, it syncs, it has your information, and now in every other state you'll be able to do it. You come to Minnesota and you have to download a different app. It makes no sense. It's something that is done across the nation. It's a well-known app. It's convenient. It's safe. People get to medical appointments. We've heard a lot of discussions in transportation how convenient it is. People to get to doctor's appointments. They don't have a car. People that need to get to a court appointment. You name it. This makes it affordable to get those people across the state. It's a transportation network, so it's a network of other travel conveniences that they do. It's not just a transportation company that happens just here. It's a network of a network that works across the nation. And why Minnesota would have to be an outlier and be the only state that doesn't have this is absolutely ludicrous. So support the A56 amendment and vote green.
Members, just so that we're clear, the roll call was left up there from before, and I wanted to make sure that individuals were not under the impression that there is a roll call that was called on this amendment. Senator Duckworth?
Mr. President, thank you for pointing that out. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Duckworth?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I promise to be brief since I spoke on this topic a little bit earlier. But I want folks to know and understand something. The people of Minnesota are extremely nervous right now as it relates to this issue. And here's why. This issue has been in the headlines for over a year. It was an issue last session, a bill was passed, the governor vetoed it, and the solution that was sold to the public at the time was we're going to create essentially a task force to study this, complete a report that will hopefully result in legislation that will move us forward. Fast forward a year, when we have essentially a week's worth of legislative days left, and the people of Minnesota have no more of a clear idea what the solution is regarding this issue than they did a year ago. If we were serious about addressing this issue, bringing clarity to our state, this would have been addressed immediately at the beginning of session, or we would at least know what the solution is going to be. The attempt to somehow try to get the public to believe that a solution was achieved today is extremely misleading. You only have to look at the release published from the companies themselves who said they didn't even have an idea a solution was about to be announced. It's not a solution for them, and they intend to leave. The companies are winding down their operations here, Mr. President, and the people of Minnesota continue to look at us at the legislature extremely confused, hoping that we find a way forward, while we continue to send in mixed signals. And what you've seen from the Republicans is us bring forward suggestion after suggestion to actually solve this issue. We've outstretched our hand and told our friends across the aisle, how can we help you on this issue? Whether it's trying to do some strategic preemption here and there just to buy us some more time to figure it out, whether it's addressing the 1099 independent contractor issue versus W-2 employees, you name it. Republicans are standing right here, right now, with a few days left in this session on behalf of the people of Minnesota trying to achieve and reach some sort of practical, meaningful solution. We do not want to see these services disappear. We don't want to see these companies leave the state of Minnesota. And if we continue to delay, that's exactly what's going to happen. The clock is ticking, Mr. President. We do not have a meaningful solution before us. And if we continue to wait, it's going to be too late for the people of Minnesota.
The last voice that we'll hear is that from Senator Rasmussen, who is the author of the amendment. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I did want to point out that in other places in Minnesota law, for specific industries, we do talk about independent contractor classification. And so this amendment would fit in with the other provisions that we have in Minnesota law, such as for trucking, messengers, couriers, and other parts in labor law. But I want to take a step back and talk about our current situation that the Democratic Socialists on the Minneapolis City Council and legislative Democrats have put us on. Right now, we are playing a very dangerous game of chicken. And I'm concerned, Mr. President, that Minnesotans are going to be the collateral damage from this very dangerous game of chicken that we're playing. And so I would ask colleagues to vote for this amendment. It won't fix everything. It won't keep Uber and Lyft in the state, but it will show a willingness of members in this body that we're dedicated to working towards a solution before session adjourns. And I think it's really important, Mr. President, that we don't leave session without fixing it. Because if we do leave session without fixing this and coming to an agreement, and I believe that agreement will have to include both political parties in this chamber, we will be leaving the fate of Uber and Lyft statewide to the Minneapolis City Council, which I don't think most Minnesotans would trust with this important decision that will have statewide impacts and implications. And so with that, Mr. President, would request a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A56 Rasmussen amendment. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Dane votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A56 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen, you have another amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A161.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A161 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A161 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 149, line 11, after 2, insert. This is the A161 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A161 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going back to the appropriation to tending the soil for their building. And the A161 would simply clarify, as they are getting their grant agreement, that they, in this building, would have to refrain from conducting political activity at the center. And so I just wanted to clarify that if we're going to be using tax dollars to build this building, to make sure that it is not a center where political activity is being conducted. So I'd ask for members' support of this amendment.
Senator McEwen to the A161 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the discussion around this A161 amendment. I vehemently oppose this and feel that it is a violation of speech. I'm very curious as to why we're seeing so much of this session. We use public dollars for bonding on all sorts of infrastructure throughout our state, our universities and buildings, the building, the deck, I think of, the depot in Duluth, like all of these buildings throughout the state have received public dollars for their upkeep, for building. Many projects, various expressions of political activity throughout, like across the spectrum, right to left, happening in our buildings in Minnesota, and that is okay. That's okay. It's okay for people to have political discussions. It's okay for them to do politics. It's okay for them to disagree. That is all good stuff. It's okay. It's okay for people to get together and talk politics. Okay? So I vehemently oppose this. People absolutely, whatever their political stripe is, should be able to go into a building and meet with people and talk about politics. Okay? So, members, let's respectfully vote this down in short order.
Members, any other discussion on the A161 amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I had the honor of serving on the Senate Capital Investment Committee. And as we were doing one of our tours over the interim, we had a stop where very clearly, as we were discussing and learning more about the project, it was clear that this building was going to house some political activity, including for a 501c4. And as members of the committee got back on the bus, there was kind of bipartisan consensus that given limited resources and tax dollars that the state has, that we should not be using Minnesotans' tax dollars to fund buildings that, as one of their stated purposes, are going to be conducting political activity, including endorsing and trying to elect certain candidates. And I would think that if the DFL was looking to build a new headquarters, that they wouldn't come to the state legislature and ask for an appropriation, and that we would find that to be unacceptable. And that has nothing to do with infringing on their First Amendment rights. Not receiving tax dollar subsidies is not infringing on someone's First Amendment rights. They can go and build a center and do all the political organizing they want to with money that they're able to collect and come up with. And so, Mr. President, I think this is a really important amendment to adopt because we are starting to cross a line where this legislature is going to be taking tax dollars from people all over Minnesota, from people from all different political stripes, and we're going to be picking certain political activity that we're going to subsidize and include in this bill. And so I'd ask for member support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A161. Oh, members, you got to help me out, because once we allow the author of the amendment to speak, we've asked that people do not speak after the author. So if I do this, then I have to let him go back and have the last time again. So members, please, we've been doing this for quite some time. We should not. Please, help me out. Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Mr. President, but Senator Rasmussen was talking about something on the bonding tour, and so I just wanted to clarify something for the body, is that that was a situation where I think the organization was asking for money for an office facility and a meeting facility. It's very different from this project, the Rise Up project, which is a training facility for immigrants, for incarcerated persons, for minority people who need to get trained into the trades. If they happen to have a little meeting room and a neighborhood group wants to use it for a meeting or a town hall meeting or something, that's just really a kind of a byline of what the purpose is, which is to train people to enter the workforce.
Anyone else before we go to Senator Rasmussen? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, wondering if Senator Pappas would yield for a question.
Senator Pappas, will you yield? She will yield.
Mr. President, Senator Pappas just talked about the purpose of the building and for training immigrants. Senator Pappas, can we assume it's at least immigrants that are here with legal status? Can you help clarify that for us?
Senator Pappas.
I changed my mind. I'm not going to yield.
Senator Westrom.
Well, Mr. President, that's troublesome. I can only infer from that they're not going to at least establish that the taxpayer-funded building would be training immigrants who are here and respecting and following Minnesota and federal law. And so, members, another reason this Rasmussen amendment is a good amendment. There is lots of doubt that should be cast on this money and the way it's going to be used. Hopefully, us vetting it out on the floor, there will be enough people in the media and elsewhere that start saying this is wrong. We don't need to start Minnesota down the road of weaponizing the way we use taxpayer money for political purposes. Vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I'm not even going to start down the road that Senator Westrom just identified. It's just not worth even going there. It's so far outside the stream of this conversation. But what I do want to point out is that Senator Rasmussen had some concerns about a stated purpose of a building. And I listened carefully to the words that he used. And then he cited as an example if the DFL wanted to use public money for a state headquarters. Well, there are very significant differences there. A stated purpose might be one of many potential uses of a building that's contemplated by those who are building the building. The primary purpose of a political party headquarters would be just that. The building would exist for the explicit and primary purpose of advancing a partisan political agenda. I think that's different. But what's really different is that neither of those characteristics seem to apply to the project that is being contemplated in this bill. It happens that the project being contemplated by this bill is focused solely on workforce training. Now, one of the organizations that is affiliated with one of the other organizations that's involved in this particular workforce training project happens to have a philosophy that is pretty far to the left. But the fact that that organization has a philosophy that many in this chamber might disagree with has absolutely nothing to do with the building that is being proposed to be built for purposes of workforce training. So this whole conversation about free speech and trying to limit dollars that might create speech or partisan or political conversation has absolutely nothing to do with the project in this bill. We should just simply vote this proposed amendment down.
Senator Rasmussen, as the final, wait 1 second. Anyone else before Senator Rasmussen speaks? I want to make sure that everyone's had an opportunity to speak before the final voice before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the conversation on this amendment, and I also appreciate the chair of the Capital Investment Committee talking about our stop, and I believe her characterization to be correct. Mr. President, with this amendment, what we're hearing from individuals is this center is going to be used for job training. And if that's the case, there should be no problem with voting in favor of this amendment. If it's about job training, great. They can do all the job training that they want to do with this amendment. It just simply would state that we're not going to have a building that, as Senator Latz rightly pointed out, is going to be housing at least one organization that is espousing left-wing ideology, and that they're not going to use it for conducting political activity. I think that's really important. They can use it for job training all day long if this amendment's adopted. It would just simply prevent them from using state taxpayer dollars to use this center as a place where they're conducting political activity. And so, Mr. President, would ask members for their support in ensuring that we're not using tax dollars to subsidize left-wing political activity. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A161 Rasmussen Amendment. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Fate votes no. Members, please vote.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen, Senator Jasinski, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A161 Rasmussen Amendment is not adopted. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to move the A46 amendment and ask for a roll call, please.
Senator Liskey moves the A46 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A46 amendment. And did you request a roll call?
That is correct.
And a roll call requested and roll call granted. Secretary.
Senator Liskey moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 148, delete lines 12 to 36 and insert. This is the A46 amendment.
Senator Liskey, to your A46 amendment.
Mr. President, thank you for addressing me here. I'm bringing the A46 amendment because it addresses two issues that I see with our bill here in front of us. During committee, we heard about the Tending the Soil group, and we were, I was looking forward to it. It sounded pretty positive. It sounded like we were going to be offering job opportunities and job training for those less fortunate, those that are having a hard time getting jobs, things of that nature. They didn't really talk about what their mission statement was, and I had asked Senator Dibble at the time, and it sounded great, and I looked forward to seeing how it would move forward. The issue is that I found out later that the mission statement says something pretty drastically different. It says, Tending the Soil is an alignment of Minnesota organizations led by people of color that organize in working class communities of color. I have no problem with that. But this is where there's an issue. We are the ones who tend the soil to remove the toxins of white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism, and nourish our communities to grow justice, self-actualization, autonomy, and collective communities. We exist to lift up the voices of society's most marginalized members, and we stand in deep solidarity with one another. I have a big concern with that. It sounds pretty concerning that we are pushing back on capitalism, even though we're trying to teach people how to work better in the workforce. Capitalism is definitely what's running our workforce here in Minnesota, and it's pretty concerning that that's the route. And so I'm moving to take the money from that group and move it into broadband, because of course we also added a pretty high expensive broadband provision into this bill here. And so with that, it would be able to properly fund the mandates in that portion of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Liskey. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Liskey. I appreciate always the sentiment of wanting to put some resources toward our broadband infrastructure, and as we've also discussed, we have invested a lot, and there's going to be a lot of money coming in also from the federal government to improve and increase our broadband here in the state of Minnesota, which we're all very happy about and looking forward to. But I do believe, as we heard the testimony in committee, that this project is an excellent one, and a lot of broad support from the community in Minneapolis. So I respectfully request members vote no on the AA46, that we move forward with the funding that has been requested for that broad coalition project, and that we also continue our work in the broadband space. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A46 amendment by anyone before we go to Senator Liskey as the last voice we hear before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, again, I urge a green vote for this amendment. I have concerns that the funding is going to be difficult, being that we're tying funding to another bill yet here in the Senate, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A46 Liskey amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Daines votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 32 ayes and 35 noes. The amendment, the A46 Liskey amendment, is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A47 amendment, and I'd like to ask for
Senator
roll
Dornick
call.
offers, I'm sorry, Senator Dornick, were you saying something else?
I just said I'd ask for a roll call.
Senator Dornick offers the 847 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment, and a roll call has been requested, and a roll call has been granted to the Secretary.
Senator Dornick moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 191, delete Section 2. This is the A47 amendment.
Senator Dornick, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This delete section 2 on page 191. This is the broadband bill that got, we heard it the last day, I believe it was the last day in labor. And the issue, there's two issues, big issues. One was I have a letter I sent, handed out. It's was written by Melissa Wolf, which she's the executive director of Minnesota Cable and Communication Association, and she testified on this, and she's very concerned with this. Minnesota is lined up to receive $652 million in federal BEAD funding to achieve internet for all. The funds that will be matched by equal amount to the private sector investment, a total of $1.3 billion in broadband investment. And then the back, it just says, we want to make this clear. The language will essentially make it impossible for any internet service provider in the state to participate in the BEAD or any other future border-to-border grant program. And with that, I'd like to ask Senator Putnam if he'd yield for a question.
Senator Putnam, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Putnam. So the question I'm going to ask, and I'm sure you know it, was this heard in Ag Committee, Agriculture, Broadband, and Rural Development?
Senator Putnam to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dornick, for the question. As you know, no, it wasn't. But as you also know, most likely, I was deeply involved in these discussions and, in fact, created an opportunity for lots of people to talk together about these issues. And I've been deeply involved as chair of the Agriculture, Broadband, and Rural Development Committee in these negotiations.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Putnam. So earlier we heard, just probably an hour and a half ago, this very issue came up. We had a bill in transportation. Senator Latz and Senator Limmer talked about it and discussed it. It had not been heard in judiciary. And that bill was pulled out of the bill. So I'm asking for consistency, and I believe that this bill should be, or I'm sorry, this part of the bill should be pulled out. And so that's what I'm asking for, is for this section to be deleted. And I ask for a green vote.
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dornick. I did want to add a little bit of further context, and that the original bill actually did have a fair amount of information in it and did deal with statutes that were within my jurisdiction in the Broadband Committee. But the information in the bill that we have currently within the labor bill right now is exclusively labor statute. And I think that's a really important piece of information for the body to understand before we have further discussions on this issue.
Any other discussion? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dornick, Senator Putnam, for this discussion. I do just want to note, and I thank Senator Putnam for reiterating that we did have throughout the process of the session a broader conversation about portions of my original bill that are not contained here. So when we're talking about the bill before the body today, we're talking about a provision that does lie firmly, solely within the jurisdiction of the Labor Committee. And I will note that the letter that Senator Dornick has submitted for the body for our consideration does state that the only section of the bill that is relevant is what creates what they call an unjustified, burdensome new broadband installer certification program. That is what the issue is with the people who do not support this provision. They don't support that. But otherwise, the rest of the letter pertains to portions of the bill that are not in the bill before the body today. So, but I do thank Senator Dornick for the ongoing discussion, and as well as Senator Putnam for really trying to convening the stakeholders in at least one large meeting, and also having a number of other smaller meetings and conversations around how because we're having this large influx of money anticipated coming in to our state, a lot of work coming up, that we do this right. We heard a lot of testimony in labor about concerns around how this type of work is done. You know, regular citizens, when they're going to dig a hole for a garden or plant a tree in their yard, we know that you're supposed to call before you dig, right? Because you could cause some real damage if you don't know where really important lines are located on your property. What we're talking about is making sure that the people performing this work, which is, again, very, very important work that is being done, and a lot of work coming up that is being done, that they have the training that they need to do it safely, to protect themselves, to protect the communities that they're doing the work in, and to protect the infrastructure that we all rely on. So respectfully, Senator Dornick, I ask people to vote no on the amendment that you have brought before us, but I look forward to continuing discussion. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the A46, excuse me, the A47 amendment before I go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Anyone else? Senator Dornick.
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
the last
President.
voice we're going to hear.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a broadband bill just because it's labor, the Agriculture Broadband Development Committee. So it still needs to go in with what we have here to be consistent. I believe it still needs to be heard by the Agriculture Broadband and Development Committee. The other thing I'd like to note is Melissa Wolf or Miss Wolf spoke different times in different communities, and it just puzzles me that she doesn't support this from what I've heard. And we talked about communication and building relationships and stakeholders and working together to accomplish that peace in the valley. And there's not peace in the valley here. So that frustrates me. It disappoints me, actually. And the other thing is, Dolly, from my understanding, is that they don't have the capacity to make this 40-hour training. So we're putting something on them that they're quite honestly not ready to do. So again, it's something that we're moving too fast, and that's kind of the consistency I've seen here, is that that we're just trying to, this isn't ready. And it was, like I said, it was brought up on the last day in labor. Again, I think it was the last day. And it was not heard in broadband, the committee. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for a green vote.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A47 Dornick amendment. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the A47 Dornick amendment is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A53 amendment, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Senator Dornick offers the A53 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A53, and a roll call has been requested, and a roll call is granted. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 191, delete Section 2. This is the A53 amendment.
Senator Dornick, to your A53 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This also will delete Section 2. But what we're going to do here is have an underground infrastructure task force. Again, I talked about the issue here and the speed of the legislation here to slow down. Let's take the time to have many different people looking at the problem and come up with a solution. That simply is the amendment. And I ask for a green vote.
And members, just so that we know that a roll call was requested and a roll call is granted, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Dornick. Again, the first part, deleting Section 2, not acceptable to me for the reasons that I stated in regard to the last amendment that Senator Dornick brought. I normally wouldn't necessarily oppose. A task force can be a really good idea, depending on what we're talking about. But I do pledge to you, Senator Dornick, that as we go into conference, I'll take this language with me and certainly keep it on the table in terms of possibility. But I don't think that it goes far enough in terms of what we need right now with this, all of this work being done. The work is already underway, and a lot more work is going to be happening in very short order. So we just don't have time to have a long task force and do all of this work without taking some solid steps right now to ensure public safety and worker safety. So respectfully, I am again going to ask members to vote no on the A53 amendment. But again, Senator Dornick, you do have my pledge that I have this language, and I will carry it with me into conference, and we'll see where we go. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, would Senator Dornick yield for a question?
Senator Dornick, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Dornick, I like your amendment, at least the direction it's going. Can you refresh me on Section 2? Is that the prevailing wage last mile changes? I was out of the chamber for a little bit on the last discussion. So, Mr. President, Senator Dornick, can you remind us again what Section 2 does and what your task force would help study?
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Westrom. So this is putting some safety, well, actually a 40-hour initial course to that I had mentioned when you were out of the chamber that wasn't, the Dolly is not, at this time, from the information I have got, able to get this up and running. And then it's affecting some of the drilling and some of the safety issues that they're having. But what the issue is it's the speed, and we wanted to make sure that the BEAD money that is coming from the federal government is not hindered by this. So that's the biggest issue, is we have this money coming, and there's a concern by the stakeholders that this will jeopardize some of the money. So that's the biggest concern, is that. And so I'm thinking, or this amendment is to help have a task force before we just go ahead with this language and jeopardize that money. So we want to make sure, and that's what the stakeholders are concerned with, that this money might be in jeopardy if they can't implement this, or there's a problem with the getting the money. So that's the biggest thing, is the speed of this, the timing of the money, and that there isn't peace in the valley here with this concern.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dornick, it seems very reasonable, seems logical. The BEAD money that's coming in is not just hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's in the tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. So members, we need to make sure we can put that money to the best use to get the projects built as possible. So Senator McEwen, I'm wondering if you would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, sounds like you're somewhat warm to the idea of a task force. Get our arms around this best so we don't have unintended consequences. Can you explain to me, you mentioned you'll keep it in mind for conference committee. What do you mean by that? Keep it in mind and just keep it in mind? Or Senator McEwen, can you expand on that? What are you thinking you could do by keeping it in mind in conference committee?
Senator McEwen, to the question of keeping it in mind.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Radke. I will say that the bill on the Senate side looks different than the bill that the House has been considering. And as we enter into negotiations, there may be different things that we talk about that could be possibilities that people could agree on. And as part of those discussions, I will certainly ask people how they feel about a task force. I think some people have already been talking about it, and a lot of the consensus, as I said before, is it's just not enough to address the safety concerns that people have, both in terms of public safety and worker safety. We're talking about this kind of directional drilling that is done. It can be very dangerous, and we actually, I'll point members to a letter that I think is really impactful in your packets, the letters of support for the labor omnibus. There's a letter from the Minnesota firefighters, and they cite a number of examples where there were really very serious incidents, sometimes of injury, where people were hurt. And it just points to the seriousness of this issue and, again, really wanting to do it right. So, I mean, we all know that as we go into negotiations, we're looking for common ground. We'll be doing that with the House. And if there is any space where a task force of some kind, maybe not exactly with the language that is listed here, but if there's something that we can study as we move forward with some protections, if that would be helpful, we'll look at that. Absolutely, we'll look at that and keep an open mind. So, thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, if Senator McEwen would yield for another question.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator McEwen, does the House have similar or language that's sort of on this track already? Is that what you're referring to, that this is different than the House bill? They have language on the task force, and therefore you don't want to take it from the Senate?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Radke, the House has the original bill. It does not contain a task force.
Senator Westrom.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, one last question, if she would yield, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, so how would you bring the task force in the conference committee if it's not in the Senate bill or the House bill?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the amendment process, we could talk about have some testimony come before the conference committee. We could talk about the possibility of some compromise there. So, yeah, we can do that. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, members, Senator McEwen, everything I've known about the rules in the conference committee is you can't come up with new language in conference committee if one of the bills doesn't have it. So I don't know if something has changed all of a sudden recently, Mr. President and Senator McEwen, or if you're suggesting that we would just bend the rules and just bring in new stuff that doesn't pass. Senator McEwen, that's why I would encourage you to take this amendment, even if it's not worded with the right ifs or ands. You need the topic in your bill in order to work on it in conference committee. In my understanding of the rules, and Senator McEwen, feel free to correct the record if it's wrong and if you've got a new rule, but you can't bring in new language in a conference committee that hasn't passed Senate or House floors. One or the other, it has to pass. That's why we pass bills in one body before it goes into conference committee. So Senator McEwen, I would strongly suggest you work with Senator Dornick, try to find a way to get this language in your bill so then you can do what you're saying you would be open-minded to do. But Senator McEwen, if you don't have language in there, the House, you said, doesn't have language in there, it is a violation or a severe bending of the rules to take something that hasn't passed off the Senate floor or House floor and then just add it into a conference committee. And so, Senator McEwen, I hope you'd rethink that maybe there'd be a better strategy than breaking the rules or severely bending them just so you can vote this amendment down on the floor. It's going to help you in conference committee negotiate, discuss it, and massage it so it is maybe done the way you or others have concerns. But if it's not in the bill, you can't just bring it out of thin air and add it in, even being it hasn't passed the House or Senate, one of the two bodies. So I would suggest you rethink this. Let's try to work together. Let's not bend the rules, or else there's probably no way to really legitimately bring it in, Senator McEwen, and then we just need you to tell us that you're really not going to bring it in. But I want to believe that you're earnestly thinking you would work with it. But Senator McEwen, I don't think there's a way if you don't have it in your bill, and you've said the House doesn't have it in their bill. So this would be the time to amend it if there's some concern. This would be the time to accept it and then work on that language once it's in your bill in conference. And if you can't come to agreement, of course, conference committee things do drop off as well. So I would urge you to reconsider maybe the pathway so we can have a pathway.
Members, we're on the A53 Dornick Amendment. If there are no other voices, then I'm going to go to the author, and then we're going to vote. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And speaking of the House language, I want to talk about that a little bit. And this is Ms. Wolf. In a letter to the governor regarding the whole House language, the cable companies have said that if this passed, it will effectively stop the job of connecting all Minnesota to broadband. So this is a serious amendment, serious what's going to happen here. But I'd like to see if Senator Putnam would yield for another question, Mr. President.
Senator Putnam, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Putnam. Now, the House language, you were talking about that. Now, that is very concerning to the stakeholders. Would you not accept that House language? Would you commit to standing against that language, Senator Putnam?
Mr. President, Senator Dornick, thank you for that question. I agree with you. I think that there are certain uncertainties around the language that the other body is still considering, and those uncertainties must be clarified and resolved for this to be viable. And I've had conversations not just with the author of the bill, but with other folks around the Capitol. And I think there is some univocality in that if there is the slightest chance that this bill will compromise the resources from the federal BEAD program, this ain't going to happen. And I think that we can all be confident that that is the case. And so absolutely, Senator Dornick, that is my position.
Members, I want to make sure that we're not jumping in and answering a question from another member without me recognizing you, first of all. Secondly, Senator Dornick, we're on your A53, and we should not be asking questions about other aspects of the bill if we're looking at the business that's in front of us. So if it's not tied to your A53, then that's not what's in front of the body. So I'm just gently reminding you of that. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. So back to the amendment, it does delete section 2. And then it has this underground infrastructure task force. And with Senator Westrum's talking to Senator, or asking questions of Senator McEwen, so I guess we'll have to just see if she will vote to receive this or not, because it doesn't sound like it's going to go anywhere if it's not taken. So I ask for a green vote.
Members, the secretary will take the roll on the A53. Please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim. Those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dame votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. Senator Swazinski, are you voting? All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the A53 Dornick Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A60.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A60, and the secretary will report the A60 Rasmussen Amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 181, line 21, delete the second or. This is the A60 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen, to your A60 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment deals with earned sick and safe time, and it would simply clarify that elected officials are not required to be provided earned sick and safe time for their elected positions. The Department of Labor and Industries guidance so far already indicates that elected officials are not covered under the law, but the statute doesn't clearly state that elected officials are not covered. This amendment would simply add that clarity to statute.
Any other discussions on the A60 amendment? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for the discussion around this amendment. I have also checked with our nonpartisan counsel just to kind of get at their take on the legal status of this, and it does sound to me like this would be quite redundant under case law. Elected officials also don't have a classic employer-employee relationship such that we wouldn't be considered employees for this already. So it does feel like this is a little bit like one of those sort of ways to tell the public that we're not going to get some benefit that we all already wouldn't get. And I also just note that one of the issues that this raises for me is concern that running for elected office for most Minnesotans is a very difficult, if not impossible, decision to make economically. And we all know that in this chamber and in the other chamber, we have a grossly disproportionate number of business owners and landlords and lawyers and doctors and people who own multiple properties, people who are quite wealthy. We do not, in terms of our wealth in this body, represent most Minnesotans. We just don't. And that's because running for elected office becomes much easier when you have more resources at your disposal, more flexibility in your employment. It's much harder for people who make less money or who have less flexibility in their employment. So I worry about the message that this sends because it sort of sends that message that elected office, you know, we don't necessarily even need this in elected office. But I know that the people, those of us who do work more for middle-class salaries in our jobs and had to make a very difficult decision when we decided to run for office, this is a benefit that is that people shouldn't be embarrassed to have or to take. This is a right that they will have under the law now in Minnesota, and they should be proud to take it when they need it. And I'm a little bit worried about the example that it sets, that we're sort of saying, oh, well, it doesn't apply to us. And it feels a little bit elitist to me. So, having stated all of the misgivings that I have, I nevertheless recognize that this is already the law. And so I am okay with accepting this language, even though I feel it's redundant and I worry about the message that it sends. So I would accept this as an amendment that I will not object to adding to the bill. Thank you.
Members, any other discussion? All in favor of the A60 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A60 is adopted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A138.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A138. The Secretary will report the A138 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 191 after line 18, insert. This is the A138 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A138 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is in regards to the Nursing Home Workforce Standards Board, and I view this amendment as a transparency amendment that will help the legislature make good decisions when it comes to funding our nursing homes. Currently, in Minnesota law, when the Standards Board comes up with a new workforce standard that they would like to implement, they have to certify that it would require a rate increase and how much funding the legislature would have to appropriate to pay for that payment increase. The amendment that is before the body would require that 3 months before the board makes that certification, that they do an analysis to look at the first year of implementing that standard on all Minnesota nursing homes and to determine the cost to Minnesota nursing homes. That will help the legislature be better informed at funding levels. I think, Mr. President, this is really important because in Minnesota, our nursing home funding is effectively set by state statute because of rate equalization. And so we need to have this information. It'll help us make better decisions around what the cost of potential standards could have. So I'd ask for member support.
Any other discussion on the A138? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. I'm afraid that I cannot accept this language on, and for my own reasoning, I had talked to some of the stakeholders today around whether or not this language would be acceptable, how it would change things, what effect it would have, and my biggest concern out of those discussions is the delay that it would cause. In the actual implementation of the standards. So I worry about that. I wonder if there would be a different way to address some of the concerns that this looks to solve. But as is, I can't accept it as a friendly amendment, and I would ask people to oppose it. I don't know if perhaps the lead author of the Nursing Home Standards Board was Senator Pappas, and she may have something to share as well. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. President, I didn't really raise my hand to speak, but since you called on me, I think Senator McEwen has explained it, is that it just, we're not really very supportive of the delay in implementing the new standards. Thank you.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And real simply, this is not vetted, so please say no to this.
Any other discussion? Senator Abler.
Okay, it's late. Well, Mr. President, I actually was supportive of the standards board, so I say this as a person friendly to the topic. What's actually happened in real life is that the actual cost of what they're suggesting to happen, I believe, has been undercounted, and the effect on various nursing homes. And so if not this particular amendment, it's important that somebody is aware of what it really costs. The fiscal note on the last agreement, I believe, was way undercounted. And so nursing homes are in a tremendous plight these days, and they wish they could pay their workers more. And as we've worked through this, I was even in the negotiations as we kind of got some of the standard things going, and part of the exceptions that we talked about was if it would put the facility in harm's way. And so the board is new, and it'll find its own way better, find some better processes. So whether you do it today or whenever, if the board agrees to spend money on behalf of its workers, which a lot of us are happy that they can do to pay them better, to get more people to go, but they wind up incurring a debt or incurring costs that are far in excess of what a nursing home can handle, you might find that the nursing home is not going to be open to hire those people. And so if you don't do it today, you better do it sometime. I plan to vote for this today, hoping that we can actually, through the process, there's a short amount of time, and I would actually request that Senator McEwen would accept this as friendly enough to give it a placeholder for that discussion. Because you do not want to commit expenses to somebody who does not have the money. So thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? And just so everyone knows, there's been no roll call requested. And if that's okay, then I'm going to Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the conversation on this, and I want to point out that I don't believe that this will cause any meaningful delay, because in the situation where the Workforce Standards Board would be certifying, they would be needing to wait for a legislative appropriation, which I think would be likely to take more than 3 months. But what adopting this amendment will do is it will give the legislature more information about how these potential mandates could impact our nursing homes. And this was a big issue, Mr. President, from last session that many of us worked on a bipartisan basis to ensure that communities across the state of Minnesota had the nursing home services that they need. And this is just simply requiring some more information coming from the board to understand the potential costs, the potential investments that will need to be made. I think this is a very common sense amendment and will allow us here in the legislature to do our work and to ensure that we're investing adequate resources into our nursing homes. I would request a yes vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A138 amendment.
We will go to Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting remotely. Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no. We'll go to Senator Duckworth for those members voting remotely. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes yes.
Senator Anderson votes yes.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. All those members voting who needed to vote, the total is 33 yeas. Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 yeas and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. We'll now go to Senator Nelson. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A145 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File Number 5242 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 191 after line 18, insert. This is the A145 amendment.
Senator Nelson to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm very glad you're speaking into the mic. Some of us were having a hard time hearing you. So, Mr. President, members, the A145 amendment deals with prevailing hours of labor. Just like we have adopted new or more modernization ways of describing full-time behavior in the jobs bill, looking at hours, for example, total hours, instead of certain number of days. The A145 amendment before us simply looks at prevailing hours of labor as not being more than 10 hours per day or more than 40 hours per week. So you would note, as you're looking at that with the math, even though it's kind of very early in the morning here, what that means is 40 hours a week is still the maximum. However, it could be 5 8-hour days or it could be 4 10-hour days. And you might ask why this is important. As this is brought to me by members, men and women working on construction crews, happened to be during the summer as I was out going door to door. And this came up a number of times. What happens now with the current law is that our construction crews particularly, but it could be anyone, what happens in these long summer days is 8 hours is done, and they're done, even though they have 2 or 3 more hours of daylight. They'd like to continue working and finish the job, but because of the archaic way our prevailing hours of labor bill legislation is written, after 8 hours, they're done, even though the job might have 1 more hour. And so what happens is they have to pack up all their equipment, drive it home. Some of these, as you know, are not small pieces of equipment. And this provides the flexibility that the rank and file members of particularly construction is where I heard it the most, would very much like to have a little bit of flexibility in just determining if it is 4 10-hour days or 5 8-hour days, depending upon the job. And of course, the maximum remains 40 hours per week. This is a labor-friendly, employee-friendly amendment, and I encourage a green vote. And I ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for this amendment and discussion. I'm happy to continue that discussion, but at this point, I do want to check in with the stakeholders, the laborers who are performing this work, and really get a better sense, hear some testimony, sort of vet this out and see what people feel about making this change and how it would affect them and if they want it. So at this point, I'm loath to want to make a change like this that could really affect people without knowing how it would affect them, and look forward to continuing the conversation. But respectfully, colleagues, I would ask you to vote no on this A145 amendment.
Any other discussion on the A145 before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Nelson, you will have the last word before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the good senator from Duluth, that was the exact same reason that you gave last year when I offered this amendment. So there's been a year to address this. I'm sorry it hasn't been addressed yet. It still remains very important to our workers. I also want to thank this year that Senator Hochschild has signed on to the bill with me. That would be Senate File 1756, which does this exact thing. So again, I ask for a green vote. Please support our laborers, our workers, and our employees who would like to make the best use of the daylight that they have. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A145 Nelson Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth, those members voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And I'll have one more for you in a minute, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. I'll wait.
I'm ready for you, Mr. President.
Senator Duckworth.
And Senator Lucero votes aye.
And Senator Lucero votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote? Who are we waiting for? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 35 noes. The A145 Nelson Amendment is not adopted. Members, any other amendments on the labor portion of the bill? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 5242, a bill for an act relating to state government appropriating money for a supplemental budget for the Department of Transportation, Department of Public Safety, and the Metropolitan Council, etc.
Third reading. Those who would like to be on the list, let me know. I'm just giving you a gentle reminder that we still have a number of bills to go yet for this evening. Senator Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be quick. I just want to thank Senator Dibble for the work that he's done on the transportation bill and for including a lot of my provisions in his bill. And I want to point out Senate File 4634, which is in his bill. This bill we worked on with the Minnesota Council on Disability and Hope Hoffman, a disability advocate. and also the daughter of our colleague, Senator Hoffman. She has been so tremendous and has worked on this for almost 10 years. This bill is intended to standardize disability parking space signage statewide and eliminates the word handicap, which is considered disrespectful. And so I want to thank her for the work that she's done. I know she joined us today. I don't know if she's still around, but want to thank her for the work that she's done. And I want to thank Senator Dibble for working with so many people to get this bill across the finish line.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate a bunch of parts of this bill. I'm pretty happy for the motorcycle thing and Senator Coleman's work, and glad that could stay in. I wanted to call attention, there's a study in the bill about this matter with this tenant, actually I'll call it this tenant abuse by some of these profiteering for-profit senior housing products and projects in Section 42. And I want to remind, I'm sure they're not watching, but they think they have people, since they spent $240,000 on lobbyists that watch these kind of things. And Mr. President, you know, you've been active in trying to help different groups. And there's some people that just need to be looked after because they're being taken advantage of. And some other operations do such a good job of policing themselves, they don't need any law at all. There was a reason that in the amendment that almost passed on the housing matter that we carved out the nonprofits. Why is that, Mr. President? Because they treated their clients well. And so to the people out there who were fortunate enough to come up on the winning side of this, not the members here, but the group that escaped an amendment in the bill that would have been identical to the House version, I want to remind you that you were one vote away from being told you can't be very unfair to your tenants. And the House agrees, the other body agrees, that you should not be unfair. So my suggestion to you for-profit Section 42 senior housing people is stop being unkind to the people who you've sworn to serve in wonderful housing. The buildings are nice, but treat them correctly. And you don't have to max out the rent every chance you can. And if you stop doing that, maybe we'll stop chasing you. But eventually, it's going to go badly for you. So I want you to know that. And so to the bill, I'm actually thinking about voting for it. There's a study in there on behalf of these wonderful retirees who are just in harm's way. I want to thank the body, to Senator Gustafson for fixing the ESST part for schools and businesses so they don't have to get in trouble for having been nice before. The red light thing, I don't know if you can take a hint that that's not so popular with our side of the aisle, and it's not popular in Anoka, I'm sure, so maybe that doesn't have to advance so far. But Mr. President, I want to thank people for a good discussion, and thank you very much.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to start off by thanking Senator Dibble for including a fix to a provision from last year regarding the 169 and 282 project in Jordan, which will allow us to remove the last stoplight between Champlin and St. Peter on that very busy highway. You know, this correction will allow this project to start now on time and will not only open up a corridor of commerce for us, but will also increase the safety in that area where we've seen several significant accidents. But Mr. President, I'm concerned with the process. This bill was allowed to pass finance without meeting all of the committee stops. And we found one yet tonight where we'll have to have a committee hearing after this bill passes. That's not how we set up our process. And we shouldn't be shortcutting it. But when I look at this bill, I'm most concerned with the labor provisions. There are so many problems with this part of the bill, I almost don't know where to start. We made several changes to earn sick and safe time. This program was passed last year without proper vetting. And tonight we made changes that, Mr. President, Republicans warned last year would be problems. We're funding a building for an organization that brags about its political activism. We're told this is for workforce development, which isn't the jurisdiction of the Labor Committee, Mr. President. If I recall, workforce development is the jurisdiction of your Jobs Committee. And we're building a building which is actually the jurisdiction of the Capital Investment Committee. We've increased penalties for job misclassification, raising $712,000 per year, $1.4 million per biennium, which is now being used to increase the Department of Labor budget. There's no policy in this bill for labor misclassification. In fact, when we voted on the A56, we were told we have a good, robust process for determining whether somebody was an independent contractor or an employee, and so we didn't need to accept Senator Rasmussen's amendment. But, Mr. President, as you and I know from the Finance Committee, there are very significant changes in policy that have not been vetted through this body yet, which have not been passed. But you know what really bothers me about this, Mr. President? Is that we are using these penalties not as a deterrent, not as a way to compensate working Minnesotans that have been wronged by misclassification. We're using it in order to increase the Department of Labor's budget. What we're saying, Mr. President, is we are effectively executing a tax increase without having to go through the tax bill. Mr. President, as I just highlighted, this labor section of the bill crosses over the Capital Investment Committee, the Jobs Committee, and the Tax Committee. And it's going to hurt working Minnesotans. You know, we stand up and we hear we're doing this for the working person. We're doing this for the working Minnesotan. You know, Mr. President, when I think of labor and when we served on the Jobs and Labor Committee together, I remember the former commissioner saying that her job was to look at labor and industry, and her position was the and. What we've seen from this bill is anything but and. We have not balanced the needs of employers and employees. We have not recognized that employers need employees and employees need employers and jobs. And my fear, Mr. President, is that this will be a job-killing bill. A job-killing bill that bypassed your committee for workforce development, bypassed capital investment, and bypassed taxes. And after raising taxes $9 billion last year and basically spending the entirety of a $19 billion surplus, here we are doing a back-end tax increase to increase the budget of the Department of Labor. Mr. President, it's shameful, and I encourage members to vote no.
Any other discussion? Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to just speak towards the transportation portion of the bill. I also am frustrated because we added 3 bills together this evening. They could have been all separate bills, and it could have maybe allowed more votes across the aisle to get that done and maybe been bipartisan, but I have a funny feeling that's not going to happen here tonight. But I want to thank Senator Dibble, again, in committee with our caucus. He was very open to having hearings. We got a lot of things put in, not only the policy bill, but in this evening's finance bill, so I want to thank him. I also want to say a shout out to our nonpartisan staff, Tim Greenfield and Krista Boyd. I'm sure Senator Dibble will talk about them as well. And then Senator Dibble and his staff, along with our staff, David Frazier and Dom Linetti have done a phenomenal job putting this bill together, and we did work hard together to make it bipartisan. Again, thanks to the $20 million for small cities, which is a one-time fund until the Transportation Advancement Account starts building the money for small cities. Also some work on the deputy registers. We know they're all struggling, and we have some good provisions in here that will make things better for them. I also want to talk about the transportation advancement that we've done as far as the small cities and townships, letting them use that money for bonding. That was a bill that Senator Dibble and myself worked on, again, bipartisan across the aisle to get that done, which is going to allow our small cities and townships to really use that money as a leverage, and we can get a lot more bigger projects done that can be bonded against and get much better projects. Obviously, I have some concerns, as I raised this evening, about Met Council. I agree with Senator Dibble that the money they're spending and how they're spending on the big projects is not good and has not been followed well, but I also am very concerned about what the pressure it's going to put on MnDOT and what is going to be taken away from our projects, not only from time and trying to find staff to make sure our projects go through for roads and bridges across the state. So again, I cannot vote in favor of it, although I do want to say thank you, Senator Dibble, for getting many of our caucus's provisions in there. So thank you for that. And with that, I'll say thank you once again.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I just want to take a moment to thank members of the Housing and Homelessness Prevention Committee. Specifically, I want to name our committee administrator, Davin Sokup, as well as legislative assistants Courtney Schaff and Jack Dudley, nonpartisan staff Laura Painter and Daniel Mueller, and then our pages CJ, Michaela, and Olivia. It really does take a team to do this work, and very much appreciate everybody's hard work on what is an excellent housing bill that will get us closer to ensuring that every Minnesotan has a safe place to call home. Vote green. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, just a couple of items I wanted to touch on. The transportation portion of this bill. Senator Dibble has got language in here for studying and improving both metro mobility and rural transit options, and I want to thank him for that and want to continue to work together on that and make sure the Senate knows what we are working on. Both ways to improve the metro mobility for those that need the service, those with a disability that have that service option in the Twin Cities. How can we make it more dynamic? Not necessarily just more expensive, but how can we use the current funding and stretch it further or revolutionize the way we move people around? And the same idea is in rural transit. 20 years ago, an Uber or Lyft app or other transportation networks did not exist. And so it is time to update to the 21st century and bring in these new options that weren't even conceivable 10 and 20 years ago. And so I appreciate Senator Dibble for having the foresight and the interest and the compassion to really dig into this, and hopefully we can come back with good language that will have meaningful results next year to actually implement some revolutionary dynamic changes for both metro mobility and rural transit options, and make systems work much better for consumers. That's who we're here to represent and do better for. And we can do better. And I think Senator Dibble has that belief and commitment. I think many of us senators have that, and so I want to call that out as we are passing this bill. Unfortunately, it is surrounded by so many other things that are very problematic. I wish they would not have combined all these subjects into this bill, because it has too many bad things that warrants a red vote instead of a green vote. And one of those is the broadband issues that Senator McEwen's subject area is changing, and how this didn't come to the Ag and Rural Broadband Committee, which deals with the broadband overall, is frustrating, that we're circumventing the process, and the effects and the changes are going to dramatically affect the BEAD money and the other money that the state puts into this program. And our broadband committee didn't even have a discussion of it. We are the ones that should be scrutinizing the best use of the dollars that we are generally the ones funding, because that's our finance area. And yet we didn't hear it at all. It bypassed the Ag and Broadband Committee. and all of a sudden it's here on the floor. And it is going to have significant effects if we don't get this stopped or changed dramatically. And members, we are so close or on a trajectory to get rural broadband built across this entire state. And then to have this kind of a U-turn shoved down our throats is very frustrating. And that's one big reason alone that I would urge a no vote.
Members, any other discussion? Anyone else? Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator McEwen just yield for a couple questions.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator McEwen for yielding. I just was concerned about the misclassification bill, just kind of where that is and what is the track or for that possible.
Senator Dornick, are you talking about something that's in this bill? Senator Dornick.
It could be.
Is it in this bill?
Is it in this bill? No, it's not.
Senator McEwen, I was just reminding the body that we're talking about the things that are in front of us. This is third reading on this bill. But Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dornick, I'm happy to talk in more detail with you. We can ask the bill's lead author whether she feels like there's prospects going forward for it or where we're at with it. But as has been noted, it is not in this bill before us today. So, but if you're interested and you want to know if there's any sort of route for that bill, we can talk about that, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. I guess the reason I asked, I was just, I know it's in the House omnibus bill, and I'm just concerned that if it's going to be in the omnibus bill in the Senate and conference. That was my concern. The only other question, well, you know what? I won't ask any more questions. So we definitely had a lot of amendments, and again, I think there was one small amendment that was taken, and the 2 years that I've served in the Labor Committee, it's been disappointing. I have been a labor person all my life, worked in the Carpenters Union, small business owner, and so I have some experience. I don't have necessarily all some of the attorney and some of those skills, but I have the experience, and I just feel like that the voice of the balance is not being heard in the Labor Committee. But I still thank Senator McEwen for her work, because I know that running committee and getting all the bills and all those things is still a difficult thing. And it is a lot of work, and I know she works really hard. So for that, thanks Senator McEwen and all the members that served on that, and those that helped us get our work done. Staff is amazing, and we just appreciate them. I guess I'll just finish with just that a couple sentences. One-size-fits-all policies ignore the distinct needs of different types of employees and employers and won't help increase employment or make Minnesota a more competitive place to grow. And the most concerning thing was the broadband. And Senator Westrom and Senator Pratt kind of said most of the sentiments I had. So with that, Mr. President, I'll stop, and I encourage a red vote.
Members, if I call your name, because I know that you were a lead on the bill, if you don't want to say anything, you can just give me the motion, and then I'll go to the next person. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members, for the great discussion. Respectfully, I ask for your support and encourage everybody to take a joyful, happy vote yes for this wonderful bill. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo thanks that have been expressed by Senator Jasinski, Senator McEwen, and others for all the work that our committee does, all the work that our staff does, and also a deep gratitude for the debate that we had tonight on the floor. Long though it was, tough though it was a good debate, and I really felt a sense of respect throughout. So appreciate a green vote for those of you who could find your way to voting green. I'm passionate about transportation, of course, because it's all about making sure that people and communities and our state can get to where they need to go, and we can be as successful and prosperous as possible, every one of us, because everyone matters. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the vote for final passage of House File 5242 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Bravaden, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
And Senator Klein votes aye.
And Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Duckworth, those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Daines votes no.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 36 ayes and 31 nays. The bill is passed and its title agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator Abler.
I guess it'd be a point of personal privilege. Do you want to say that? Go state your point of personal privilege or what?
Yes, but we had some other business that we have to tend to.
I have a point of personal privilege I'd like to tend to.
Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's 1:30, and I'm concerned about the welfare of our staff. They have to come back at 8 o'clock in the morning. We have done good work today. We've done 7 omnibus bills, the equivalent of, and I think it's unreasonable to request that staff remain here. And if you want me to make a motion, I will. I mentioned it to Senator Murphy. I don't want to make a motion right now, but I would, but I think we need to be sensible. A couple years ago, back when I was in the other body, one of the members had a car accident driving home late. We have a long week ahead, and I don't know what to do next, Mr. President, but I wanted to raise that point because I'm greatly concerned. 8 o'clock comes early for our staff. They have to stay an hour afterwards, and I think it's not responsible to continue with another bill tonight.
Thank you, Senator Abler. Members, we have a little business that we have to do, so I'm going to call on Senator Murphy for a motion for a brief recess for the purposes of appointing conference committees. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committees.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate, okay, we're in recess. The Senate is now in recess. The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, is there a privilege report at the desk?
Yes, there is. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Murphy from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on Senate File Number 5289, Senators Champion, Mohammed, and Gustafson. House File Number 3438, Senators Port, Marty, and Rasmussen. House File Number 4757, Senators Port, Pa, Frentz, May-Quade, and Zhang. Senator Murphy moved the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we are still on special orders. We will now go to House File 5237. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President.
Senator Abler, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn and that the Senate reconvene tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
That motion is not debatable. All in favor of the motion?
Mr. Chair, roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to adjourn. Senator Umu verbatim for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dame votes aye.
And Senator Grudenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Grudenhagen votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the motion does not prevail. All right, members, we are now...
Mr. President, just one more thing, please. I'd like to request to be excused. I think we're doing a wrong thing. Thank you.
Well, you could just come up to the desk and ask to be excused. We don't have to say it over the microphone. All right, members, we are now on House File 5237. Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's in the wee morning and you all have kept us here very long, but I'm really, really excited to share this bill that we have worked very hard on. First, I'd like to recognize that today, actually yesterday, started National Teacher Appreciation Week. And I think it's really appropriate that I share this education finance omnibus bill on such an auspicious day. We have a few educators in this body, current and retired, Senator Swedzinski, Senator Farnsworth, Senator Gustafson, Senator Putnam, Senator Nelson, Senator Seeberger, and our leader Murphy, who is an adjunct instructor. Imagine the hundreds of cumulative hours that we have between ourselves and the profession and the expertise that we bring to this floor. Members, at the end of the 21-22 school year, there were approximately 113,000 teachers and related service providers licensed in Minnesota. These teachers held nearly 2,000 field-specific licenses. And so I want to say thank you to each and every one of them, and I hope you do too. I'm sure we can all think of teachers who have played a significant role in shaping our education, our children's education, made a difference in our community, nurtured our talents, and encouraged us to grow into our best selves. They are often unsung heroes who deserve all the respect and gratitude that we can shower upon them. So I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of the incredible teachers that I was privileged to teach with in the 25 years that I taught, and to those that touched my children's lives, and I extend my appreciation to our teachers and those that they work with. I dedicate this bill to all of you. This bill is an accumulation of 46 bills that we heard since February. We welcomed 38 students who testified in a variety of issues in our 16 committee hearings. This bill includes 18 bills of the governor's proposals. Input from superintendents and principals, teachers and support staff, and constituents. Last year, we passed an incredibly robust bill that begins the process of meeting the needs of our K-12 students after years of borrowing from our kids in an era of sparsity to addressing the actual problems that we have been hearing about for so long. Last year's omnibus bill provided a 4% increase to the basic education formula allowance for this fiscal year 24 and a 2% increase in fiscal year 25. Those investments raised our per pupil formula from $6,863 in fiscal year 24 to $7,138 in fiscal year 24. And then $7,281 in fiscal year 25. Cumulatively, these dollars provide an additional $704 million to our schools in the next biennium. We reduced the uncompensated special education costs by providing $662.8 million over the next biennium in special education cross-subsidy aid, and this will result in a buy-down of 44% of the cross-subsidy in fiscal year 24 through 26, hopefully getting to 50% by fiscal year 25. In fiscal year 27, the new EL cross-subsidy education will also cover 25% of ongoing uncompensated EL costs for our districts. And we allocated $9.8 million to provide additional transportation sparsity aid to districts, especially those who have to transport those students greater distances to and from school. The proposal will provide 35% of the district's uncompensated costs, while past transportation sparsity aid covered approximately only 18% of those costs. This past interim, we toured over a dozen different schools across the state and spoke to administrators and educators, faculty and students directly to assess just how last session's historic investment was benefiting their schools, or in some instances not. We heard immediately how the shift in focus on what ailed them after years of little investment in our education system gave them hope and encouraged folks to be ready to be really direct with me on the unique needs of their schools, teachers, and students. Following those conversations, the most common topic that came up is the need for additional READ Act funding and supports. While last year's budget directed $74.6 million to support evidence-based literacy instruction with a focus on phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary, and reading comprehension, districts are telling us that it's going to take a bit more to meet the needs of our students, and we listened. The bill I'm going to proudly share with all of you not only addresses this, but ensures that the much-needed funding and support for districts to get their students trained and fully equipped to teach the science of reading. So the most significant portion of our finance bill is dedicated to the READ Act, and I want to thank Senator May Quaid for all the work that she has put in it, and she'll be sharing a lot of that information with us. After receiving that input from our districts, the Senate Finance Omnibus Bill provides over $33 million new dollars to the READ Act, but we did not stop there. Our bill also frees up an additional $35 million that would have been allocated in 2025 to be used this year. We're not waiting. We're going to provide a per pupil aid amount based on that enrollment for each school district and charter school, our cooperative units, by providing direct instructional services. This bill requires that the aid be reserved for literacy intervention authorized under the READ Act or for activities authorized under the other literacy incentive aid. Those dollars will support the district as they get their teachers trained and fully equipped to teach the science of reading. We also heard a lot of concerns surrounding chronic absenteeism, so we're going to invest in a pilot program to address this perplexing trend. This is an important first step towards reconnecting with our students and getting our kids back into the classroom. While Minneapolis has a chronic absenteeism rate of 54%, this was in 2022, we're seeing school districts across the state with striking increases in missing students. For example, in 2022, there were a number of districts with over half of their students chronically absent, such as Burnsville schools at 51%, Onamia schools 63%, Pequot Lakes 54%, Burnham school increased to 55%, which is significantly higher from its rate of just 6% in 2019. Bagley schools are at 52%, and Walker, Hackensack, Akeley, 60%. So these dollars that we are going to be putting towards them is going to hopefully make a big difference. For many of our students, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, schools are more than just places of learning. They provide a safe place with essential services such as meals and counseling, access to technology, and doing what we can do to help students return to the classroom ensures that our students have access to these vital resources and the quality education that every Minnesota kid deserves. Our bill will also address the teacher and support staff shortages by appropriating a one-time grant of $1,030,000 to the 4 intermediate school districts, 916, 912, 287, and 288, to build their teacher residency program offered in partnership with Minnesota State University Mankato. The partnership expects to enroll their first cohort of paraprofessionals in the program during this summer of 2024 to help the participants become fully licensed teachers in special education areas of emotional behavior, EBD, and autism spectrum, ASD. And employ an additional $6 million to teachers of color aims to close opportunity gaps to recruit, prepare, employ, and retain increased percentages of BIPOC teachers who more closely reflect our students in Minnesota's school. Overall, this Senate Education Finance Omnibus Bill demonstrates a comprehensive approach to improving education by addressing funding gaps, supporting teacher development, promoting diversity, and prioritizing student well-being. Overall, this bill demonstrates a comprehensive approach to improving education by addressing those funding gaps and supporting teacher development, promoting diversity, and prioritizing student well-being. There are 11 articles within this bill, and I'm just going to take a minute to highlight a few of them that I think are really important. Of course, we have the READ Act, $25.3 million, $33.9 million was the initial investment, and we're going to add 35 more to that. $500,000 for structured literacy training, $100,000 to deaf, blind, and hard of hearing working group to make recommendation on structured literacy for students who cannot fully access sound-based approaches such as phonics. We have Student Connection Program, that is Senator Swadzinski's, that's $7 million for student attendance and chronic absentee grant program. We've got additions to the voluntary pre-kindergarten seats. Last session, a one-time $50 million appropriation was made to expand our VPK seats by 3,000 in fiscal year 25 for a total of 10,160 seats. Excuse me. We're going to support our PELSB, Professional License and Standards Board, by adding $2.7 million so that they can really ramp up their online licensing system. We're going to, of course, as I mentioned, increase Teachers of Color and American Indian grants. And then bolster Senator Swadzinski's civic education grant. We've got digital citizenship task force money that's going to the Dyslexia Institute of Minnesota. We're going to support our Promise Fellows and our Youth Council. We're going to put dollars towards a really unique program in St. Cloud with their EMS facility. Invest in a really sweet writing skill grant, 826 MSP, that's Senator Mohammed's bill. We have Senators Gustafson's Safe School Aid for Charter Schools and more of Senator Mayquade's Special Education Apprenticeship Program at ALCs. Senator Westland offered us a cardiac and emergency response plan assistance program, and I'm adding health standards rulemaking so that our students have those standards ready and available. I'm going to ask for money for permanent school fund distribution of earning and create a task force, and also add a state school librarian to our roster. There's much more. Senator Dornick's expanding eligibility for special education teacher pipeline grants, dividing allocations for new VPK seats between Minneapolis and St. Paul, and so many other things, including a whole list of budget-neutral provisions from MDE and Senator Waltz in their supplemental budget. And so, members, that is a little overview of our 2024 Education Finance Omnibus Bill. I think we'll probably have a lively discussion. I know you have a handful of amendments out there waiting for us to discuss. But for now, I'm going to leave it at that. And I think Senator Rarick he is our GOP lead in our committee. I think he wanted to say a few words.
Senator Rarick, and I believe when you're ready, you can also offer or report your First Amendment as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'll make some comments, and I believe Senator Kunesh will probably offer the First Amendment. So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kunesh, for being able to work together in committee this year. You know, Mr. President, the bill that's in front of us, there's definitely some things that I appreciate and support. There are some other things that I do not agree with in the bill. One of the biggest things, though, that having taken on the lead in the Education Finance Committee, that I've been hearing from our schools for the last year and a half was this plea for no new mandates. Coming out of the COVID shutdowns, there were struggles that they were facing, and they wanted to be able to deal with that. Unfortunately, in last year's bill, they were inundated with a number of new mandates and asking for some relief. Mr. President, I put out a questionnaire to the superintendents of my school districts asking about how they were doing in handling those mandates. One replied that any delay or reduction of new mandates would be greatly appreciated. It may be the difference between remaining independent for many small school districts. Another one said they're getting there little by little. We are doing our best to meet all the regulations and the timelines. Another one, first comment, the mandates are straining our district. I have another one. Unfortunately, he asked me not to share publicly, but you can imagine it follows that same line of thinking. Yet another one ended her statement on that one simply by saying it's overwhelming. And that was the third time she used the word overwhelming in that section. One more said, this first statement, this has been very difficult. One other, it has definitely been a challenge to meet all of the mandates along with their timelines. Mr. President, the final one I'll share, it responded, to be honest, we will not be able to meet all the required mandates. Unfortunately, Mr. President, this bill in front of us today is not doing anything to help our schools to address those issues that they've been coming forward with in their concerns. There are a number of provisions in this bill to allow funding that was appropriated last year for specific areas. If it's not being used, which we're hearing from a number of schools, they were unable to use it for potentially not being able to hire someone in that position, other issues. So provisions here are allowing them to carry that money forward till next year. Well, Mr. President, if they were unable to use it this year, the likelihood of being able to use it next year are pretty small. We should be giving them the flexibility to move that money to other areas within their budgets where they have need. The voluntary pre-kindergarten is an area that I've had concern with, and in this bill we are moving quicker with that and bringing forward another 5,200 seats a year sooner than they should have been, according to last year's legislation. An area that there is great bipartisan support for and our schools really appreciate is the READ Act. We're making some good changes to that this year. And I do thank Senator May Quaid for the work she has put in, but I also want to make sure members remember the work that Senator Chamberlain did to bring this issue to the forefront. He had included that in a couple of Senate education bills, only to have it rejected by the other body. We would not have gotten to this bipartisan position and work had it not been for his efforts to bring it to everyone's attention. Another piece that I appreciate is the safe school funding for charter schools that have been left out in previous funding. I have a problem with the health standards becoming a statewide issue instead of allowing local school districts to make those decisions. We'll be talking about that a little later. But there's another piece I appreciate, and that's the technology upgrades for Pellsby to help our teachers get their licensure and renewals more easily. But skipping back here to the piece on the health standards, I want to make one last comment that I heard from one of my superintendents. In response to that, there is no reason to have a school board policy committee anymore because most of the language is now state statute. Earlier in my career, the school board had a broader range to review before making local policies. They had purpose, and now they just rubber stamp new statutes set out by legislators that may or may not even apply to our local issues and needs. This one-size-fits-all is and has always been a bad model for setting policy. Mr. President, again, there are some good portions of this bill, but I do believe we're going to have some good conversations as we look at the amendments that we're going to be offering to this bill.
Senator Kunesh, for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to offer, first of all, is the A13 amendment.
Senator Kunesh offers the A13 amendment. The Secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Members,
Senator Kunesh moved to amend House File Number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 77 after line 15, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Now, Senator Kunesh, to your A13 amendment.
Beg your pardon, thank you. So in 2023, the legislature established in statute an Office of Inspector General for the Minnesota Department of Education. It was charged with protecting the integrity of the department and the state by detecting and preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. MDE hired and established an Inspector General in September of 2023, and the Inspector General has been establishing the Office of Inspector General, hiring a deputy and establishing policies and procedures, in addition to getting work responding to inquiries and requests from law enforcement and from the department. As the OIG is launching its work, it's become apparent that they would benefit from more statutory clarity on some of its roles and responsibilities, particularly to align with the civil enforcement tools used by other agencies such as DHS and DCYF, and to ensure MDE's OIG has the tools to assist with fulfilling its responsibility. So this bill proposes to establish subpoena power in the OIG, expand and clarify data access rights for the OIG, including permitting the IG to access bank account information from other agencies via subpoena, requiring other agencies and outside entities to provide data requested by department, and clarifies the OIG's data access to records held by outside parties that have custody of programs, funds disbursed by the department. And it also clarifies and expands enforcement tools, including ending program participation, stopping fund disbursement, or ending, denying, or declining department contacts in the event of a criminal conviction resulting from a fraud, waste, or abuse investigation, or finding a fraud, waste, or abuse by the OIG. It can also then temporarily stop payments if, during the course of an investigation, there's a credible indicia of fraud, waste, or abuse found. It also allows MD to exclude, disenroll, disqualify, or debar vendors or program participants who have been excluded from other state programs by other agencies. It clarifies appeal rights for entities subjects to enforcement action, and it affirms data practice compliance. And this is the bill, and I would appreciate a green vote.
Senator Rarick to the A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kunesh yield to a question?
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kunesh, do you believe that by giving this authority to the Inspector General, that this will be able to help him get information he needs in order to catch waste, fraud, or abuse earlier in the process, where we could have maybe caught the Feeding Our Future scandal sooner to help prevent some of those losses in the future?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I do request a roll call. Yes, Senator Rarick, I think that with these tools and access to information, that we can do a much better job of addressing any kind of misbehavior when it comes to financial misuse.
A roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kunesh yield to one more question?
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kunesh, I know you mentioned that the Office of the Inspector General had said this would be helpful. Have there been any education stakeholder groups that have requested this or have letters of support for it?
Senator Kunesh, to the question.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to look here because I do believe there is a list. I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I'm not finding that information.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kunesh, I support your amendment, whether you have that or not. I believe it is the right thing. I believe the people of Minnesota would believe that is the right thing, and my constituents would as well. I just hope all the other members will as well.
Members, all in favor of the A13 amendment, say aye. I'm sorry. Oh, you requested a roll call. Would you like the roll call to stay, Senator Kunesh?
No, we can just go with a voice vote.
All those in favor of the A13 amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The A13 amendment is adopted. Senator Rarick. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to just make sure that Senator Kunesh doesn't have any more amendments. Do you have any more amendments, Senator Kunesh? Then I was correct. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A20 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 6, delete Section 7. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And this is one step towards addressing some of the concerns that I've heard from our school officials to help deal with some of the things that they're facing around the no new mandates and flexibility. So in this amendment, like I said, there are some good provisions that I like, so I will go through and talk about first the funding that we are not taking out. So the compensatory pilot program is remaining in. The P-TECH schools, a reappropriation is remaining in. The emergency grants are staying in, but we are removing the provision that dedicates one grant to a specific school and making it a competitive grant that all schools are available to get. We are leaving in the school safety aid for charter schools. We're leaving in the special education apprenticeship program. We're leaving in the Pellsby online licensing system funding, and we're leaving in the unemployment aid for schools. We are also, as the original bill is doing, is bringing back in the $50 million that was put in the bill last year as a placeholder in the VPK allocation. And we're also bringing back in the $840,000 from the Windham School District that did not need that aid anymore. We are taking out the VPK provisions. We're taking out money to nonprofits, and we're removing task forces. We are adding in $5 million in grants to go to the schools that have to change their mascots due to last year's bill. I heard from one of my schools that has to do this. They estimate approximately $950,000 it's going to cost their school to make that change. So we believe it is absolutely necessary to give them some state assistance in making those changes. But Mr. President, the main part of this amendment is with the funding that we have taken out. We have $85.9 million available in one-time spending. And Mr. President, with that spending, with that money, we can appropriate to every school $99.73 per student, unencumbered, that they can use for any need that they have within their district. Mr. President, we've heard from many school districts around the state, and we see it in the headlines. Even with the record funding provided in the education finance bill last year, because so much of it was dedicated to specific purposes, and because there were the new mandates, many are having to cut drastically out of their budgets this year. This $100 per student does not meet all of those needs as we look at what the schools have told us they need to cut. But as I've looked at a number of the schools out there, it covers about 1/3 of the need of most of their shortfall this year. And members, there is a run on your desk to show you what your schools would get. It is very simple math, though, because it's basically $100 per student. So you would look at the enrollment, and each of your schools would get $100 per student to use as they need. And so I know there will be folks who don't like that we took the money out of the READ Act. Mr. President, if the school needs the money for the READ Act implementation, they can use the money for the READ Act implementation. But if they don't need it there, they can use it in areas of other need. That's what our schools are asking for, and I would ask members to support the A20 amendment.
Senator Kunesh to the A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would ask you to vote red on this. It basically guts a very well thought out and strategic bill. One of the loudest things that I heard from the districts when we went out this summer visiting the schools, when the superintendents have come to meet with us, when we hear from the teachers, is that they want more money in the READ Act. They want those dollars to be able to do their very best in teaching our kids the skills to read and comprehend. Senator Rarick's amendment pretty much guts that whole thing. And while we do direct certain dollars into certain areas, it is, of course, for a very good reason. I sometimes think of it like if you're going to send your kid to college and you have to think about tuition and housing and food and incidentals, and you give your kid a budget and you say, we're going to take care of this much for your tuition, this much goes towards housing, this much goes towards that, and your kid says, you know what, just give me the whole lump sum and I'll do it. I'll make sure I pay all of that stuff in the best way. And then what happens if they go out and they spend it on something else? And the day comes where they don't have the money for their tuition. What are you going to do when those schools don't have those dollars to train their teachers that science-based literacy? What are you going to do when your schools don't have the resources that they need, and they come back to the legislature and say, oh, oops, we spent that money on all these other things. Now we need you to fill in those areas that we made a mistake. The way we allocated these dollars was very well thought out and very intentional, with a positive outcome at the end. And so by taking all of the VKP seat money as well as the READ Act is not the way to do this. And so, members, I would ask that you vote red on this, and I will ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I sat in all of the Education Finance Committee meetings, and I met with superintendents, and I talked to superintendents, and I heard a little bit of a different message than Senator Kunesh heard. So she heard that they want more money in the READ Act. What I heard from superintendents and principals and curriculum directors is that they want more money because of the READ Act. And they want more money because of the unfunded curriculum mandates. And they want more money because of the increased tax for paid for family leave. And so I could edit what Senator Kunesh said, not they want more money in the READ Act, but they just want more money, period. They want flexibility because they are buried with dozens of new mandates. I also reached out to school districts in my district, and just a couple of examples of the cuts that are being made. In the Hibbing School District, they're cutting $1 million. This equals 7 full-time teaching positions. This is the first year since I've worked in the Hibbing School District that they have non-tenured a teacher because of the budget. Now, certainly in the past, they've non-tenured teachers because of performance, but this is the first time in the, what year is it, 15 years that I've been with the Hibbing School District, that they've actually had to cut somebody because of the budget. The Rockridge School District, they have to cut $2.5 million, and the superintendent there said the mandates certainly have increased our cost, and we have to figure out how to pay for it. Another superintendent emailed and said, and I won't read this whole email because I know I'm not allowed to do that, but he said, these mandates are ridiculous. Just allow us to use the money as each district sees fit. Maybe it's time that legislators have to work around mandates and see how that works out. It would also be nice if legislators quit telling the public that they gave record amounts of money but tend to leave out the mandates that go with how this affects schools. And we've heard an awful lot about the record amounts of money and the record-setting funding that have gone to schools, and yet our schools are in worse shape than they were before. If we were to pass the Rarick Amendment, just a couple of examples in my district and around the state, the Hill City School District, they're a smaller school. They would get $23,000 to spend on whatever they want. The Anoka Hennepin School District, on the other hand, would get $3.8 million. Minneapolis would get $2.8 million. I think St. Paul would get around $3 million that they could spend on whatever they want. And remember, Mr. President, metro school districts are cutting $300 million, and this wouldn't meet that entire need, but for metro school districts, it actually would provide them $41.3 million that they could use to start filling that hole. Some of the other school districts, so I mentioned the Hibbing School District is cutting $1 million, but if we pass this, that would be $214,000. So that would help the Hibbing School District. Rockridge, which is cutting $2.5 million, they would get $233,000. It certainly isn't enough to make up for all the damage done by the mandates, but it moves us in the right direction to provide funding to schools without all the mandates. The last thing I want to talk about, Mr. President, is the section in Senator Rarick's amendment that provides funding for schools that have to change their mascot. Well, Senator Eichhorn and I share a school district, the Grand Rapids School District, and their mascot are the Thunderhawks. Now, a little bit of history. Back in the mid-1990s, they used to be the Grand Rapids Indians, and so they decided they were going to change their mascot to something that didn't have a Native American mascot. Half of the community wanted to be the Grand Rapids Thunder. The other half wanted to be the Grand Rapids Hawks. And they couldn't agree, so they said, let's just smash them together. And they have a bird that's their mascot. And they thought, okay, good, we're free and clear of having to worry about having a Native American mascot because now we're the Thunderhawks. Well, lo and behold, they found out last year that they're going to have to change their mascot to the tune of about $1 million because there's a Chief Thunderhawk somewhere in South Dakota in the mid-1800s that they didn't even know about. They just made this up. This is how ridiculous this is going to be. And so I encourage a green vote on the Rarick Amendment. This is a good amendment, and I think if we vote yes on this amendment, then we can go home a lot sooner tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. One, I'm glad my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are finally realizing that after a decade of underfunding education, it actually takes some time to catch up. But I'm very, very grateful for Senator Kunesh's work to make sure that we actually invest in education. We did that last session, and we're doing it this session. And second, what you see reflected here in the READ Act was negotiated and worked on by school districts, by superintendents, by school boards, by teachers, by advocates, and this is exactly what they wanted. And so we want to do what school districts want. This is it. Vote no.
Senator Duckworth, we are on the A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I wondered how long it would take for the decade of underfunding to come up. Usually that gets laid at the feet of Republicans, but I'd remind members here that I think over the course of the last decade, it's been our state government, whether it's the House, the Senate, the governorship, it's always been a mixture of Republicans and Democrats. Republicans have never held a trifecta in the last decade and can't solely be held responsible for anybody's disagreement regarding the funding of our schools. What's good is we're having a conversation about increasing their funding today. And Mr. President, I would tell you right now, every single superintendent, school board, school district out there would have one thing to say about Senator Rarick's amendment. And they would say, Senator Rarick, you have yourself a deal. And then they would turn to Senator Kunesh and they would say, please, Senator Kunesh, take the deal. $100 per student when we're facing deficits, when we're facing cuts, when we're taking out loans just to make ends meet, take the deal. If we don't listen to them, if everything that they're saying and pleading for is simply falling on deaf ears, we will continue to fail our school districts. What does $100 per kid more mean in a year for a school district? It means more resources for students, more pay for teachers, more opportunities, period. They don't want or need all the other stuff in the bill. They simply want more funding, and they want the freedom and flexibility that comes with that funding. Like Senator Rarick said, if a school district determines they need those funds for the READ Act initiatives or literacy in general, that's exactly where they can place those funds. But if they need the money for something else, Mr. President, they'll have the ability to utilize it as they see fit and as they need. Folks, this is a no-brainer. Our schools could not be crying out any louder right now, telling you their financial situations are untenable. This is the quickest, easiest, fairest way we can help them meet those challenges that they're facing right now, Mr. President. This is an easy green vote. Thank you.
Members, any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment who will have the last word before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Rarick, to your A20 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we're not changing any of the provisions of the READ Act. It is agreed. Schools have worked on this, the school officials have come to agreements on this, and they know their teachers need this training. But again, here's one of the comments from one of my superintendents. The READ Act is, of course, costly to implement and difficult to find time to train teachers for this requirement. In addition, this program requires reading literacy staff members. Keep in mind, I have a projected deficit and will need to add this position with no money to pay for it. The other mandates are even more challenging. And I had that same theme throughout. And so, Mr. President, when we look at the funding that's available in this bill in front of us today, there's approximately $38 million or $34 million going to the READ Act implementation. The rest of the money is appropriated for specific things that they could not use for the READ Act implementation if they so needed. My amendment today gives the schools that flexibility. It gives them the ability to use all of the funding to help implement the READ Act if that's where their need is. And I do have to make one quick comment in response to another one. Worrying about wasting the money on other things and then needing to come back. Mr. President, I've never been a school board member. I know several people here have. But in talking to school board members, I know how seriously they take their role and how close they watch their dollars. I think many of them, if they heard that statement, would be a little bit offended. Mr. President, this amendment has no new mandates for our schools because we've been hearing how hard of a time they have in just incorporating last year's. They don't need any more new ones. And it gives them complete flexibility with the funding. This is what our schools are asking for. I wish it would have been more like this with last year's money to give them that complete flexibility. But we can do it this year. $100 per student to use wherever their needs demand. Vote green.
The secretary will take the roll on the A20 Rarick amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dame votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Carlson, are you going to vote? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 34 noes. The rare A20 is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, another issue that has been coming up over the years is around the funding formulas that we have for our schools. And I know back when it was developed, it was considered a miracle to get it done. And at the time, it was probably a really good way to handle our financing and treat our schools fairly. But Mr. President, what we've seen over the years with 20-plus years of this same formula with no adjustments, every time we put money onto the formula, we actually see a divide happening between our school districts and the amount of funding per pupil they get because of the categoricals. And this is an issue that Senator Lucero has been a champion on, and unfortunately he's not here to offer the amendment, but I'm happy to offer it for him today. And what this amendment would do is it would have the Commissioner of the Department of Education look into the formulas to bring forward a disparity aid formula that would ensure that no school district gets lower than 10% of the statewide average, so that we can start bringing our schools closer together. Mr. President, we see some schools receiving in excess of $14,000 per pupil and others receiving closer to $8,000 per pupil. This amendment would be having us look at that, get us information so that we can look at these formulas and make some changes to bring our school districts closer together so that those school districts at the bottom end of the funding per student would be closer and be able to get the funding that they deserve for their students, no matter where they are in the state.
Senator Rarick, you didn't offer any amendment.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. That would be covered in the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A6 amendment. The secretary will report the A6 amendment. Senator Rarick, I was looking at you like you were dropping the mic, like you said what you had to say, and that was it. The secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 46, delete Section 21 and insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Rarick, I think you said everything you needed to say, but
yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
A6.
Yeah, I'm sure the tens of people who are watching found that kind of humorous that I forgot to offer the amendment.
Senator Kunesh, to the A6 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Rarick answer question?
Senator Rarick, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kunesh.
Senator Rarick, how would you pay for this reduction working group?
Senator Rarick, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see, there is a one-time appropriation of $150,000 to cover this, and I have to look to see where that was coming from. I apologize, this was Senator Lucero's amendment, so I don't know all the details. I will get that here in a moment. Mr. President, in order to get the $150,000 for that working group, the compensation working group is removed from the bill.
Senator Kunesh to the A6.
So it would appear that the A6 deletes and allocates administrative funding for the teachers' compensation working group. So you're taking the money from the teachers to do this other project. Members, I would ask for a red vote on this, and if Senator Lucero or Senator Rarick is interested in pursuing this kind of a working group, I would ask that you'd bring it back to us next session.
Senator Kupek.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author to vote? Seeing none, Senator Rick, the secretary will take the roll on the A6th amendment. Senator Duckworth, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Daines votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A6 Rarick Amendment is not adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A5 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A5 amendment. The secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 14, line 8, delete everything after the first period and insert. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A5 amendment deals with P-TECH, Pathways in Technology Early College High. Those of you who were here in 2017 and beyond know that Rochester has become Minnesota's first P-TECH school. Pathways in Technology Early College High have been highly successful joint partnerships with private business, public school, public higher ed, and employers to at least one employer. The P-TECH model has been written about extensively because of its high success with students having great achievement and most importantly having those great jobs. So it's a comprehensive 9 through 14 all-inclusive school based on STEM careers. It comes with workplace apprenticeships, paid apprenticeships, that actual partnering with the businesses, and then first in line for a job in those businesses. Why am I here today with this A5 amendment if this was passed in 2017? You might wonder about that. Well, I'll tell you what, I was wondering about it too, because it was shocking to see the amendment to the P-TECH bill, which was, there was an additional mentorship grants for P-TECH to make sure other schools would be also able to participate in this highly successful program. But it was shocking when in the Education Committee there was an amendment added to the bill which actually reduced, phased out the funding for our state's first P-TECH school. Members, that was never the intention. The intention was as the funding grew, we would see additional P-TECHs, much like we've done with the Early Partnership Coalition. You know about the EPCs if you've been involved in our education, and those have worked fine. So the A5, members, is to not phase out that funding for Rochester, for our Minnesota's first P-TECH school. It never intended that to be the case. But it does do some things that are important as we anticipate growth. It adds how the Department of Education should review those P-TECH requests. So that's important. But the ongoing program costs are just that. They're ongoing program costs. And so to have it phased out from $791,000 to $500,000 to $250,000 down to $50,000 is decimating the program. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I learned today. Today I learned that one would say, well, the Rochester superintendent wants this. Why would somebody want a total a phase out of a program that's successful? Well, here's what we found out. 5 weeks before school started, Minnesota Department of Education called the Rochester school superintendent and said, you will not be able to get your funding for P-TECH. 5 weeks before school started. Now, if you were a superintendent, think about the heart attack that would cause. You've got students lined up, you've got the businesses lined up, and suddenly you've got the teachers, and suddenly there's no funding. Well, what I found out today in my meeting with the Department of Education, they used the word kerfluffle. They said it was a kerfluffle. I would say it was a bomb. And they said it was a mistake, and that somehow the MMB recaptured the P-TECH funds. And somehow the Minnesota Department of Education had to get them back. And so because of that, there was a huge concern, and I believe it is a huge concern. So the A5 amendment is to make sure that we have the ongoing support grants at $250,000. It does include the additional mentorship grants. And again, it is a phase down. It is a phase back as the program continues to grow. It is not a phase out. Members, I ask for a green vote. We want to see this highly successful program continue, and we want to replicate it. But no one would advocate for pulling the rug out from under this fantastic program before the first class of kids has even been able to graduate. So members, I encourage a green vote, and I will be asking for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kunesh to the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's no secret that this P-TECH program is a model that not only has been very successful, but is also a model for other schools and other school districts to emulate. This omnibus bill does cancel and reappropriates fiscal year 25 and later money in order to extend the availability and the opportunity for other schools to create their own P-TECH program. Originally, this bill was brought to us by the Rochester Public Schools. Superintendent is and was supportive at the time, spoke in favor of the bill in committee. The Chamber of Commerce from Rochester, the Rochester Chamber of Commerce, stated that he requests our support for Senate File 4035, that this legislation is a bipartisan effort, and they'll support and encourage the expansion of P-TECH throughout Minnesota, positively impacting student success and preparing more students for in-demand careers in STEM fields. And so, members, this is a bill that came to us originally from that superintendent and from that community. And so I would encourage you all to vote red on this amendment.
Members, any other discussion before we go to the author, before we vote? Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Nelson would yield for a question.
Senator Nelson, would you yield? She will yield. Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson, can you tell me, just so I understand your amendment, does your amendment change the process for the P-TECH funding away from a competitive grant program as it stands right now?
Senator Nelson, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Bolden, no, that is a very good question. In fact, it helps the competitive grant process. As you would note, it lists the 3 criteria for which the P-TECH competitive grant process would be met. And I want to read those because I think that's important to the understanding. 1, there must be strong support for a P-TECH program from citizens, government, businesses, and institutions in the community. 2, a steady rate of student participation and retention in the P-TECH program. And 3, measurable academic progress by students enrolled in the P-TECH program. So it does not eliminate the competitive grants. It actually provides the criteria. What it does do is it does not eliminate the funding. What it does do is it does what the legislation calls for, which is ongoing support grants, which, as I told you, have been declining. And it also then allows money for additional new P-TECHs.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. I'll just say briefly, I want to acknowledge Senator Nelson and thank her for her advocacy for this program. It is a wonderful program that is very successful in Rochester. And as was noted, there is support of the current language from the Rochester Chamber of Commerce and the Rochester Public Schools Superintendent, and it has been worked on over months before the beginning of session to get to this place, knowing that, 1, we want to continue the program and continue funding for Rochester because it is very successful and beneficial for our community, and 2, knowing that we want to expand those opportunities for other communities as well. And so appreciate the conversation and appreciate Chair Kunesh including this in her bill. Thank you.
The last person we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Nelson, the author of the A5 amendment. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, you know what? I supported it too. In fact, I was a co-sponsor of your bill, Senator Bolden's. However, the A1 amendment changed everything. It took the funding down from $500,000 to $250,000 to $50,000. That is a wipeout. That is not a scale back. And I can guarantee you that the letters of support from the Chamber and the community were for your bill before you added the A1 amendment, which decimated the funding. And by the way, it appears that the department are no other P-TECHs that are ready at this point. So they are sitting on the dollar. It's just shocking, absolutely shocking. I encourage a green vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A5 Nelson amendment. Senator Umu Burvaden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Say it one more time.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Mr. President, Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 27 ayes and 37 noes. The A5 Nelson Amendment is not adopted. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A10 amendment.
Senator Coleman offers the A10 amendment. The secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Coleman moves to amend House File number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 62, after line 2, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Coleman to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm hoping this is a friendly amendment considering 66 of us and none of us voted for it, none of us voted against it a month and 5 days ago. Members, this is, if you recall, an amendment that went onto the education policy bill. I'm not sure what happened during conference committee. It simply states that if a teacher comes forward and says, hey, there's this violent incident in our school or something bad happened, that they will be put under, or they will not have any retaliatory action taken against them. This came forward when I had teachers coming to me, sitting in my office saying that there's a lot more violence in our schools than we realize, but I'm afraid if I say anything to the parents or to the media that my job is in jeopardy. There is precedent already this year in the policy bill that we passed. There is another section which protects teachers from retaliation. And again, members, this passed 66-0 a month and 5 days ago, so I hope we can give it another shot, protect our teachers, do a little bit more to make our schools safer, and vote green on this amendment today.
Senator Kunesh to the A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a really important subject to discuss and to delve in. As a teacher of 25 years, there were often times where either we didn't hear about things that were happening in school or we did hear about things that were happening in school. And we were told we couldn't talk about it, we couldn't discuss it, we couldn't share it with the public, we couldn't share it with each other, we couldn't share it with parents. The one thing that I'm just not sure of, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not the kind of person that likes to legislate on the fly. If Senator Coleman had brought this to me ahead of time and we could have talked about it, relieved some of my concerns, that would have been very helpful. But there's a line here, 1.10, and it states, nothing in this section waives the student's data privacy rights under the federal law and state law. Mr. President, would Senator Coleman take a question?
Senator Coleman, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Kunesh.
Senator Coleman, could you explain that line to me? I know it says that nothing in this section waives the student's data privacy rights under the federal law and state laws, but what happens if somebody does violate that? What if a teacher is talking to another parent and divulges some information that might be truthful or untruthful, might be exaggerated, might be retaliatory for something that else happened in school? How does this sentence actually provide privacy and security for students?
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kunesh, for your question and willingness to discuss this. Nothing would change for student privacy and data. That's what this line is saying. So if a teacher were to violate any state statute, whether they're talking about student safety, like this amendment offers, or any other category where student data and privacy is being discussed, there would be disciplinary action taken. All this is saying is if you're talking about an incident in school that has to do with violence, that doesn't waive that section of statute.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, this amendment, it's the second time that this was brought to our attention, once in policy on the night of the, we're hearing the bill, and I would really encourage the author to get a hearing so we can hear in more detail this issue. It's a very, very delicate balancing act versus the public's right to know vis-a-vis a student's right to privacy, and passing this type of legislation on the fly just doesn't cut it, I think, for both the chairs of the Education Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Coleman for bringing the amendment. It looks very familiar. Of course, this was the amendment that I had offered previously to the policy bill that was drawn from the language that Senator Coleman had offered a little bit before that. Would Senator Kunesh yield, Mr. President?
Senator Kunesh, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Dibble.
Senator Kunesh, and also drawing from the comments that Senator Swadzinski made a moment ago, I understand that there's been some time to look at this language. There's some discussion about it in the Education Policy Conference Committee, and I hear what you're saying about the delicate balance and some of the issues that need to be considered in the form of a legislation that gets introduced in a hearing and the like. I was wondering if, in fact, we do take the time to take a closer look at this issue during the interim, consider all the implications, the upsides, the downsides, to strike the right balance. Would you be willing to consider that, have those discussions during the interim, have a hearing next year in your committee, or Senator Swadzinski?
Senator Kunesh, to Senator Dibble's question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble. I absolutely would like to learn more about this, understand it better. I mean, I have my own experience that I can add to this. We've heard some stories from teachers who have their own experience, but I would like to hear from parents. I would like to hear from administration, but I'd also like to make sure that we are also looking at the legality around students' privacy, because that's really where I think that fine line is when somebody is talking about an incident or a student, and there are negative consequences that might come from that. And we have to be sure that our teachers, our administrators, our school personnel all understand the ramifications of sharing information. Whether we say it's okay to share that, or you won't get in trouble if you do share any of that, we still need to make sure that everybody has that information, that the protections are there for the teachers, for the students, and the families. And I absolutely would like to investigate this much more.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that, Senator Kunesh. I have my own story. It has to do with a relative of mine, still quite young, in the Minneapolis public schools, target of tremendous violence and bullying, harassment, intimidation. I'm sad to report that her advocates and champions, teachers and social workers, called her parents, my cousins, and said, I would be in trouble if they found out I was calling you to tell you about what's going on. So of course that's terrible and shouldn't happen. And so hence my interest in this language. But again, I don't want to legislate on the fly, legislate by anecdote. I want to take the time to get it right. So I appreciate your commitment. Thank you, Senator Kunesh.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is absolutely remarkable that this amendment is potentially about to be shot down here. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, way too early for me to get angry. But I'm pretty sure I saw this very exact amendment unanimously pass off the floor of the Senate a month ago, as was just mentioned by Senator Coleman. This is the simplest amendment I've ever seen. You cannot retaliate against a teacher or school employee for discussing incidents of school violence or dangerous conduct. Why wouldn't you support that? You just did a month ago. Furthermore, a school or school district must not retaliate against an employee for participating in an investigation, hearing, or inquiry relating to school and classroom safety, while schools all across Minnesota are experiencing increased instances of discipline issues and safety concerns. I mean, I expect on the Senate floor for us to sometimes sidestep things that we don't necessarily agree with or want to have to vote on, but this one's absolutely ridiculous. It may take the cake for the entire discussions we've had today. Are we seriously going to vote no on an amendment that protects teachers and staff from being retaliated against when they raise safety issues or concerns regarding students? Are parents in Minnesota watching this debate right now? I guarantee you there's not one parent out there that would be comfortable with their elected officials voting no on this amendment. Furthermore, it says nothing in this section waives the student's data privacy rights under federal and state law. That should alleviate any concerns that people have regarding the privacy of students. It's in the amendment. So I'm going to take a minute to pause and calm myself down and hope and pray that when we come to vote on this, people don't do a massive flip-flop from just a month ago. This should be green across the board. Let's protect our teachers. Let's ensure the safety of our kids and our schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, this isn't that difficult. I think some of the confusion is around, well, what does this mean with the data privacy piece? Mr. President, it's simple. Teachers in our schools already have to deal with this. They can't release information specific to an individual student. So if a teacher sees something happen in the school that the public isn't being made aware of, they can make the public aware of the incident. They just can't call out the students by name and reveal that information. That's what we're protecting. That already has to be done. Our schools and our teachers understand that part of data privacy and protecting the students and their identities. This is allowing teachers to be able to report on the incidents that are happening in general terms so that the public is aware and it can be addressed. The individual students will not be called out so that they cannot be targeted again. This is simple. I do not understand why it did not survive in the conference committee. Let's give it one more shot. This is the right thing to do so that parents and the public are aware of what is happening in our schools, and our teachers will voice that to them without fear.
Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn until Tuesday, May 7th at 11 o'clock. I ask for a roll call. 11 o'clock a.m. I ask for a roll call. Thank you, Mr. President.
On that motion, did you ask for a roll call? Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the motion. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. Senator Umu verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. All senators having voted who desired to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 29 ayes and 34 noes. The motion fails. Senator, we were at Senator Kunesh because we are on the A10 Coleman Amendment. Senator Kunesh, did you have something you want to say before we go to Senator Coleman as the last voice that we were here? Senator Kunesh?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know that we all voted for this just a short time ago. And in retrospect, and bringing it back up and hearing from MDE and other stakeholders concerns that they had, because you can say nothing waives the student's data privacy rights under federal and state law, but what are those? You know, I'm looking up what are the student privacy laws in Minnesota. In general, education data are classified as private under Minnesota state law. Federal law also generally protects the privacy rights of parents and students. Only parents, students, and school officials may access education data. It's unlawful for any person to intentionally intercept, record, disclose, or use any oral or wire communications made by persons who would have an expectation of privacy reasonably justified by the surrounding circumstances. All of these things have to be taken into consideration before we do something this serious. And we have to lay out clearly for the teachers and the school boards and the administration exactly what can and cannot be disclosed about a student or an incident. I would think that those of you that were school board members would have a lot of problem with this bit of with this amendment. And so, members, I'm going to ask you to give us the time, give us the expertise, give us the opportunity to work on this, bring it back, work on it all you can in the interim, Senator Coleman. bring it back to us with the information, answer our questions, answer the questions of the school districts, and let's see if we can't find a really good way to ensure that our students have the privacy that they deserve and ought to have, but also provide a way for teachers who see things, who hear things, who know things, have a safe way to share that information when they have those concerns. And so, members, I would ask you to vote red.
All right. We're going to, the last voice that we'll hear before we vote will be that of Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak on this, but since Senator Kunesh mentioned former school board members, let me just weigh in for a second. As a former school board member, I think this is a great amendment. You know, Mr. President, we used to train our teachers on what was privileged and unprivileged information. We didn't have to spell it out in statute. We had policies. What happened if a teacher or a staff member disclosed confidential information? Mr. President, this isn't about laying out what those are in statute. Those are already laid out in various laws. This is about making sure that we have open and honest discussion about the safety within our schools and what's happening in our schools. And I think it's ridiculous that we're sitting here and not allowing that conversation to happen, not allowing that information to be shared with parents, as Senator Dibble just talked about. If we're really serious about school safety, then for goodness sakes, let's take off the gag order and allow this discussion to happen. If there's gang activity going on, we should know about it. If there's a security breach in a building, we should know about it. If there's something that's endangering a student, we should know about it. And the fact that we're trying to hide it is a disservice to our students. So let's not hide behind, well, we haven't spelled out all the confidential language. That's already being done. I dare say that's being done in every district in the state because it goes beyond just this piece. So members, let's vote this amendment into this bill. And let's finally stand up and say, yes, we are going to do something real and meaningful and protect our students while they're in school. Thank you.
Senator Coleman, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I wish there was this much thought, caution, and consideration going into the rest of the provisions we're passing this evening. This isn't legislating on the fly. This is a bill that was brought before the chair of the Education Policy Committee. This was an amendment brought before the body that wasn't divided. It was just flatly voted down. That then a Democrat took a piece of, a Democrat who was wonderful, by the way, offered it, and we voted it out of this chamber 66-0. This has been considered. This has been debated. This has been thought out. The issue is just that there's an R behind my name. And members, this is a huge issue. When I have teachers in my office saying, I can't speak about how bad the St. Paul public schools are getting, that there are middle schoolers showing up with weapons, they are joining gangs for protection, and I can't talk about how bad this is getting because I fear for my job, we have to do something about it and not keep kicking the can down the road. So members, either you made a mistake, you voted rashly a month and 5 days ago, or you still think this is a good idea, whether a Democrat or Republican's bringing it forward, to have transparency in our schools, to protect our teacher. And it says right here, right in the amendment, that the students' data and privacy acts or information are protected. So members, I urge a green vote and to check your conscience. Thank you.
The secretary will take the roll on the A10 Coleman amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dane votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Grudenhagen votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 20 noes, the A10 amendment is adopted. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A17 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves the A17 amendment. The secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend House File number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 12 after line 24, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Nelson to the A17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is very simple. It's student academic freedom. A school district or charter school must not restrict a student's academic freedom. I would expect all 67 green votes on that, but I realize it might be a little bit too vague, so I did prepare the A18 to provide a little more meat to that, so I will amend with the A18.
Senator Nelson offers the amendment to the amendment, which is the A18, and the secretary will report the A18 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend the A17 amendment to House File number 5237 as follows. Page 1, line 6, delete. This is the A18 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Nelson to your A18 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. There are 4 items in this amendment. They will look familiar to you. This is putting a little more description on that academic freedom for our students. Number 1, students must not be required to express a specific political viewpoint for purpose of academic credit. I think we've all voted for that before. Number 2, learning environments, curriculum instruction must honor free student inquiry and discussion and not foster political, ideological, religious, or anti-religious indoctrination. I think we all have voted on that recently as well. 3, must ensure that student assessments measure mastery of academic standards and other subject matter as appropriate, and not measure the student's political, ideological, or religious beliefs. And 4, restrict the introduction of controversial matters without a relationship to the student being taught, or to the subject being taught. So members, if these all look familiar to you, these were the 4 items that were added to the higher education bill, and I believe they were a friendly amendment then, highly supported. I would ask for that type of support again, and these measures are what students' academic freedom looks like. I encourage a green vote, and I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any discussion on the A18 amendment to the amendment? Senator Aaron McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote for several reasons. One, there are a lot of things that we are asked to write as students. I remember being asked to write as the owner of a fiefdom and to write about my peasants. I was asked to write from the perspective of a king or a queen. I've been asked to write from a number of perspectives, all for academic credit to demonstrate critical thinking skills and reading comprehension and the ability to write in paragraphs. Second, whatever controversial might be to me might not be to somebody else, and what might be controversial to someone else might be not controversial to me. We have academic standards in this state. We have curriculum that districts pick out in this state. This is a highly ridiculous amendment that is not related in any way to the way that students learn in school. And so I urge members to vote no, because it's injecting something into our schools that doesn't exist and suggesting that what they're learning about isn't useful and helpful and set forward by really rigorous standards and then the people who teach it to them. So vote no, this is not good.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Kunesh.
I just want to make a point that this is duplicative of the Teacher's Code of Ethics, which already requires teachers to teach in a non-discriminatory way. And so, members, I would ask you to vote red.
Now we're going to the author of the amendment before we vote. Senator Nelson, we're on the A18 amendment to the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Well, I am smiling at some of the things I just heard. I am a reading specialist. I am very familiar with critical thinking, critical writers, thinkers, learners, and this does not infringe upon that at all, members. And in fact, the other point that, well, what might be controversial to one is not controversial to another, quite frankly, doesn't make sense here, because specifically it talks about being assessed, graded academic credit based upon a political or social viewpoint. I can't imagine that that should be a problem. And I would remind the body that you all voted for these 4 items to be included in the higher education bill. They were considered a friendly amendment. The Teacher's Code of Conduct does not address these items specifically. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A18, which is the amendment to the amendment. Senator Duckworth, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dame votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 32 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. We're on the underlying amendment, which is the A17. I believe we are ready to vote.
I would encourage members to vote no.
I believe a roll call was requested when Senator Nelson first did it. First did the A17. Am I correct, Senator Nelson?
Yes.
So Senator Nelson will have the last word, and then we'll vote.
Well, Mr. President and members, I'm going to read the entire amendment to you. A school district or charter school must not restrict a student's academic freedom. I encourage a green vote.
Mr. President, I would concur. I would encourage folks to go vote green.
Senator Nelson, with that change, do you need a roll call? I'm sorry? She withdrew.
Mr. President, I withdraw the roll call.
Okay, great. The roll call is withdrawn. All in favor of the A17, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A17 is adopted. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer Amendment A22.
Senator Weber offers the A22 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Weber moves to amend House File Number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 41, after line 18, insert. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Weber to the A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. In last year's bill, there was a significant amount of money that was allocated for the hiring of new positions for student support services personnel. In my area, a number of those personnel are retained by the Education Service Co-op, and the money that was allocated was allowed only for the purposes of salary. Now, my folks told me that they could hire a number of people based on the amount of money they received. However, a number of people are not available to be hired. Because they cover schools in 18 different counties, their next highest cost besides salaries is transportation or mileage. And so I had, my earlier amendment I had prepared dealt with a greater level and a list of expenses that would be covered. However, in visiting with Senator Kunesh, she agreed to cover the costs of necessary transportation among cooperative member school sites, and that is what this amendment does, Mr. President, and I would urge people, unless Senator Kunesh opposes it, I would encourage people to vote yes.
Senator Kunesh to the A22.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for coming to me and working this out with me. I will accept this as a friendly amendment and encourage folks to vote green.
Members, all in favor of the A22, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A22 is adopted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'd move the A2 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend House File Number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 12, after line 24, insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Westrom to your A2 amendment.
Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, in the interest of the time and the role we've been on here with supportive amendments, hopefully we can get this on. I've had another amendment that I was going to bring forward, but I'm going to scrap that idea for now and go with what I think is a more reasonable position, knowing the author and her efforts to get rid of the mascots that have any resemblance of an Indian culture or name, or somebody thinks it does, even if it doesn't. But this would just delay the requirement of a school that has to file for an exemption or an exception and doesn't get that granted. It would delay or extend that deadline from next year until the point where the state put its money where its mouth is, and there would be sufficient funds to fully cover those expenses for that school district. Let me give you one example in my district, Benson Braves. They went through a lawsuit in the 90s, changed their mascot. Headdress was their mascot. They went to a letter B and a feather. Settled the lawsuit with the ACLU and the other groups that were bringing it. Everybody was okay with the settlement. And now we are here 20-some years later, making them go through another expense, which is estimated to be at $1.1 million, 100% of an unfunded mandate by this law passed through. So I'm not asking to repeal it, which is what I think we ought to do, but I'm looking for some compromise. At least let's delay it for these schools that didn't get an exception granted, which that's a whole nother process. There's no appeal to it. We've got another example of another school I'll get into in just a little bit, but the Benson Braves have went through this. This is their town identity. There's no reservation in their county, no reservation of that was concerned about it except for ones far away from their community. They have, again, changed their headdress mascot years and decades ago. And so, members, this is just one example of many, many across the state. We just heard about the Thunderhawks, and I can't believe, I'm still shaking my head over that scenario. But let me share you another scenario. It's just across the border out of my district into Senator Rasmussen's district. I brought this up on the floor about a month ago because I was starting to hear people around the community, the Ashby Arrows, that they now are going to have to change their name because they've got the word arrows. And they've got a couple of the 11 groups that won't grant them an exemption. And again, there's no fair due process in this process. There's no appeal to go to a higher or a different board composed of objective onlookers or reasonableness. But the Ashby Arrows members, now they are facing this same unfunded mandate. And did you know where the Ashby Arrows mascot came from, members? Senator Kunesh, I'll spare the time, but I'd ask you, I'm guessing you wouldn't know the answer either. And that's what makes this law at least worth putting the clutch in until the state puts the money up to say, we're not going to have this unfunded mandate taking money away from students, teachers, classrooms, and every other necessary expense. But the Ashby Arrows, in the 1950s, the community and the students prided themselves on being straight as an arrow, which was very popular back in that era. And hence, they decided they wanted to name themselves what they tried to achieve, which was being as straight as an arrow. Nothing to do with an Indian culture or reservation or the history of an Indian reservation or wars of the Indians. But they're still caught up in this conundrum, this unfunded mandate, just like Grand Rapids we just heard about, the Thunderhawks, and many more, as many of you know. So, Senator Kunesh, I hope we can at least agree, let's just delay this until we as a state can put money towards this unfunded mandate. If we're going to force this law upon the school districts, we can at least work with them. And this would just delay it, not repeal it. Hope you can find reasonableness in this and that we could reach agreement and get support for my district and other school districts that are facing this significant unfunded mandate.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did extend the deadline by a full year in the education policy bill in order to help sort some of this out and to help those schools be able to come up with a plan to make those changes. And so, members, I would ask that you vote red.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, we're going to the author of the amendment before we vote. We can go ahead and vote. The secretary will take the roll on the A2 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Verbaden, those remote voters who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Say it one more time.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth, for those individuals voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires, oh, I think I'm missing one. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 33 noes. The A2 amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A8 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A8 amendment. The secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 50, line 13, delete 3 million and insert 3,132,000. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Rarick to the A8 amendment, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I alluded to in my opening comments, one of the provisions that we don't believe fits in this bill is going to a statewide health standard for our schools. This is a sensitive issue. It is one of the very few provisions in the bill that the Minnesota School Boards Association opposed. It is something that should be dealt with within each school, giving our school boards and parents the ability to deal with those within their school district to set those standards for what they feel is appropriate. I would ask members to support the amendment, support our school boards and their choices. I'll request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kunesh or Senator Aaron McQuaid? Who is going? Senator Aaron McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote on this. Health standards are like all other academic standards. Bodies don't differ from the southern part of Minnesota to the northern part of Minnesota. It is based in science and the academic rigor that we have for everything else. So I urge you to vote no so that we can have statewide health standards so every kid can learn about their health, their mind, and how to live full, thriving lives no matter where they live. Thank you.
Anyone else before we go back to the author of the amendment? Senator Rarick, you have the last word. All right, we will vote. The secretary will take the roll on the A8 amendment. Senator Verbaden, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth. Those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Daines votes aye.
Senator Gruhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye.
And Senator Anderson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the A8 Rarick Amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I have the amendment that we've all been looking for today. I would like to think it's because of the content, but it's probably because it's the last one. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A3 amendment. The secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File number 5237 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 12 after line 22, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Rarick to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is the piece that we've talked about a couple times this year, giving our schools the flexibility that they need to deal with what was done last year. It would allow them to transfer funds from one account to another as they would need for the next 3 school years, and would also allow them to put on hold mandates that were put on place for up to 3 years through a vote of the school board. Members, hopefully you've had a chance to reach out to some of your schools to get their opinion of this amendment. I have a couple that I'd like to share. When asking my superintendents their opinion on this proposal, one responded with one word, all capitals, yes. Another one, yes, the latest round of mandates were rushed and not properly vetted. Trying to implement them is tough to manage, and my principals oversee 600 kids and their staff needs. They don't have the extra staff to do this. Their principals are, and they just don't have the time to make it all work. The last one I'll share because of the time. Providing school districts some flexibility on implementing these mandates would give us much needed time to understand and implement these items. Our school district would appreciate more time to implement some of these mandates. Mr. President, this is the common sense proposal that our school districts could really use, considering how much was thrown at them last session. We're not asking to repeal any of it. We're just asking to give our schools the time they need to implement them properly. I would ask for a roll call, and I would please ask members to vote green.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kunesh to the A3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd ask you to vote no on this. Giving carte blanche to the school districts would probably have a detrimental effect at the end. There are a number of programs and curriculum and you could call them mandates that we put in place, mostly because we need to have accountability in our educational system. just sort of the story that I gave you earlier, just giving them the whole amount of money, allowing school districts to spend those dollars, and then what happens at the end of the day when there isn't money for the READ Act, when there isn't money for different programs. And we also have to take into consideration there are oftentimes interaction with federal dollars that could be very easily compromised. And so, members, I would ask that you all vote no on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A3 before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Aaron May Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I'll just be really brief and tell you why you should vote no. 2 words, READ Act. Kids aren't going to learn how to read if we don't implement that bill. And if districts are opting out, that means 1 more year, 2 more years, 3 more years where kids aren't learning how to read. Let's do this now. Vote no.
Senator Rarick, you're the last person for the A3, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Our school districts aren't asking to not do this. They're asking for the time to do it in a way that they can manage it. If you've been talking to your superintendents and your principals and your school boards, you will have heard the same message. They are doing everything they can. It is in their interest to get this done in the best way possible. Some of our schools need more time. They might not delay the READ Act, but they might need to delay some of the other mandates so that they can get the READ Act done in the time frame to help educate our kids on how to read. This gives them that flexibility. Please vote green to support our schools.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 Rarick amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no.
And Senator Klein votes no. Senator Duckworth, for those who are voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. It's just so that we don't have any problems. Senator Nelson, are you voting? Senator Rest, are you voting? And Senator Duckworth. I thought you were just getting your morning exercise, Senator Rest. Senator Weber, are you voting? All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 33 noes, the A3 amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments? There being none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 5237, a bill for an act relating to education finance, providing for supplemental funding for pre-kindergarten through grade 12 education, etc.
Third reading. Members, we will take names of people who want to speak. I just ask that you be mindful of the fact that it's 3:42 in the morning. Senator, who's going first over here? Senator Nelson.
Well, members, I'll be very brief. I just have to note a troubling trend. We talked about the troubling trend with P-TECH, where the department was overriding what the legislature put in place, and now we have the compensatory aid. You might remember in 2017, this body made the pilot compensatory aid to the following schools permanent. It had been pilot for a long time. Anoka, Hennepin, Albert Lee, Osseo, Robbinsdale, Brooklyn Center, Rochester, and South Washington County Schools. Their compensatory pilots were all made permanent. And now how shocking it is to see today a troubling trend that once again the administration has interpreted this differently. Suddenly they interpreted those pilots as part of the 2023 hold harmless changes in compensatory aid. I just bring this to our attention because I think it's a troubling trend to see the administration not following the legislation as it is passed and signed into law.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to give you 35.2 reasons to vote yes for this bill. 35 million extra dollars were unlocked to add to the $31 million for the READ Act. That is I don't do math in public, $66 million dedicated towards literacy and education and staff and teachers and literacy networks. This is huge for our students. This is huge for our state. The second thing I want to say, this is just a tiny portion of the bill, but I'm really proud of it. We are lowering the number of active shooter drills from 5 to 3, and that is really important for our schools and our students because it just really is. So I'm really proud of this bill. Vote yes.
Any other discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I know it's late/early. However, when we're talking about our kids in our schools, I don't want to waste an opportunity to weigh in on what I would call the state of our schools. And I'll start off by saying, oftentimes when I was on a school board and we were going to have a tough conversation or look at things that we maybe knew needed to be improved, by saying this is not a criticism at all of teachers, this is not a criticism at all of our dedicated staff throughout all of our school buildings, and it's certainly not a criticism of our kids, our students. But when we talk about the state of our schools here in Minnesota, it's important that we have this frame of reference or context. Minnesota comprehensive assessment scores are at an all-time low. Our graduation rate has declined. Attendance rate has declined. Safety and discipline issues are increasing. Homeschooling is up 10%, not necessarily good or bad, but an interesting trend. Enrollment in our public schools is down, and many of our school districts have massive deficits across the board. They're making cuts to positions, they're making cuts to classroom instruction, and they are taking out loans just to make ends meet. Why is that happening all across the state of Minnesota in our public schools? A few reasons. Unfunded mandates, overly burdensome legislation, asking too much of our teachers and school staff, violating the principle of local control, and infusing politics into the classroom and curriculum. There's no way you can look at all the metrics I just listed and not come to the conclusion that we're failing our kids. We're failing our teachers, our school staff, and we're failing Minnesota. And all the while, we're pretending like everything is okay, refusing to admit that we have decimated our school district's budgets and taking zero responsibility for the second and third order consequences that came with much of the legislation that was passed last year. We have got to stop giving parents reasons to opt out of our public schools. We are at a critical juncture, and I fear we're only making the problem worse. There are 6 things we should do to restore our public schools, Mr. President. First, refocus and recommit to the academic achievement and excellence of our students and schools. Second, provide funding for the special education cross-subsidy, eliminate the unnecessary paperwork burden our special educators have to deal with, and partner with parents. Number 3, empower our schools and staff to address the pervasive discipline and safety issues in our schools. Number 4, address the teacher shortage. 5, provide relief from the unfunded mandates. And number 6, keep politics out of the classroom. That's how we restore our schools. That's how we prioritize our kids. And that's how we repair the relationship between parents, their community, and school districts. We have got to stop dividing our communities when it comes to our kids in schools. Mr. President, I'll wrap up by saying this. If we don't recognize the trajectory and where our public schools are trending, take drastic action to correct and rectify that, then things are only going to get worse. I don't say that lightly, Mr. President. I am very proud of our public schools, our kids, and our teachers. I want them to succeed and meet their maximum potential. Folks, Minnesota schools have historically been some of the highest regarded in the nation. Our public education is second to none. But when you look at the metrics that have occurred over the last decade, and yes, many of those downward trends occurred before the pandemic, we've got some work to do. And quite frankly, Mr. President, it's because we're asking too much of teachers. We're putting too much on their plate. The more we pile on, the less they have time to dedicate to their true passion, which is teaching our kids. So we've got some serious work to do, Mr. President, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it this morning. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill, and then we'll vote on final passes? Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've said most of what I want to say throughout the amendment process. I want to just focus on one last thing. You know, coming out of the pandemic, our schools are facing issues they've never faced before. Students are trying to get their feet back under them. Our schools and our teachers are trying to get their feet back under them. What they really needed was for us to back off a little bit for a while, let them do that, give them some flexibility. Unfortunately, last year we went in the exact opposite direction of that, and what we see in front of us today, although not near as full of mandates, we are doing more this year. We're not giving them the flexibility with the funding that they really need. For that reason, unfortunately, I cannot support the bill. I hope we will be looking and listening to our schools in the future to give them that ability to deal with the issues they're dealing and give them the flexibility they need in order to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh, we're ready to vote. You are the last voice.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a lot of work to do. We have so much work to do. We have so much to catch up on years and years of not investing in our teachers, not investing in our schools, and not investing in the important areas and putting money in areas that really did not do justice to our students. I'm very proud of our public schools. I'm very proud of our students that attend those schools, the administration, and those that work so hard every single day to ensure that our kids have an education, the best education that we can give them. We're working on paying down those cross subsidies so that our schools have more money in their general account so that they can use those dollars in the way that they want to. We can't help the teacher shortage right now, but we are putting money into programs like Increased Teachers of Color, Pipeline for Special Ed. Those are the ways that we are building our teacher population as best that we can. The READ Act is an incredible, it's like the biggest thing that we have done in so long, and I can't tell you how impressed I am and thankful that Senator Mayquade and Representative Edelson spent hours and hours on making it just right. We put so much dollars into professional development and resources for our teachers, not just last year, but this year. And we will continue to do that. We will look for those ways that we can support our teachers so that they have the tools, they have the resources, their environment is safe as we go forward, and that is a pledge that I give to all of you. Before we end this morning, I just want to say a few thank yous to my chair, my vice chair, Heather Gustafson, and of course our ranking member, Senator Rarick. Our committee members, I can't thank my partner in all of this, Senator Swedzinski. It's a delight to work with you and his staff with Dana Elling and Chelsea Parks. Our committee members, Senator Farnsworth, Senator Lucero, Senator Mayquade, and Senator Umu Verbatim, and of course my administrator, Sammy Rajab, and my assistant, Emma Zelmer. But we can't do this work without our nonpartisan Anne-Marie Lewis. Thank you very much. Bjorn Arneson and Jenna Hofer, you really are the ones that hold us all together. We had a number of incredible interns, Tessa Yeager and Mina Feldek, and then, of course, we can't thank our pages, CJ Larson and Olivia Mackel, enough for all of the work that everybody here has put in, whether they agree in the same way or not. I think it's our students and our teachers, our schools, that we really have at heart. So members, I would appreciate a green vote on this very sweet little bill that is going to continue to work towards making sure that our students and our schools have the resources and the ability to make 21st century learners out of all of our students. Thank you so much.
The Secretary would take the roll on final passage to Senate file number, House file number 5237 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Umu Verbatim, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
And Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Duckworth, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes no.
And Senator Gruenhagen votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 30 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions will revert to the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Members, there's a committee report to read at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House File number 4247, a bill for an act relating to health occupations establishing transfer care specialist registration. Reports the same back with a recommendation that House File number 4247, the unofficial engrossment, do pass.
Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee report read by the Secretary be adopted.
To that motion to adopt, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The next order of business is the seventh order of business, second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House File number 4247.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members will now proceed to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Nelson from 2:15 to 2:30 p.m. and from 2:40 to 2:50 p.m. Lang from 2:55 to 3 o'clock p.m. Johnson from 5:55 to 6:15 p.m. Nelson from 10:55 to 11:05 p.m. Abler from 1:40 to the end, and Matthews and Miller from 1:55 a.m. until the end. Any other announcements of Senate's interest? Senator Rest.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Taxes Committee will meet at 9:30 a.m. G15. Please be prompt.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, May 7th at noon.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.